another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my eyes. I never realized she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. She's just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirected wind, but let the breeze blow. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. September 3rd, and I haven't heard from her. I thought for sure we were starting something that wouldn't allow for what's just occurred. I thought for sure we were, but I haven't heard from her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way. At the end of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way. 'Cause she hasn't yet called. It seems after all, we were never starting nothing that would ever last past the fall. It hurts after all. It hurts after all. And now as I fall, I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. In the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day. November 3rd and not a word from her. I still haven't heard from her, but I still remember her. And I'm singing Mayday, Mayday, 'cause our love lasted no longer than an April day. And I could hear it in the words she'd say. Baby's got something of an August way, yeah. End of the summer she don't plan to stay. No way, no way, 'cause it's no longer that April day.
Local stuff and not necessarily have like a global objective if you're a jihadist.
Most of what I wanna know
In the same way, like, you know,
is what's
like
going
putting
on.
on the terror list was preposterous because
What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun, or
jihadism.
even made
I don't think, can't you
fun of
use
me?
jihadism for
You used to
local
make
stuff
me
and
think
not
that
necessarily
you
have like
wanted
a global
me.
objective if you're a jihadist?
It's so sad to me. How can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch, but I don't care. I'll meet you anywhere, so meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. And no things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be have another line. Even if this is the end, you my love on my friend tonight. 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're digging my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth and lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art, so show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you?
What's going on, guys? I'm Cole. This is Collateral TV. Let's do it.
In the same way, like the Houthis, for example, putting them on the terror list, it was preposterous because they're not going to do terror attacks against the West because they're trying to.
You dig?
That's not what they do. They're not like ISIS. They're not like Al Qaeda. He's purposefully glossing over.
Well, the Houthis are a lot different. I don't know why we'd use the Houthis in the same sentence, but terrorist attacks don't have to just be against the West. They can be against things that are from the West, like shipping vessels. Like, the Houthis have already done terrorist attacks, so if anything, it makes perfect sense to put the Houthis on the terrorist list because they literally are already doing terrorisms. Like,
West
The terrorism.
they're not like ISIS. They're not like Al Qaeda. He's purposefully glossing over very real differences, right? But again, follow the thread here. Follow the thread because he says, Islamic extremists are morally confused, but the worst of them are jihadists. And he says Hamas is a jihadist organization. That's what he says. Now wait until you hear the rest.
In my view, that's all we need to know about it. The question of how it got that way
That's hilarious, buddy. That's all we need to know. Don't look any deeper. Don't look any deeper. That's it. That's it.
is fundamentally uninteresting, as is the question of why so many Palestinians have come to support it.
Yeah, gee, I wonder. I wonder why Palestinians would support their militant hardliners. Tough one to figure out. I'm sure it couldn't be that Palestinian babies are getting carpet bombed on a daily basis, and Israel is bombing hospitals and schools and churches and mosques and.
I have to, fuck. Hold on. It's I think that if you're gonna comment, I don't even know
Hey,
if I'm
Booty.
100% fully because I haven't read the full charter. We just skimmed through some of it here. I I don't
But
think
no,
he should be commenting on
not
this.
yet.
I don't think he has any idea what any of what he's talking about is. I don't know why he is like venturing such a confident opinion out in this area. Like, oh, Hamas, an Islamic extremist organization that draws from the Quran and has many characteristics similar with other Islamic extremist organizations that also draw from the Quran in ways that call for, global jihad and supporting the global jihadist network to fight against the enemies of Islam. Well, that's actually just because Israel carpet bombed Palestine, ignoring the fact that the charter that he's sourcing, was done in the 80s. When was that initial charter for Hamas? Not this one. 1988.
Palestinian babies are getting carpet bombed on a daily basis, and Israel is bombing hospitals and schools and churches and mosques and markets.
Was that happening? And was Israel carpet bombing the Gaza Strip in the 70s and 80s? Is that
places and factories and houses and all sorts of civilian infrastructure? Couldn't be that when you get barbaric, savage, hardline, far-right policies from their enemy, that they run into the arms of their hard-right, barbaric, savage, hardliners on their side. Can't be that, right? Can't be a perfectly natural reaction that everybody had. Like after 9.
I also don't like I hate the equivalence. Like, bro, like we can talk about issues between Israel and how they conduct war. That's totally valid. But where is this weird desire? I don't understand the desire to get on your knees and give the sloppiest top that you can ever possibly muster to fundamentalist Islam. Like, why not just say this is a dog shit ideology? Like, if you had to choose between like a group, like a nation, between one or the other, like Israel is a better country in every way, size, shape, and form than the best country that the Palestinians could put together. We can say that as Westerners. That's fine. We can also say that that doesn't give you the right to blow up other countries, and we should still respect the autonomy of other countries, blah, blah, blah. But this cringy false equivalence, it reminds me of like the white people in Seattle that bend down and like kiss the boots and knees of like Black Panthers or BLM people. It's so cringe and self-hating. Like, please, brother, please move to fucking even Saudi Arabia. Move to any of these countries. Move to any Muslim majority country. Or if you're really brave, go to a place like fucking Somalia, or go to fucking Egypt even, or go to fucking to Libya or Morocco, Tunisia. Go to one of these countries and live there, and then do like the same type of stuff you do, and be as critical of those governments there as you are here. Keep that same energy. Like, and I'm not even trying to say that like, oh, like if you don't like it, leave. I'm just saying that we don't have to pretend that both sides are the same here. Like, we don't have to do that. Like, we don't have to do that. You don't have to say that both sides are the same to criticize both sides. I think that you can easily criticize the IDF for making mistakes or even having committed war crimes or whatever. You can do that. That's totally fine. That doesn't mean that they're the same as Hamas.
Hardliners on their side. Can't be that, right? Can't be a perfectly natural reaction that everybody had. Like after 9/11, when the U.S. got attacked, and George W. Bush's approval rating was like fucking 90%. Turns out violence begets violence. Turns out hard-right politics begets hard-right politics from the other side. That's what happened. Oh my God. I haven't even gotten to the big part yet. Sorry, I'm getting way too triggered. Here, let's keep going. Follow the thread. Hamas is jihadist and...
As is the question of why so many Palestinians have come to support it. It would be like asking in 1941 how the SS became so radicalized. And why did so many millions of Germans support it? That's an interesting question now, right now that Nazism has been defeated. But in 1941, there was nothing to do but kill Nazis. I feel exactly the same way about jihadists. In fact, jihadists are worse than Nazis, in my view. They don't have the same power the Nazis had in the 30s and 40s, which is a very good thing, and we should keep it that way. But their ideology is actually worse. Jihadism is essentially Nazism plus an expectation of paradise. It's Nazism plus religious fanaticism. Nazism plus an eagerness to be martyred and to see their children martyred.
He has a point that Sam Harris was stupid to say it doesn't matter why Hamas came to be, but he goes too far in justifying them. No. Sam Harris is right there, actually. It doesn't really matter. In the broadest of senses, it doesn't matter how things came to be. That's the equivalent statement to when I said, the history actually doesn't matter between Israel and Palestine, because what you really have is a group of people and you've got to solve their issues now. The history is not really that relevant in a way, right? What happened in 1948, who the fuck cares? Like, the people now need to solve their problems now. What happened in 67, what happened in these fucking wars, it doesn't really matter. You've got people now needing to solve the problems now. And we can't all keep crying about what happened 50 or 100 years ago in order to make ourselves feel better about the current state of things, right? it's a tad reductionist to say that, but that's essentially what Sam Harris is saying. Sam Harris is saying like, okay, well in the 50s, 60s, 70s, it's good to look back and try to understand like why did the Nazis do what they do, but like or did what they did, but like in the 40s, for World War II, that probably wasn't the right time to stop and figure out like, well, hold on, well, why do the Nazis want to take over all of Europe and genocide all these people, right? It's just not the right time to do it, and that's not the right approach. They need to be defeated regardless.
There are many differences between Nazism and jihadism, of course, but they only make the Nazis look comparatively benign.
Hamas are jihadists, and jihadism makes Nazism look, what do you say, relatively benign was the phrasing? Let me hear it again.
There are many differences between Nazism and jihadism, of course, but they only make the Nazis look comparatively benign.
Comparatively benign. Nazis are comparatively benign to Hamas. Sam, do you have any thoughts on 41,496 Palestinians being killed by Israel?
Oh my God. And then it's just like the numbers. Oh, kill me.
37,676 of them being civilians, far over 90% civilian death rate. By the way, Hamas had a lower civilian death rate. They killed, depending on which numbers you believe, anywhere between 55% and 70% civilians.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why just looking at the numbers doesn't matter. For Hamas's surprise attacks, because they had the ability to choose their targets, because they were attacking by surprise, because the IDF was relatively unprepared to respond, the fact that they destroyed an entire fucking outdoor festival's worth of civilians and murdered everybody there, that's not like what's like the percentage of like civilians to militants that got killed? Oh, well, actually, the percentage for the Hamas killed wasn't even that bad either. It was like 30-40%, right? That's not too bad, right? No. That's not how that works. This is why like the raw numbers analysis here is like so stupid.
That's the ballpark. Israel has killed more civilians as a raw number and as a percentage. Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on 15,370 children being killed by Israel? Any thoughts on Israel
children
injuring 77,000 Palestinians, killing 136 journalists, which is the most deadly conflict for journalists
The
literally in
journalists.
human history? Any thoughts on Israel bombing Gaza back to the Stone Age, to the point where 2 million of the 2.3 million people in Gaza are now homeless? Any thoughts on when Israel announced a medieval-style siege, which is by definition collective
Medieval style siege for months now? How many people are dead?
punishment, where they said we're cutting off food, fuel, and water and electricity to everybody in Gaza because of the actions of Hamas? How many Hamas members are there? 30,000. How many people in Gaza? 2.3 million. They said because of the actions of 30,000, we are going to starve 2.3 million. You want to make any comparisons to Nazis now? How about that comparison? Are you going to address any of these facts on the ground? The 122,500 homes that have been completely destroyed, or the 269,700 homes that have been partially destroyed? You want to talk about that? You want to talk about 443 schools?
Now we do the performative number reading. Nice. And even brought up our performative chart. So we can just say here. Why do you hand wave the numbers? What about 6 million? 6 million Jews killed in the Holocaust weren't bad because 6 million Jews died. It was bad because it was the intentional and deliberate rounding up and murder in an attempt to destroy an entire group of people. If 6 million Jews, for instance, happened to die during like the war, like they were soldiers and they were fighting, we'd be talking about that a lot differently than we would death camps. These are two fundamentally different things.
Being attacked by Israel. You want to talk about the wholesale destruction of all of these schools in Gaza. Every one, many of them meticulously blown up in controlled demolitions. Not even a whiff of, oh, there's a Hamas command and control center in something. In all 443 schools? How about what we covered the other day? That around the Al-Shifa complex, where Israel did a massacre and killed 13 children on purpose, they were also looting and stealing from the houses around. Were they looting and stealing things like gold necklaces and things of that nature? Because that's their way of defending themselves against Hamas? 647 mosques bombed, 3 churches bombed, 869 healthcare professionals attacked,
301 healthcare. Oh man, we got a whole PDF here to read all the numbers.
including 349 of them killed. Remember when everybody was debating that one hospital, which was the first hospital to be bombed? Was it a misfired Palestinian weapon or was it Israel? Well, here we are. 29 hospitals have been bombed later, and people like Sam are not really talking much about debating, hey, who's attacking the... Was it... Even if I grant you that first one, which I don't, 28 were bombed by Israel. You want to talk about Nazis? You want to talk about Nazis? You want to talk about comparisons to Nazism? Look,
Yes.
Here's the difference between me and Sam.
Wait, did that count? You want to talk about Nazis? I feel like that's here. Also, did we get to the genocide one? I feel like you basically said genocide. I feel like we were basically there. If you want to call anyone Nazis here, it would be Israel / the idea. I feel like that was it. I think we get that. I think we get that one.
Nazis? You want to talk about Nazis? You want to talk about comparisons to Nazism? Look, here's the difference between me and Sam. I will gladly and freely admit Hamas are terrorists. You can make a comparison between Hamas and Nazis. I think that's fair. I think anybody that targets civilians on purpose are the scum of the earth. That is the definition of terrorism. That is evil. That is immoral. That is unethical. That is wrong. Anytime anybody attacks civilians on purpose, it is
But if you're going to call Hamas Nazis, you got to admit the IDF is even worse. Here,
wrong.
it's coming. Tee him up. Tee him up.
Israel does that. The IDF does that even more than Hamas.
I get it. We get to. We get to. We get to. Absolutely. I feel like he basically said more or less a genocide before, but we'll see if he uses the word.
So if you want to make Nazi comparisons, I'm comfy making those comparisons all day long. Yeah, Hamas are like Nazis. Israel is even more like Nazis.
Are these guys looking for writers? Are these guys any far left anti-establishment channels looking for writers? I just write the scripts for your shit. I could do this, okay? The chart said genocide, go back, 951. Oh, the Israel genocide in the Gaza Strip. Yeah, I do get that one then. The actual word is there. Boom, I do get that one. And then can we get, now you asked me to give a third one because these two are easy. Can I get a third one of Israel is even worse since we're supporting them and at least we didn't support Nazi Germany. Let's see if we can get to that one, okay?
If you look at all this death and all this devastation, it is wrong. I will gladly and freely admit Hamas are terrorists. You can make a comparison between Hamas and Nazis. I think that's fair. I think anybody that targets civilians on purpose are the scum of the earth. That is the definition of terrorism. That is evil. That is immoral. That is unethical. That is wrong. Anytime anybody attacks civilians on purpose, it is wrong. Israel does that. The IDF does that even more than Hamas. So if you want to make Nazi comparisons, I'm comfy making those comparisons all day long. Yeah, Hamas are like Nazis. Israel is even more like Nazis. If you look at all this death and all this devastation, if you look at flower massacre after flower massacre, if you look at people...
How many flowers have been massacred? My God. Israel's just laying out that aid to bait them and kill them.
Coming out waving white flags who get gunned down and murked anyway. You look at the carpet bombing of children, and you say, it was all an accident. We thought they were all Hamas. It's gotten to the point that is so laughable, over 90% of people don't believe you. Anybody who looks honestly at the evidence, 99.9% of those people wouldn't believe you. They think you're morally blind. You're morally confused. You are phenomenally biased. That's what they think. And they're right. It's so funny he says stuff like, there's moral confusion all over the place. That defines him perfectly. Saying Nazis are comparatively benign to Hamas. That's what he said. And won't even engage on this part of it. To the extent he would, we already know. We already know everything he'd say. Is there collateral damage sometimes in war? Yeah, it's unfortunate. But the difference is they don't mean it. And Hamas does. Damage sometimes in war? Yeah, we already know. We already know everything he'd say. Is there collateral damage sometimes in war? Yeah, it's unfortunate. But the difference is they don't mean it. And Hamas does. And therefore, they're much more moral. And obviously, I mean, look at gay people are treated way better in Israel than they're treated in Gaza. So therefore, these are more enlightened Western values that they live by. Like we've heard all these so many over and over and over.
Are they not? You think the societies, you think the cultures are relatively the same between Hamas and the IDF? I am not super researched, but what I found of the flower massacre looks pretty bad for Israel. I'd like to hear your strongest argument against it so I can research it a bit more. It seems, I mean, when you say it looks bad for Israel, I don't know. It's bad. It looks bad that, like, they didn't get the food. Depends on what the claim you're making is. Like, it seems like they were, from what I've seen of it, I don't know if anything new came out, seems like they were trying to deliver aid to northern Gaza, which apparently is a very fucked place right now. And in the process of the convoy driving out there, people started to surround the trucks, and then the situation got out of control. The IDF started shooting to cause people to back off, and then shit got out of hand from there, and then eventually I think the convoy had to leave, right? But that's essentially what I've seen. If you're making claims that, like, the strong claim on the other side there is that Israel brought aid out to bait starving people in northern Gaza so that around a bunch of aid workers and a bunch of Palestinians, they could just start shooting people and killing people at random who are hungry. That just seems wildly fucking stupid to me, but I don't know. Listen, if you believe it.
Nobody is buying the bullshit anymore. They're just not. They're just not. Do you think this isn't on purpose? I got a bridge to sell you. Because you are the most gullible motherfucker on planet Earth. They're doing it on purpose. It is a genocide.
How did this Hamas simping energy actually infiltrate our people? Because progressives can't criticize brown people, and because of the America bad, basically, mindset. Those are the only two generators you need to power all of this stupidity.
It is an ethnic cleansing. Don't take my word for it. Take their own words for it. Remember, we're the forces of light versus the forces of darkness. Remember when Benjamin Netanyahu brought up the story of Amalek? Remember when they said there are no civilians in Gaza? They're all guilty enough. They could have cooed Hamas if they wanted to. They didn't, so they're all guilty enough. From the day they announced the total siege, punishing 2.3 million people for the actions of 30,000, they were making it crystal clear. we view you as all the same. We view you as all guilty, and we're going to treat you as such. An entire group of people, women, children, all of them. That's as Nazi-like as it gets, dude. But he's not going to engage on that. He's not. Or he'll go to the standard, standard talking points, which have the IQ of a mosquito. So here we are. So anyway, there's Sam Harris for you. Still up to his same stuff. Man, it sure does ring a hell of a lot more hollow now, given this set of facts, doesn't it? Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
When Vegan Gains said that leftists were afraid to criticize brown people, you disagree with them, but now you're saying it. What changed your mind? Wait, what? I feel like I've said that for years. There might have been a time where I disagreed with him for a particular instance and not in a generalized sense, but Hamas is now saying that Israel has killed 22,000, not 33,000 Gazans, meaning the combatant to non-combatant ratio in this war is greater than 1-to-1, which would be a phenomenal life-saving achievement. Unsurprisingly, legacy media is crickets. There's no way this is true. I feel like I'd be hearing this everywhere. What the fuck is this article? FDD, Defense of Democracies. I don't know anything about this site or... The Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health said on April 6th that it had incomplete data for 11,371 of the 33,091 Palestinian fatalities it claims to have documented. In a statistical report, the ministry notes that it considers an individual record to be incomplete if it is missing any of the following key data points: identity number, full name, date of birth, or date of death. The health ministry also released a report on April 3rd that acknowledged the presence of incomplete data but did not define what it meant by incomplete. In that earlier report, the ministry acknowledged the incompleteness of 12,263 records. It's unclear why, just after 3 more days, the number fell to 11,371. It decreased more than... Well, this is just saying the records are incomplete, not that they're just not dead at all, right? I feel like we need more in here to say that. Prior to its admission of incomplete data, the health ministry asserted that the information in more than 15,000 fatality records had stemmed from reliable media sources. However, the media or the ministry never identified the sources in question, and Gaza has no independent media. The sudden shifts in the ministry's reporting methods suggest it is scrambling to prevent exposure of its shoddy work. For months, U.S. media have taken for granted that the ministry's top-line figure for casualties was reliable enough to include in daily updates on the war. Even President Biden has cited its numbers. Now we're seeing that a third or more of the ministry's data may be incomplete at best and fictional at worst. How do you even keep track of this shit? It is important to recognize that Hamas is deeply invested in shaping the narrative that emerged. I don't know. I wouldn't take this 100% seriously unless you see other people reporting on it. I don't know the credibility of any of this shit, so fuck me. Oh, History Speaks, our good friend, who's simping for the anti-Israeli side harder than anybody else on Twitter. "24 minutes. Well, it's the same thing. I don't think we need to watch
One
this.
of those guys that was apparently this high-minded intellectual that's definitely not a conservative. It's something different. The intellectual dark web. Just kidding. The reality of Sam Harris is that he was one of these new atheists who Bill Maher would have on all the time, who spoke about how religion was very dangerous, and
Islam.
in the end, you look at the analysis, and much of it was about how really it's these Muslim savages in the Middle East that are the threat to polite Western society, and not other religions, just the ones that we can associate with the war on terror, basically. And it doesn't need to be an analysis about U.S. colonialism or Western interference in the region and exploitation and oil and war. It can just be about the inherent debauchery, the inherent evil of of Islam and of the Muslim faith.
I don't ever need to hear her take on anything ever. I don't ever need to listen to her voice. Okay, there's nothing of value that she can say about anything. So okay.
I look like a crazy...
Okay. Did we want to do this next, or do we want to do memes next? Do you intend to debate right-wing Israeli experts? If so, how do you choose who to debate and whether they have a functioning brand? I'm just looking for the biggest politician people I can get. We'll see. I've got a few people that are reaching out to a lot of different people right now. And a lot of people I think that have already said yes, it'd be fun to talk to, so, but don't worry about that. Ooh, that's the whole thing.
جرب الذي كان جنديا على مدار التاريخ والذي يستعد إن شاء الله تعالى.
Hamas official Fatih Hamad, Palestinians are preparing to establish an Islamic caliphate with Jerusalem as its capital. West Bank security forces should rise up against the traitor Mahmoud. Okay, I don't care about this. I don't care about this anymore. All right. Okay. So apparently, I think this is all a lie. I think this is a grift. I don't know if he. I think that there's a guy online who does YouTube content, and he goes by the name Second Thought. It's like I'm sorry, he's not a socialist. This guy's like a tanky. So super anti-American, super anti-capitalist, simps super hard for China, for Hamas, for Russia, just every anti-West thing you can possibly find. He will always be simping for it every time. I can't speak to the entirety of his channel, but every video that I've watched tends to have minimal to no research whatsoever. Usually it's just kind of like talking points and then like kind of like headline stats, but like not any good analysis, not any factual discussion. It just kind of like goes over propaganda talking points in every video that I've seen. So it's a pretty shitty channel, basically just like I would say anti-Western propaganda. All the production and everything, it's all just like B-roll footage. I don't know if he shot anything original ever, except for maybe.
Hey everyone.
Oh, okay, so he shoots in a studio sometimes.
An attempt to ban TikTok.
Signing an executive order stating
Oh, does he have? Maybe he has graphics now for his channel now. Hold on.
BC
Did
is
he do
using
this?
the app to spy on Americans. We'll get to the hypocrisy of that statement in a bit. But first, let's take a brief look at the history of this attempt to get rid of TikTok.
I'm assuming these are his graphics. Okay, so he has graphics now. Good job.
Back in 2020, Trump made the first attempt to bonk the app by
Assuming these are his graphics. Okay. So, anyway. Let's see. I gotta scroll up. New video on my personal channel. I've been going through a rough patch recently. For the first time in years, my operation is losing money. It can be so easy to tie your self-worth to your financial stability, and that's not healthy. What do we do when we feel like we've failed?
I've been having a bit of a challenging time recently. I know a lot of you probably have no idea about my other channels and the big changes I've made over the last few months, and I won't bore you with the details. But long story short, my whole operation is in the red. We're bleeding money. For non-business people like myself,
This is the guy that I think that he was on the thing with the settler babies. He's part of that podcast called The Deprogram.
operation is in the red. We're bleeding money. For non-business people like myself, that means more money is leaving the business than is coming in, and that's not great. Speaking of money, before I get to the rest of the video, let me quickly thank this week's sponsor, Audio.
This has to be intentional. It's got to be a meme. This has to be a meme, right? Is this the Iranian doctor? No, he's one of the other people on this show. He's the guy that does. He had the other channel that he started like 4 years ago where they were going to review supercars. But I think he's one of the main 3 people on this podcast. Him, there's the guy that's the doctor from Iraq.
So, guys, I want to start today's episode off.
Yeah, and you see the what's in front of the windows.
Is he supposed to be
you
this
have, like,
one?
Zimbabwe.
Look at my.
I don't know what it's called. Like the metal.
Yeah,
the metal
yeah, but you can
grate
hear him
thing.
chatting.
Yeah.
Exactly right. You see it there as well. By the
And then this is a tanky podcast, to be aware. It's not center left, it's not far left like progressives or like SOCDEM. This is a tanky podcast, meaning Stalin, Mao, Putin are like goodish guys. I don't know about Putin, but better than the US. And then everything in the West is evil, horrible, terrible. Hamas is good. Everything about Assad that we've said is a lie. Just like very, very, very far left, illiberal, like commie, tanky, adjacent or direct shit. But yeah.
Most common questions I get asked is, where do I find music to use in my videos? There are a number of options out there, but the one I've been using for a while now, and the one that I feel is the best bang for your buck, is audio. There are a couple things that set them apart. For one, the price. Nothing comes close to audio in that regard. Their lifetime membership is the same cost as some services' annual plan. But beyond that, they have an amazing library of tracks, with more being added all the time. And critically, they also have a massive catalog of sound effects, which makes such a big difference in how a video feels. Good music and sound effects are a cheat code for making the viewer feel a certain way. They're the key to pacing, feel, and emotional impact. If you're not sold already, audio also has an amazing new feature called Link Match AI.
Wow.
This is something I've been waiting for my entire career. I can't begin to tell you the number of times I've heard a song and been like, that's the one, that's the track I want to use, but it's copyrighted. With Link Match, you copy the link to the song, plug it in, and it analyzes the entire audio library and gives you the closest matches. This is such a time saver. I've got creator friends who switched to audio for this feature alone. There are plenty of other options out there, but personally, I cannot recommend audio highly enough. As a little thank you to fans of my work, audio is currently offering 70% off your first year of the
A minute and a half ad. Nice.
plan when you use the code Chapman70 at checkout. Give it a try. I promise you'll love it as much as I do.
Okay.
Okay, back to the video. In our modern society, it's second nature to equate our financial stability with success or failure. If you're earning more money than you did last year, you're winning. You're a successful person.
Oh, he's got like the guitar playing and it's sad and...
If you're making less, or you lost your job, or your business is just kind of treading water, you're losing. You're a failure. Just about anyone who works a creative job will tell you that the calculus has to be a little different than with a traditional 9 to 5. Most creative work is piecemeal. You're a contractor or freelancer. There aren't many companies hiring full-time graphic designers or voice actors. But despite the fact that we all understand this, it's still really hard not to feel like a failure when things aren't going your way. I'm guilty of this myself. At time of writing, I just finished looking at the finances with Kelsey, and I immediately started spiraling. I can't keep doing this. How can I possibly solve these problems? I'm a failure. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was an average person. They did everything right, and nothing bad ever happened. The end. That's not a very compelling story. Throughout all of human history, the one thing that literally everyone has experienced, well, is death. But besides that, the other thing we've all experienced is failure. Making a mistake, something not going our way, a business going under, a relationship falling apart. The scale of these failures might vary from person to person, but every single human being on Earth has experienced a failure of some kind. Now, this isn't me saying everybody fails at something, get over it. This is me trying to offer a little perspective for when you're feeling down. It's the same perspective I try to keep in mind when I start to feel like I'm a loser, or that my work doesn't matter, or that I'm not good enough. What makes our lives, our story, worth living, is overcoming these failures. And that doesn't always have to look like a glorious triumph over adversity. It could just mean accepting that a project didn't work out and moving on to the next thing. But that moving on part is key. Wallowing never solved anything. It doesn't even help us feel better about the thing we're wallowing over. Allowing a short period to feel sorry for yourself or stress about some perceived failure is fine, even healthy. But what you do next is what counts. Take me, for example. I run this channel, Second Thought, First Thought, and the Deprogram. I write all my scripts. I do all the on-camera stuff for 3 channels. I coordinate with sponsors for First Thought. I edit every episode of the Deprogram. I do live Q&As on the Second Thought Discord. I maintain 4 Patreon accounts, manage
Okay, let's just take some notes here, okay? Let's just write a few things down, okay?
You do next is what counts. Take me, for example.
Wait. I should be using Obsidian for this. Okay.
I run this channel, Second Thought, First Thought, and the Deprogram. I write all my scripts. I do all the on-camera stuff for 3 channels. I coordinate with sponsors.
He said he runs this channel, Second Thought, First Thought, and the Deprogram. He says he writes all of his own scripts.
I write all my scripts. I do all the on-camera stuff for
That's
3 channels.
all the on-camera
I
stuff.
coordinate with sponsors for First Thought. I edit every episode of the Deprogram. I do live Q&As on the Second Thought Discord. I maintain 4 Patreon accounts, manage...
Edits every episode for the Deprogram. Does live Q&As on the Discord.
Perks and handle problem Q&As on the Second Thought Discord. I maintain 4 Patreon accounts, manage perks, and handle problems for
4
hundreds
Patreon
of patrons.
accounts.
I offer video consulting services on the side.
Video
and
consulting
still,
services.
With all that work, my business is losing money. That feels like a punch in the gut because I can't fit a single additional piece of work on my plate.
Okay, we're going to go back to this. But holy shit, okay? Where does your money go? If you're doing all the work, who the fuck are you paying for? What are you spending money on? But we'll get there.
I'm at my capacity, and this is on top of trying to be a good husband and father. It's exhausting. And sometimes, like right now with how the money is trending, it's scary. When you're confronted with a reality like this, it's so...
Also, keep in mind what we're saying here. My business is in the red with how the money is trending, okay? You can't see my notes? That's fine. You don't have to see them now. We're watching the video.
So easy to tie your sense of self-worth to the success of your projects. This is a societal problem, the whole Protestant work ethic thing. If you're struggling financially, it's because of some moral shortcoming. That's deeply ingrained in Western culture, and it's incredibly unhealthy. It also doesn't really apply to 21st century life. I know plenty of people who work even harder than I do who are in a far more precarious position than I am. That's just the nature of work these days. It's really hard to make a living, even if you've got the best work ethic in the world. So, back to that story I told you. The one where nothing bad happened and the hero just coasted through life. This may just be me, but that sounds like a pretty dull life. Without challenges, without adversity, how do we know what we're capable of? All the best stories follow characters who are in way over their heads. The problems they face drive the story forward, and we watch them learn and grow and become better each time they overcome a setback or a challenge or a failure. These stories are compelling to us because we can all relate to them. There's nothing exciting or fulfilling about a life of extreme leisure and stability, free of challenges and obstacles. Why even exist at that point? Of course, that's not to fetishize a life of overwhelming precarity either. The extremes of stable luxury and constant hardship are both damaging to what it means to be human. Someone who's never faced a problem has never had the opportunity to grow, to learn, to be introspective about what happened and why. Someone who's constantly having to worry about where their next meal is going to come from won't have the opportunity to let their guard down, process their trauma, and feel proud of how much they've managed to overcome. But for most of us, we're somewhere in the middle. We have a fridge and a TV, but we also have bills and a job that's probably not as secure as we'd like. That's especially true of creative types who have to rely on unpredictable demand for our services and skills. When we have a bad month or our business starts to slump, that's when we have a choice. We can give in to those negative thoughts.
Also, I'm kind
Well,
of
what do we think about Rise of the Ronin, guys? Should I 100% this game or what?
Does he live in like a house or a really nice condo? Or where does he live? It seems like a decent place. We were at 650.
I just finished looking at the
This is a whole, I'm guessing this is a house, right? Looks like ground floor house.
finances with Kelsey.
Just curious. Okay, we're gone.
We have to rely on unpredictable demand for our services and skills. When we have a bad month,
Oh, how's it going, Kane?
That's when we have a choice.
Welcome to the channel.
We can shut out the world and just stew in our self-pity and worry. Or we can continue to do the best we can, knowing that sometimes things just don't work out. Maybe there's no salvaging this particular chapter in your story.
What are you up to this fine evening?
You're still living that story. What happens in the next chapter is up to you. It may not be what you expected. It may be absolutely miserable for a while, but it will also reveal things about you.
How many? Okay, look. Got a lot of rooms in this house. I feel like I've seen a lot of rooms so far. Just curious, but go ahead. All that B-roll and background music must cost money now. What, the B-roll? This B-roll is probably free B-roll. When I say B-roll, I don't mean he's shooting it. He's not shooting any of this. None of this is his footage. There's probably like a free B-roll.
100%ing this, I gotta
he didn't shoot any of it.
search down a bunch of cats. I'm not exactly sure.
Has he rented a whole separate office, actually? That's an office space. Oh, yeah.
I mean more
Damn.
platinum trophy.
He's
Sort
wearing Red
by...
Wing Iron Rangers. Those are $350 shoes. Is that true?
We're good. For me.
Red Wing Iron Rangers. Was he? Did we see those? 100%? Are these?
Oh, yeah?
That story.
All good.
What happens in the next chapter is up.
Appreciate you stopping by.
It may be absolutely miserable for a while.
Dive of the...
by looking at them.
Will also reveal things about yourself that you may not
Glided from the elevated deck at Kumazadera Temple. Yeah, I gotta get all the cats and all the photographs.
As long as I have my health, my wife, and my daughter, everything
all
else
available.
I've worked other jobs before. I can do it. Bad times show you
okay.
what really matter.
That office shot is definitely downtown.
I'm close to the all available ally missions.
And most of the time, it
completed all bond missions. I'm close to that.
When we think about failure, we need to cultivate a healthy mindset. We tend to think of failure as a single permanent thing, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Humans love to compartmentalize, but if you take the long
yeah, I'm super close to getting the platinum.
Over the course of a lifetime. Think back to something that seemed like the end of the world when you were a kid. Doesn't seem so bad today, does it? The benefit of hindsight will do a lot of heavy lifting, but there's no denying it. Sometimes the right now can suck. The most productive mindset we can have is one of resilience and determination. Our goal should be to build the best life we can for ourselves and our loved ones while realizing...
He has expensive taste. All of his shit is super expensive stuff. Nothing isn't high end. I can't really comment. That might be true, but I don't know anything about what anything costs here. I don't know like the clothes or the table or anything. I buy all my shit from IKEA or Walmart, so I have no idea. I do think it's funny though. I just point out the
and that
the expensive Red Wing shoes. I just think
I'm like 90% done with most of the remaining trophies, so
like merchandising aspects of capitalism.
I'd have to do a bunch of
where they're not just like socialist
stuff that I'm not doing right now though. I'm sort of just like trying to get the best gear at the moment.
Everything else can be fixed. I've worked other jobs before. I can do it again. bad times show you what really matters.
I'm
Most
doing
of
like
time, it boils down to
the
just
hard
persisting
difficulty
and being with
missions
people
for
who
the
care.
extra
When we think about failure,
extra
we need to
strong
cultivate a healthy
gear.
mindset. We tend to think of failure as a single permanent thing, but that couldn't be
The
further from
MacBook. Yeah.
the truth. Humans love
But
to
that's part of his work, to be fair.
compartmentalize. But if you take the long view, failures are just little speed bumps over the course of a lifetime. Think back to something that seemed like the end of the world when you were a kid.
Long
Like, is
view,
this,
huh?
do you think
Green
that this
Day.
Long view.
room,
Failures are just
Are
little
you
speed
do you
locked
think this
up
is like an
in
office? This is just an
a
office that he's got
being
rented, or do you think this is
locked
his
up
house?
on
It must be
you?
his house if he's got... Or it must be an office if he's renting an
Long view.
office.
Hell
right?
yeah.
Failures are just
Or does he shoot in his
little
office?
What sort of games do you
house?
play?
I mean, the carpet looks like it could be office. That's just an office? Okay. This is a nice office. For just shooting video? I feel like if I was renting an office space, I would just need like one room. No? But also, I don't know what is even available to rent. I looked at it a little bit, but... The drop ceiling, the exit sign. Baseboard is commercial office, 1,000%. Okay. Damn.
speed bumps over the course of a lifetime.
Is office space still cheap right now? Well, why do you need office space for even? Like, we're just shooting video, no? Why the fuck do we need office space?
Oh yeah? What do you got a cast on?
Think back to something that seemed like the end of the world when you were a kid.
Doing some extreme
The benefit
sports?
of hindsight will do a lot of heavy lifting, but there's no denying it. Sometimes the right now can suck.
Why do we care about this dude? I'm confused because he's a tanky and he spends a lot. We'll get there.
The most productive mindset we can have is one of resilience and determination. Our goal should be to build the best life we can for ourselves and our loved ones while realizing that we're not in control of everything. The world is a chaotic, unpredictable...
Well, also, when I say we'll get there, like I said, this is like a 6 out of 10. It's not like ultra juicy. I just think it's funny because he's scamming right now. That's what's funny.
place, and trying to insulate yourself from challenges and failures is pretty much impossible. Let's try another story.
Oh, could I? Sounds like you don't want to say more.
Try very hard in school. He got a scholarship to a little private
I
university.
can mind my own business.
Very quickly realized that this clever is pretty much impossible. Let's try another story. Once upon a time, there was a spoiled kid from the suburbs who was just clever enough not to have to try very hard in school.
Ah, crazy. Another rich kid that came from rich parents, rich family, rich zip code. That ended up being a champagne socialist. Crazy how that works, huh?
Spoiled kid from the suburbs who was just clever enough not to have to try very hard in school. He got a scholarship to a little private university and shipped off to another state.
MMA versus steel door?
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I guess that counts like an extreme sport.
There was no one to force him to do his homework or even show up to class. That semester, he earned a 1.6.
What'd that steel door ever do to you, my friend?
How's that for a failure? Kid starts out with a great trajectory and finds himself on the precipice of completely wrecking it. One more bad grade would have sealed the deal. So what does he do? He doesn't wallow, he has some hard conversations, fixes his perspective, and ends up graduating on time with good grades 3 years later. At the time, that crushing fear of screwing up so badly that I was about to get kicked out of school felt like the end of...
Just felt like it, huh?
The photo album.
3 years later. At the time, that crushing fear of screwing up so badly that I was about to get kicked out of school felt like the end of the world. But today, 12 years and many failures later, it just looks like a blip on the timeline. I've started and scrapped at least 3 other channels that never went anywhere. I quit a sales job 2 months in because I couldn't
yeah.
I've failed more times than I care to admit. But each of those failures has taught me something. Either
I've had about 8 opportunities in my life where calling the cops would have been expected and or permissible by like common standards, but yeah. I prefer to deal with my own problems.
You just need to keep moving and see where your story takes you. Eventually, after
and not risk
you can look back through all the chapters and smile, shake your head at how
murder by the state for anybody involved.
By that time, I hope you'll realize that you're not a failure. You never were. You're you. Just like everyone else is whoever they are. You are not defined by your failures or your successes. You're defined by how you respond to all of life's events and what you choose to consider important. So don't be afraid of failure. Embrace it for what it is, and let it add to the richness of your life story.
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the video. If you're looking for a way to support my work and improve your own videos while you're at it, check out my channel sponsor, Audio. You can get your first year of Audio Pro 70% off when you use my link in the code Chapman70 at checkout. It's a fantastic tool.
Yikes, fam, that was a pretty strong attack from a
also, it's funny that if you looked at the
peon over here.
If you looked at the stuff in his past video, the one we clicked here, the real reason the U.S. wants to ban TikTok. Spoiler alert, it's probably just because we don't like China, and we're actually super biased against China and freedom, and we're just evil, by the way. That's probably what this whole video is about. Hey gang, the channel is in a bit of a tough spot right now. If you're in a position to help keep this operation afloat, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Every little bit
Fallout.
So he's basically like putting out a sad video of how his shit is failing. He's saying that his like shit is fucking.
I feel like I get Fallout and Borderlands mixed up. Are they similar?
when you look at like the, hold on, let me see if this tweet is still up. Wait, a screenshot of it. Did I open this tweet on stream? Oh, we did, yeah.
Yeah, see, I don't know
How is it
why. I
failing
feel
if
like
he just
something
comes
about
now?
the like
thing is that this guy
the
makes
art
so much money on
style
Patreon.
might
Let me see
be
which of
what's
these are.
confusing me.
Debate Kyle, please. You need to engage with these people who just keep getting more diluted.
When
Yeah,
did
he
I
just
get
doesn't
this
do it.
many people around me, bro?
So
Oh,
to be fair for this
gross.
Patreon, I don't think we can evaluate anything here because he's got a. I think you get a free thing here, so it's got almost 10,000 members, but you can join for free. So I think the free members might be counted in the 9,719 members here. I think that'd be my guess. But also, why don't we post how much money we make on Patreon anymore, guys? Why did that change? If we're socialists and we want to have full transparency and we want to have conversations about how co-ops and all that are so good. Isn't that kind of weird?
Fallout, what's the game category and
I
the
also think it's kinda
object of
weird that
that
he
sort
does
of
this
game?
show with 2 other
Like-
people called the Deprogram. Now this show that he does, this is the second Patreon, so this is completely independent from the first one. Make almost $20,000.
Okay. Yeah.
They make almost $20,000 a month between 3 people.
Fallout is like more
Which is
open
independent
world.
of any AdSense or any of the other 3 Patreons he's running as well, right?
Fallout is online, like multiplayer. I don't know, like I haven't even seen much Rust, but I feel like what you're saying is it's more like Rust,
He
where
has
like
7,253 paid members. Wait, are you able to check
you
that? How do know
build
that?
like a base of your own kind of thing, right? Oh, okay.
Or where do you see that at?
It's like a looter shooter, right?
Can this site actually know?
RPG? Okay.
Click about. And it shows pay. Oh! Oh, holy shit, it does. You're right. My bad. The about here does. Okay, so he's got 7,253 paid members on this Patreon. If we
But
say
not
they
like a
all subscribe to the lowest
run
level,
around and
that's
get
another
armor and
14,000
swords
basically
and magic
15,000,
RPG.
$14,500 a month. So we're up to, if he gets a third of this, just a third, even though he said he does all this other work on it, just a third of this, that's 20,000 a month. Just between these 2 Patreons. That doesn't include what he's making on sponsors. It doesn't include anything on AdSense if he gets paid there. And that's it with the minimum, that's with the minimum
Yeah,
subscription level.
okay,
on the
yeah, so you
subscription.
get
All of
your
them are the
like
minimum
outfits and
subscription
armor
levels.
and stuff.
Like, apparently some people were grilling him in the
Yeah, I'm a
comment
huge
How
Sekiro
are
Bloodborne.
you losing money if you do
Like
all these jobs? And
the
have nearly
parry
10,000
system in this
patrons?
game is what's got me playing
It's
it
a
for so
business like
long.
any other.
Like the
Bills,
rhythm game
business
aspect.
taxes,
I don't like rhythm games. I've never
office
been a
space for
Guitar
the
Hero
team,
kind of guy, but
employees who are paid well
as
and
a
receive good benefits.
musician
It all
slash
adds
like
up.
former
Add to this
performer,
the extreme unreliability of
I
AdSense revenue and viewership,
I
and you've got
really
a very
do
tenuous
love the
position. Here's
memorization
a
and anticipation
public challenge.
aspect.
I
And
bet
the
this guy does
improvisation
not
sort
have
of
a
like
single other full-time employee.
you can
besides
do
the
it so
3
many
that work
different
on that
ways.
show.
I only
He does,
started
I'll donate
playing video
$500
games in
to whatever bullshit
2020
he wants me to.
when I discovered
I
Sekiro.
bet this guy does not. And when I say full-time employee, I don't mean somebody you're paying $1,000 a month. I mean one full-time employee. W2 would be nice, but I won't even say W2.
Yeah,
There is
or
no
Elden Ring or
shot.
something like that for sure.
And it's not his wife. That can't be it either. It can't be your fucking wife. That doesn't count. No shot. Oh, who also received good benefits? No way, bro. It's a business like any other. Bills. What bills does your business have? The office, I guess? And then, what, a subscription to Adobe? business taxes, that's just your ordinary taxes. We all pay taxes. That shouldn't matter though. That's not going to make you operate in the red. Because
Yeah, for sure.
If you're losing money in your business, if you're not profitable, you're not gonna be
Soulsborne,
paying taxes.
Sekiro.
Office space for the team. What do you have?
I
what
sort of
team is
I
working for this
played
guy? When he said he
the
does-
last 3
he runs his
Assassin's
channel,
Creeds,
Second
but
Thought
I
Program,
didn't
he
find
writes all
those
his own scripts,
ones.
he does all of the on-camera
Ghost
stuff
of
for his channels, he
Tsushima.
coordinates with sponsors.
That's what I was
He edits
forgetting to
every episode of
mention.
the program. He does live Q&As on Discord. He runs 4 Patreon accounts, and he does
Ghost
video
of
consulting
Tsushima
services.
is
What
by
team do you
far
need? You do everything.
it's
This
my
is all-
second favorite
you do
game.
it all. What
Alright,
are your employees?
Destiny's too
He
loud
doesn't
right
have a
now.
single
You need to
employee.
shut
I
up,
bet he doesn't
Destiny.
even have one. He might pay a few people for thumbnails or whatever, but that's it. I don't think he has a single employee. Oh, no. He probably pays the people that do the graphics and video shit on his channel now.
Yeah,
That'd be
I
my
played
guess.
Ghost of Tsushima Legends with a bunch of friends for a long
Yeah, that's true.
time.
He lives in Texas, so he doesn't even pay state taxes.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed is definitely mid. Way too much pay to win aspect.
Let me see if I can find this comment.
Hey everyone.
That'll show him, right?
I wonder if it was deleted, or maybe it didn't.
Fuck your VOD, homie.
JT, I'm increasing my Patreon from $5 to $10 a month. I'm retired, and it's what I can do to help keep your valuable content on the air. Okay, I don't know if I can find this comment, or if it deleted, or if it's just down here somewhere. Check the other 2 Patreons he runs. One of them he makes like $60 a month. I don't know. Sorry, man.
Oh, what's
I do
going
really
on?
appreciate all the work you do, and don't take this as some kind of accusation.
I'm chilling.
Could you provide some transparency?
I'm chilling,
on
Hollow
where the
Man.
ownership is coming from?
How's
You're
your
looking
weekend so
so fast,
far?
backers, even assuming everyone's in the lowest tier, all billed annually instead of monthly for an 8% discount, and minus the Patreon.
Shoot him in the
4%,
face,
that
yeah.
would work out to $11,000. Take away maybe $4K.
And then
max
he
per
chops
episode,
me off at the
if you're
knees.
doing that yourself. That still leaves $7,000 a month before tax. Am I underestimating the editing costs? Or what channel expense am I missing? That's not even including the money that he makes in the D program. FS Bayer. Is that guy's comment?
Come
still
on.
somewhere?
None of my parries are landing.
FS Bayer. How is such a huge channel
Yikes, fam.
able to remain funded, but Mr. Beast is a millionaire? What is this?
Come on. Shoot him in the face again. Yep.
I really worry about this channel with what you mentioned.
There we
in the
go.
intro. Oh, wait, does he
Weekend's
cry?
been good. Decided to cash in on some of the stockpile. Starbucks gift card. Whole lot of food and coffee. Okay. I was always a Frappuccino man myself. Something about their whipped cream is better than the
What does
shit
that
that you
mean?
can get in the
So-
store.
He's not on Nebula anymore because he didn't want to make a statement condemning Hamas. Okay, so he left Nebula, which was supposed to be cooperatively owned, by the way. Funny enough. So he leaves Nebula. I don't know how much money he was getting from there. I don't know how many sponsors he ever had.
White
but he's still
chocolate
around.
mocha
He's
sounds
bodyguard, at
pretty
least.
dank.
And then he's saying that AdSense revenue has fallen off a cliff. He didn't say he got demonetized. Is he just not making?
Kane meet Hollow Man.
And now he's saying the business is in the
One of
red.
my good friends.
With what? What are your
Regular
expenses?
stopper by of the
I'm not saying
stream.
that- no, I am
Incredible
saying this. I
gamer
feel
in
like if
his
you're
own
gonna
right.
beg for money like this, I feel like we need a lot of transparency. If this was like a channel with like 50,000 subs or something, then sure, I could understand it. But like, I feel like we need way more transparency here to beg like this for a guy that looks like he's living his best millionaire life.
Revenue has also fallen off a cliff. This operation is officially losing money, and that's not sustainable. If you appreciate the work we're doing here and you're in a position to help, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Every patron, regardless of pledge amount, gets early access to every video, plus
Hold on.
access to our Discord. We've got everything from a book club to educators ready to answer questions.
I'm hearing some shit going on in the apartment. Hold on.
If you're able to chip in even $1 a month, I would greatly appreciate your support.
Even $1
Hope
a
you enjoy
month.
the episode.
Just $1 a month, guys. Please.
Stop.
My God. Does he still post on the Supercar channel, or did he stop the posting on that?
Thought it was something else, but it's just my cat right here doing fucking. She's trying to get her little collar off. She licks her belly too
It's
much.
been years since he uploaded to the Supercar channel. Okay.
My bad. I thought I heard something else. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. Hold on. Didn't even have the game sound plugged in.
I can't believe these socialist guys live like
Idiot.
the most consumerist lifestyle possible. That's just so fucking funny to me, bro. This is so funny to me.
You guys don't mind us just coming through.
Just coming through in a $160,000 car. It's more expensive than most houses.
Illuminator, thanks for the 5
Yeah, this guy that Destiny's ripping right now is a huge
It's just so funny to me. It has to be a meme. This has to be a
revolutionary
I actually really like
communist
Second. I like this
socialist
guy, 'cause
who
he's, like, saying,
fully
"How
supports
fucking
like
stupid can
the
socialist
Palestinian
bitches be?
attacks
There's no
on
shot we would
October
fall for this
7th.
one, right?
And yet he has another channel where he reviews like McLarens and Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's the car saying?
Car is lowering suspension.
Nice. If you can't tell by the fancy lowering suspension automatically.
It's sort of the I see you support socialism and yet you take part in capitalism meme, but at the same time
Very, very excited.
it kind of makes a point this time around.
Like foot in McLaren. It's the first time I've ever sat down in one, or been in one, or touched one. It gets obscene amounts of attention. Like everybody thinks you're a celebrity.
And from what I've seen so far, it's all positive.
It's all positive.
When we were in the Ferrari, one guy was doing this.
Yeah, there were just people that think that assume
just
you're
reviewing it, man.
There's people that assume you're a douche.
Honga Kuji.
I think a Lambo is kind of the same way. People just think you're a tool.
Yeah.
Kind of driving one, but a McLaren maybe is different.
It might be a little bit different.
I don't know. Yeah, okay, that was just a test.
That was a little. I felt it was ready to like really take off there.
You could hear the turbos.
Yeah, it was spooling up.
Spool up, and then.
Oh, this one should be fun.
I'm excited. Welcome to the show.
Oh my god.
Jules Brunet.
Like, really? Of all the things, of all the hobbies.
You feel yourself. It's very linear. You're pulling more and more into the back of your seat. You're not like thrown back, which I really like.
It doesn't really do it's not violent. It doesn't just like curly like the Teslas do.
Yeah.
Like the Model S 100 we did that acceleration.
Yeah.
Rotas you back again.
It's cool in its own way.
Yeah. But I think it's for a very different type of acceleration.
Yeah.
It just is like it's gradual, but it never stops.
Yeah.
It just keeps pulling and it's the same amount of pull
Yeah.
the entire way.
I really, really like that.
Do they actually review the car at all, or talk about the car at all, or is it just like, wow, go zoom?
This is
Go zoom.
This is the prettiest car we've had on the show.
The prettiest
really,
car. Really?
I think hands down.
I don't know.
What is prettier than this?
The Ferrari 488.
Hands up.
I think
You're
so.
wrong and I hate you.
Hands up, don't shoot.
This car is just so aggressive and striking. It's got vents in all the right places.
What?
Nice car, but fiber bits, and it's not ugly red.
All the top-down fucking.
I mean, the Ferrari's not a bad looking car.
Aggressive, but the Ferrari is like, I think it's like a sculpture.
I would have said that like 8 years
Assassination from above. Every game has a problem executing assassination from above.
It looks like a spaceship. Yeah, and a Ferrari just looks like a Ferrari.
That's what I was gonna say. This is like a spaceship. The Ferrari is like a art piece, like a masterpiece.
But where did I find you from? Probably Melon.
More people would come up to this.
Yeah, and they'd all be lame.
I'm on Melon and Pie's Discords.
So there's like a gap between the body and the outside of the door.
I want to say I subscribe to Melon's girlfriend Riley, and Riley and Melon are my two subscribers. But yeah, they both raided me one night. Hollow Man was there for it. And yeah, I joined their Discords after that.
The engine compartment back behind us is completely open.
It's totally see-through. It just has
Pie's a good dude.
Okay.
Pie is second only to Hollow Man.
Twin turbo V8, 570 horsepower.
Oh, so that's why they named it the
Yeah.
570.
Did I say Melon's girlfriend? I meant Pie's girlfriend, Riley.
American horsepower, like
Where do they put the U in horsepower in Britain? Is it HOURSE?
I don't know.
Yeah, if I said that, that's embarrassing.
Stop putting U's in words.
Weighs just a little over 3,000 pounds. It weighs like 1,700 kilograms, I believe. It's like 1,700 kilograms, a little over 3.
I don't know if it's a troll comment, but I'll answer it anyway. How is he different from you moving to Florida to pay less taxes while advocating for more tax laws? Can't someone advocate for socialism while living a rich life personally? I
Oh,
don't
that's what's
advocate
up.
For the glorious moral goodness of giving your money to the government. I've never done that in my life. These guys say that capitalism.
I wish I was big enough to warrant
But it's
mods.
interesting that while living in a capitalist society, they are participating in the most toxic aspects of capitalism, which is consumerism.
3,000 pounds.
Beware the cop.
Where is the cop?
He's up there ahead of us in this lane.
Yeah, I see him.
Got my cop eyes on.
We never speed, so I mean.
No, I mean, they have no reason
Yup.
to
We
pull us
never have any reason to be pulled over.
But this is the type of car that they would pull you over.
Yeah, 570 metric horsepower. In a twin turbo V8, it's fast. This goes 0 to 60 in 2.9 seconds.
I knew that because of
Yeah, Melon's got a lot of subscribers and stuff. Yikes, fam.
I mean, I can defend anything. You really want me to.
How you gonna hit me with a firebomb that I can't block?
Defend it. How would you? Defend it. I would defend it. I would use two angles to defend it. I would say one. I would lie. And I would say the cars are donated to the channel. The time we have with the cars is given to us by somebody else. They're big supporters of the channel. They support our movement. They support our cause. So it's not.
Oh, I should have shot him in the face.
So the cars are basically the time that we've got in here is charge. And then secondly, if you're trying to draw people into whatever ideological movement you've got that's away from capitalism, right, away from far left movement, and you're trying to draw in the most capitalistic people possible, what better way to do that than with supercars? So if I can do a car channel where the cars are actually donated to the channel, so I don't have to pay for them.
Oh,
and
damn.
Start watching the show, who are hardcore capitalists. It gives me like the newest base of viewers to convert.
What sort of benefits does that afford you?
Hopefully, once they check out the car channel, they'll also help out on other channels.
Do you do it for like a job or just like a hobby, just to be part of the community? Except, I mean, street cred, I guess. For sure. I feel like, isn't that a big,
Them driving it around and
like discourse whether people should pay mods and whether it's, like some people were quote unquote selling mod chips to people?
True socialist vehicle.
Like it's sort of the two sides of the same coin. Like some people want to pay to be a mod because it like gives you status, and other people think that you should pay mods because they do so much work for you. Of course, Hollow Man, you already know.
Trying to improve on the original model with some bullshit in 1972, and here they drop this. I don't know. You just like read shit and you fucking regurgitate it, you know?
Which side of that issue do you land on? Probably think both is like unethical, right? I need to try some of the dojo fights in midnight difficulty on this. Super interested to see how that affects it.
I I guess it kind of matches with how they do the socialist shit too, right? They don't actually know anything about the car or have any appreciation for the car or.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cool facts about the car.
I mean, it takes a very special kind of person to turn down money.
Car shit and the socialist shit.
$30,000. I mean, that's Nissan GTR territory. Yeah, I mean, new Nissan GTR. Yeah, of course, new Nissan GTR territory. But still, when you get a brand new Nissan GTR or a used McLaren 570S, I'd probably get the McLaren. Not having driven the GTR. I would
Yeah.
Bro, if I was riding,
I hear you, man. If somebody's making like
it just feels great.
10 grand a month and their mods are working 50 hours a week for them, yeah, I mean they get benefits and status, and it's probably started as a hobby or like something enjoyable, but yeah, if you can pay someone a living wage, like a couple grand a month, if you're making like 40 grand a month, then like 2-3 grand a month to someone who's doing something, like if they can do it while they're doing their like remote job as well, then obviously you don't have to pay them like a salary that would pay their bills and shit. But
Need air conditioning in Texas.
I hear there's a lot of work that goes into it. You have to deal with a lot of shitters, and like keeping the trains running is no small task.
Okay, we're getting a review of the.
Yeah.
This is instrument cluster. Would you call this
Exactly.
Call this the center console shit or whatever. Do you think this channel makes more than you? It doesn't matter. This kid's family is probably worth more than my.
Damn it! Hold on, I gotta bank these. There we go. Bank that. There's some motherfucker around here still. Oh, he's up there.
What other reason?
Yeah, I hear you. No, all I'm trying to do is make like, if I could make 500 to 1,000 a month streaming, that would be my fucking dream, because my girlfriend makes the fucking big bucks. If I could just pay for, like, I don't drink, but like basically beer money would be all I'm really looking for.
By the socialists on Twitter, but you won't spend 200,000 on a car. You know you would enjoy. That was not to spite anybody. I support the Atlanta police, okay, and I wanted them to use that money to fight crime.
I think maybe this is a couple over here. You have like a little bit of storage, but like you could fit American cups in any of these. No way, and they would all fall over. They don't fall over, so like maybe in Europe where they have smaller cups, you know, it works. But not in the U.S. You can't do that. You can't get your big gulp and put them in anywhere. Yeah, not a practical car. You do have a little shelf, and it literally has a sign back there that says "Don't put luggage there." But it doesn't say "Don't put people there." So this is technically a three-seater. So you have the tiniest little compartment in the back where you can push a button on the door. It is laughable. It's just like, why would they even put that there? You can access the push a button on the door. It is laughable.
Were you supposed to put stuff in here?
Yo, Lucky? I don't know about all that.
Same with Sneeko. I'm probably going to go like 1.7 with a trad working class, but not actually holding it aesthetic. I feel like
You fucking throw bombs at me, you home.
I feel like Lauren
Homie, bro. You and your homies need to leave me alone.
it's not terrible. Do you think he's overspending on the channel, sets, equipment?
Aren't we supposed to be friends? Me and this guy are supposed to be buddies.
They're probably having a different stuff. Maybe they see. I don't know how smart any of these guys are when it comes to looking at internet trends. But the writing is on the wall for the online like gamers or progressive. Maybe they see it and they're going a little bit out of the way. Maybe.
One thing I will say about that is that I don't like they touch the wheel. They are, which means they go around.
Here we go. See, he keeps on dropping bombs. really ridiculous.
Paddles on the wheel? If you're turning and changing gears, wouldn't you want them on the wheel, or do you not? I don't like paddles at all, but I feel like you'd want them on the. But if
Yeah, I need to get more active on Discord, and I need to make a better point of like stopping by like more people's streams who like I support and who support me. I feel like I'm too addicted to video games. I spend all my off time playing video games too. Dude, the funniest thing about this is your allies that you bring into a mission with you, they crouch when you crouch. So sometimes you can get your whole team teabagging the guy that you just defeated.
Not that much difference, but the Ursa can fit like 4 people in it. I want to go out and have fun with my friends or my dogs, you know. Bring your dog and your friends, and you get.
But yeah, no, I was a part of I'm part of Destiny's Discord, and there was a sub Discord that was doing a debate tournament, but I lost my second debate about Taiwan, so I sort of backed off from that.
Big bargain.
I don't know, like for whatever reason, like even though I've always been really extroverted about playing music and like performing, I'm always super like introverted, like I don't want to impose. Like I feel weird like jumping in people's chats that I don't know and shit like that. So I don't know. I need to make an effort to be more outgoing. I feel you, man. That's exactly where I'm coming from too.
Why are we still watching? I just want to see how it ends.
What do you think? The performance score should be on this. Oh man, this thing is killer. This is it's called the baby boomer. Yeah. Okay, so there's the 720S. Yeah. There's the Senna. There's the P1. There's the stuff that definitely performs better than this. So I don't think a 10 is reasonable. No, I would agree with that. But I think, going to give it a 9. I was going to give
How many of the socialist / woke left do you think secretly want a second Trump admin for the gain in view / subs? For the socialist tanky people, I don't think it matters much to them because they'll rail on.
I'm the one who just defeated you, homie. You're not gonna kill me now. I don't drink, homie.
You can fit one single junior cheeseburger. Yeah, maybe. Maybe if you. Okay,
I'm bored now. Oh, this was the comment. Sorry, man. I do appreciate.
So, Kane, do you mainly watch like indie streamers, or do you have any like big mainstays like Destiny or Hassan or Charlie or even like like Turkey Tom is somebody that I like to watch. Yeah, for sure. No,
I'm not sure about tax.
I don't doubt it one bit.
But he isn't making much from YouTube itself.
Oh, I'm getting close.
7K is really good money, but I imagine the leftover isn't excessive with the expenses that he has. Also, another thing that I'm curious about.
I need to save the game because I'm gonna use a lot of resources. I wish the replays, like in Sekiro, when you do the boss rushes, you have it doesn't use your upgrade items when you use them in the repeated boss rushes, but this one, man, I had to spend a lot of fucking upgrade items. Wait, who are both of those? Oh, Atsuko and Taka are out here. That's funny. Save it again. 168 hours in this game. Damn. And I've only played him on pretty much only played this game on stream. I have maybe 10 hours off stream. Alright, let's try this out, because this is like a boss rush.
He is scamming. What is this?
Crazy person right now. I just got back from the gym because I look like a crazy person right now. I just got back from the gym because I needed to blow off some steam. Fair warning, I'm about to start screaming and spitting. This is probably the most emotion you will ever see from me. I'm about to get animated like a Pixar character, red in the face with steam coming out of my ears, because I am infuriated. I am livid.
Oh, Christ.
Wait, okay. His office is 3 months old. Oh, so he just started a new channel. Maybe it didn't pick up as many subs as he thought it would, and now he's losing money on it, on just this channel? Is that what's happening?
Over the past decade or so, I've shot everything from YouTube videos, wildlife, car show, to feature-length documentaries. Before that, I worked in camera sales and have owned or shot just about every brand under the sun.
Yeah, you mentioned Hollow Knight. I feel like the last time we spoke.
Every piece to camera I ever shot was in this tiny room. I run 2 YouTube
Did you ever try Dead Cells? I tried Dead Cells for a while, maybe a month ago, and I found it interesting, but I don't like moving just side to side, up and down. And I know you're more of like a NES like fan, Metroidvania style fan, but like at the very least I need to have like a top-down, that sort of 2D, like just the side scroll thing. It's not my cup of tea. Oh shit, here, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. I need to check these guys out.
Jesus.
Screenshot, alright. Crit Roll, Bricky, Zach Hazard, Mike Burnfire. Mike Burnfire is kind of a cool name. Damn. Alright, well I got some streamers to check out. I'll let them know Kane sent me by. Alright, wreck that guy.
So good.
Is that a fake city sky in the background? That's
right now we have 3 or 4 operational with a few others planned for later.
Alright, let's see.
Let me show you.
Damn.
Who's next? Bring them out.
Okay, how can you do like this and then be like, guys, I'm broke. 3 months.
I'm fighting Jules Brunet versus Jules Brunet. That's funny.
Oh wait. This is real. Wait, is it real? Does this... No, wait. Am I getting mindfucked right now? It's 3 screens. Oh. Why not just get like a fucking on the wall or whatever? Or what do they do for like the late show? Oh, Jesus. Wait, how much does this cost?
Shoot him in the face.
Oh, it's probably just between these 3 monitors turned on. I wonder if they're like special monitors you buy for their ordinary.
Yikes, fam. Oh no. We got the shinobi here. Formidable. Hayabusa Ryu.
Seattle.
What is little bro editing over here? Is this a whole other Mac setup?
Oh,
Is it
thank
like,
you,
is he
guy.
really
Yeah, for
working
sure.
on here? I feel like every single thing he works on can be done from like one computer in a bedroom, except for having this perspective. It's like, what else is he working on here?
It's up there. Makes it a little more aesthetic. This is where brilliant creative director Andrew does his magic. This is where I just blood magic. But that's what we've got so far. We've got some
Oof. That move sucks. I use that move on people.
They're all $1,000 plus Herman Miller chairs. I mean, the set looks nice. I'll give them that. I just think it's funny to build this 3 months later. You're like, we're in the red.
Oh, you're easy peasy, bro. Oh, and it's Moreau too. Poisoner hoe.
Okay, people said that this is all expensive stuff. This isn't, right? This is just like a an $800 IKEA couch or some shit, right? You think? Like none of these tables. Well, this one is standing
Seems you know what you're doing.
But even so, it's not like.
That's enough.
No. Okay.
So, that's all for this video. If you don't want to do anything too fancy, just want to introduce you to my channel, give you a little behind the scenes on where we'll be producing our content for second programs, and now this new channel. Honestly, I don't know why. Every time I try to take some work off my plate, I'm like, sick, now I can start a new project. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you're interested in learning about the nuts and bolts of YouTube, or podcasting, or creative work in general, hit that little subscribe button and ring the bell to get notified every time we upload. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Society, especially in the suburbs, is centered around the village. And when
$10,000 film footage. Wait a second. He's reusing that. He's reusing this footage. We saw this in the Afraid to Fail video.
Uh-oh.
What?
Here we go. I think I got it. I think I got it. See, that shit took a lot of fucking resources.
And the red-blooded patriots at U.S. immigration refused to
Zach and Mike are kind of a duo. Okay.
So we were initially declined.
Zach Hazard and Mike Burnfire. I'm gonna check them out. That's what's up.
Big mistake. Sneak those guys in at the border, dude. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Getting into the United States is it is so hard compared to like every other country on the planet. I don't know why. It is so fucking hard. Like through security, through fucking immigration, through visa shit. All of it is so ungodly, fucking complicated, convoluted, stupid, time-consuming, random, sporadic.
Compete in this split, and we resubmitted, and our resubmission has just been declined again for legitimately no real reason, because the fucking glue-eating, crack-smoking, coke-snorting, lobotomite morons at U.S. immigration just don't want them in the country for whatever reason they're drumming up here. We have been working with the best lawyers in the industry, the best lawyers on this fucking planet that specialize in this field, and none of them can believe that we've been declined again.
Hell yeah.
These issues before, so they're as stunned as we are. We even
Now I
have
gotta
one of the
bust
highest
out
level
the
executives at EA
wooden
going to
sword
bat
over
for us
here.
with U.S. immigration lobbying for us to try and get our team in here, because our team is very important to the East Coast because we are so highly ranked. And even with the goddamn Avengers on our side,
That's one thing that I don't have going for me. I'm not a naturally like comedic kind of guy.
gamers, we're not trying to sneak in fucking Viltrumite aliens. What is the issue? Dad, Zeus, I would hate to meet our U.S. immigration agent in real life. It'd be like meeting Voldemort.
Fuck.
It'd be like meeting Scrooge. Like an absolute
697,000. All right, well I'm gonna have to bust out the big guns for this one.
There's no way there's a human being that's handling our case. It's not possible. Because there is no
You're lucky I want to not kill you guys.
They're not even giving us reasons that make any sense at all. Not to us, not to the lawyers, not to anybody. Nobody. And no other esports team has had this problem. Every other org.
Reasons for esports pros is always tough. Complain about it all the time. Sounds like it's the first
That has international players got in. Speedrun. Meanwhile, we can't. I'm convinced that if Jesus Christ resurrected right now, you're a creation eternal life. We wouldn't be allowed here. We'd never see. Now let me slow down. Maybe you guys don't understand. Speak to you. Our team is one of the best in the world, and this major is huge. It's massive.
Yeah. No, you have to like super chat to get the larger streamers to even read your shit.
The home of the fucking cheeseburger and the Budweiser. It's happening. They need to be here. No holograms, no ghosts, no AI, duplicate, replicants, nothing. It's got to be them, flesh and blood, which is off the table now. I think a lot of people had a bit of
Why wouldn't they book
confusion
the
last year.
normal ticket like a tourist? I think technically, if you're talking about like the ESTA visa waiver, one, I don't know how long he wants them to be here for. If it's because that's 90 days, and two, if you're here on a visa waiver, I don't think you're supposed to work.
Mother of
or do
pearl
something like that, so
polearm.
technically,
Okay.
fuck. If you're on a big org like this, you probably want to do everything like by the book, you know.
Apex Boys, our team, has been in America before. We've even made videos together with them at our warehouse. But there's a difference because they were only here for like 2 weeks. I think it was even less than 2 weeks. And then the major was overseas.
Here we
so they were
go.
here for a long time. This time around, we needed a different process because they were going to play the whole split in A. So it needed to go through an entirely different procedure to allow them to stay here for that period. And since we keep getting declined, they are now no longer allowed to just come here temporarily. All of that's halted because they're under our Moist Esports blanket. Now they can't come here just for like that 2 weeks or anything. It's totally different. It's all changed, which is why we had to work with so many lawyers to try and get this process moving. And we just kept getting declined. So now they can't come into the country for this major. They couldn't even show up on the day to compete. Plus, they wouldn't want to do that anyway because they want time.
Yeah.
To obviously.
No, it's a high quality problem.
Fucking option left, and that's to cut our team. We have to release one of the best teams in the entire Apex circuit, because that's the only way they're going to be allowed in the country. They can come here as long as they're not being represented by us. As long as they are not represented by any org right now, they can come here and compete. So that's our only option, because we obviously want the best for these guys. We want them to shine at the major. So in order to do that, we have to let them go. It's like that fucking scene in Pokemon when Ash sets down the Pikachu and runs away crying. That's us. That is literally what we have to do with our team right now. We have to cut them so that way they can compete at the major, because we're out of time. We can't resubmit again because this process is abominably fucking slow. Weeks just to get 2 sentences back from the U.S. immigration dinosaurs, the fucking fossils that are just bones and dust in those chairs at the agency there. Like, we can't do this again because we don't have time. The major's right around the corner.
Puppers.
Releasing the Moist Apex squad. Unfortunately, we got the bad
Oh my god. Oh, so they're just completely fucked?
ending to this fucking playthrough here. And it's no fault of our own, by the way. We did everything by the books. We worked with other orgs too, and so many different lawyers that specialize in this. And we did everything right, and still got slapped by U.S. immigration raid bosses. Ridiculous. So, I actually
U.S. immigration raid bosses.
as the most likely culprit for why we kept getting declined and are still currently rejected. Our name. I hypothesized this in the last video I made, but I wasn't entirely
Wait, what's the name?
until now. The name Moist Esports may have had a role in us being
No,
rejected. May
really?
be the only reason we were rejected. At U.S. immigration, it all falls onto your particular agent. It is entirely their discretion whether or not you are allowed entry into the country with whatever you're submitting and whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
You have an individual agent that handles your case. It is highly possible, and according to some lawyers, not unusual, for them to decline things based on very trivial reasoning. And they never conveyed that the name was an issue to us, by the way.
Oh, okay.
They probably would never put it in writing because it's fucking embarrassing and shameful. But it is
Well, I feel like if the name was an issue, I feel like they would say that, right? No?
possible that the name Moist is the reason why. Because moist is a word that is a little yucky to people, makes them feel a little icky.
I'll
So
just
whoever was
rest
handling our
here
case
for
maybe
a-
just really didn't like that word, didn't take us seriously, and said, nope, we won't be dealing with them. Fuck them. And I think that's
Moist.
the most likely possible explanation for this at the moment. Because there's nothing else. There is actually nothing else that could have possibly gone awry in this process on our end. I hope the ghoulish heathen in charge of our case is proud of themselves for this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just yanking your chain. The only thing I hope for the urinal cake that handled this case is that they get fired. That is the only solace I will find here, is if I learn that at some point whoever took this case is let go from U.S. immigration, because it's
Battle
much better for
proven
them. I think they're so bad at their
Odachi.
job that it borders on being a criminal. Like, they've been charged with treason for how poorly they've handled this case. 6 months. 6 months of work. Well, a little less than 6 months. And never once did they give us a real reason for
6 months? I feel like that could literally be like 4 back and forths because of how fucking long and delayed every fucking thing from, is it US immigrations, USIC, what is it called? U.S. Immigration Office. I should remember this. USCIS.
No
Citizen
button.
Immigration Services. Fuck this shit.
why we were declined. The reasons they gave us were nonsense.
Oh my
And when we were required
goodness.
for more
I
information
don't
to recognize
like
those
it.
problems, we submitted above and beyond the requirements, and still got declined numerous times.
Don't they give you a reason for being declined? I'm curious if I don't know what it looks like, because they would give you, when they say something like you have to change this.
It makes her wheeze. She's got this fucking like collar around her neck, and when she sleeps, she like snores now. She never used to do that. It's like she literally, like, her whole underside and both her sides are like almost look shaven because she licks them so much, but it's almost like, do I care that she fucking grows her hair back if she's gonna wheeze and like choke on herself while she tries to sleep? I feel bad. It's not cool.
What fucking hope is there? What chance do you have? That's gonna be like a 20-year process bare minimum. That's inexcusably awful. What a broken fucking machine. The ice cream machines at McDonald's work better than the U.S. immigration process. It's so fucking stupid. Like, I'm actually getting a full-blown Porky Pig Scatman right now. I'm getting so heated. Like, it's an insult to the word stupid. Moonfall, Madam Web, the Room,
75.
it's on a whole new level. It's in a different dimension, the fucking sixth dimension of stupidity.
This really sucks. That said, Destiny, isn't it possible that immigration is insanely slow because of how insanely overwhelmed the agency is at the moment with what normal people would likely see as more important than an esports team?
Yeah.
Firstly, esports stuff, I imagine, would be probably some of the most important. It would be some of the best stuff you would want in this country.
Alright, I appreciate you so much for stopping by, Kane. I hope I catch you another time.
Here temporarily, it's people that are a boon to the economic activity. It's usually people like exceptional talent, or whatever. So this would be like, and it's also incredibly low proclivity for like criminal activity and shit like that. I imagine these would be
10.1
visas that you'd want to issue. So my guess would be that these would be the things that would be, I wouldn't say expedited.
Yeah, man, take care.
Quickly and expeditiously worked on, like more than anything else. Like,
it's a whole new ballgame.
Okay, so this is 10.1, but it's a yellow, and this is, I'm wondering if it would be,
this whole process has been on their end. So yeah, anyway, we had
Tech
it would be
up.
hilarious if it was somebody who like was fans of the like opposing Apex teams. That's the agent.
Team. They will still be competing at the major, God willing, unless the immigration agent himself turns up and fucking puts the kibosh on it himself, forms like a brick wall of meat and won't let them pass.
Yeah, it's way chiller to get transferred.
American soil competing at the major, but they are no longer our team. We had to cut them.
I wonder if it changes. 10.1.
We of course still want them to win.
The Conor Boy gave me this
one.
one.
Up to here with U.S. immigration. I want them to be
Okay, 10.0.
process is a laughable, pathetic joke.
Okay, so it would have been better.
You don't see me spitting up with a
At
smile
about
on my
4
face
minutes
in
in.
my high chair. It is terrible. The word moist, that's probably a very real possibility, but they've asked us to submit even more evidence and even more clarification. All we could do was really speculate and resubmit, which we did. And now all we knew is this sometimes
It's gonna take a lot of.
Robert De Niro and the Irishman. It is fucking disgraceful how awful the optimization is for this process. So all we could do was get them to Canada so they could still play this split here in NA like we had planned on. And while they're doing that, we're still trying to get them to the US. Now, initially we didn't really understand why they were declined. All we knew is this sometimes happens in the East.
Alright, equipment level 37.
Was afraid of Waltzy. Waltzy is one of our players,
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste the. I'm not gonna waste the resources, but I'm sure it would like bounce up to like attack up after assassination to like 15 or something, just because it's the equipment level. Okay, I think I understand now.
That is absolutely just out for some kind of vendetta. I think they might just hate the word moist. That's probably a very real possibility. But they've asked us to submit even more evidence and even more clarification on things, which ordinarily I would have no problem with. But we've already done this once. We did the song and dance last time, only to get rejected many weeks after doing that. This isn't a fast process. If it was fast, I wouldn't care. Be like, oh, okay, you need more papers, more documents, more clarification. Fine, we can provide all of that tomorrow, and hopefully hear from you in the next day or two. That's not how it works. Because after we do submit all of those, further appeals,
it's like a month or two,
it takes weeks,
or a week,
for them to respond, and they barely fucking look at what you submit, I feel. In the last video, I mentioned that our agent didn't believe us that we were placing so high, and they didn't bother to look into it at all. Well, that is another thing that is a fucking problem, because they still don't believe our placement. Our team crushes it at the majors, and we were number 12 at the World Championship, and one of the things they need clarification on is why they should believe us that those placements are real or important. You rat bastard, what do you mean? We are submitting the official standings, the official placements for these majors and the World Championship. What do you mean you don't trust that? What? Actually, I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. I can't. This must be a fucking lie. Fly yourself out to the next fucking major and watch us then. Like, what do you mean?
I wonder what, I don't think these are visas.
Watching a TV show that's been on 7 seasons, and out of nowhere they just made it.
So nothing here is going to be about like athletes or anything. I wonder what temporary visas.
What show?
They were going for. P visas are for athletes, entertainers, and skilled performers.
I think I'm gay now. I mean, yeah, no, I've actually known people like that in my life, but like not like that. Like the organist at my mom's church was married, but it's usually like they're married for 20 years and they were in the marriage and had kids, and it was like they were repressing that part of themselves, and at age 50 they realize I've always been gay.
But I absolutely just have to put this out here. I feel like I'm in the Looney Dimension reading this shit. I am convinced that there's not a human being on the other side of this conversation.
Not like I was a super womanizer, I had all this like satisfying sex with women and like and like stereotypical fucking heterosexual relationships, and then one day I woke up and realized that I prefer penis. Like I don't believe that that's, I mean, there's a first time for everything, but that seems like a very unlikely way for that to come about.
They have to convince the immigration services that their team is highly competitive, a top team that is worthy to come over here and start bleeding cheeseburgers like a true red-blooded American. So that's what we're doing, and we had a high-ranking EA individual kind of talking on our behalf. And again, this is something that they, the U.S. Immigration Services, wanted. They didn't fucking believe that he's actually a real official. So let me read this to you. Written statement from an official of the sports governing body, which is who we were talking to. You may submit.
Oh, the sports governing. So they are trying to get in on like some kind of athlete.
Oh, you can only get it from. Oh, that sucks.
You may submit evidence from an official of the sports governing body describing how the athlete or team is internationally recognized. The evidence you submitted is insufficient. You submitted a testimony
Right.
from redacted. I'm not going
Yeah, I think we see eye to eye on this one.
Redacted is a senior manager at Electronic Arts EA, but USCIS cannot determine that his position is considered an official of a governing body in esports. Additionally, he mentioned that the beneficiaries have had high placements in several competitions in the ALGS Year 3 season. However, USCIS cannot determine how the placements constitute as international reputation. As previously discussed, ALGS does not appear to require athletes or teams with international reputation to participate in the competitions. As such, there is insufficient evidence to demonstrate that having such placements in ALGS competitions equate to international reputation. You may still submit evidence to satisfy this criterion. I'm going to have a conniption.
Oh, I get whatever he says and whatever his lawyers say are going to be way out qualifying whatever I say. I'm just guessing here. But so it sounds like the type of visa that they're going for is how to qualify evidence submit for athlete visa. They're looking for like internationally recognized, like high level of recognition, like tournament or competitive or leagues that carry a high level of prestige or international recognition, that you can say, look, my team participated here, they did well here, these are prestigious leagues, like let our people in for that. But my guess is going to be like in the esports world, that's probably pretty hard, because what is the prestige if it's just like an online event, or what is the prestige of like a computer game tournament, depending on how old your age
Right.
is.
They're trying to get their LGBT points.
Okay, the P1 visa is issued to athletes who are individuals or in a team to participate in various athletic programs in the U.S. and to promote themselves on their team and sport. Additionally, it is also designed for entertainers, whether they're individuals or in a group, to participate in various entertainment programs, competitions, or other activities. Entertainment groups could, for example, be the circus. Since there are two groups of people targeted by the P1 visas, it's divided into two visas. P1A visa is the visa for internationally recognized athletes or athletic team. It's probably the one that we're going for. P1B visa is the visa for individuals or members of an internationally recognized entertainment group. Common rules for these types of visas are that if a team of athletes
Hell yeah.
group entertainment supplying, the team must have 2 or more members. Easy. The group must have been formed at least 1 year ago. Easy. All individual and group athletes and entertainers are nationally or internationally recognized to qualify for the P1A or P1B visa. They can go to the U.S. to compete for prize money or awards. Additionally, if there are staff members or essential personnel which are necessary, then they can obtain a P1 visa. Let's see. Since the P1 visa is an umbrella for the P1A and P1B, there are different requirements for them to be eligible. For the athletes applying for P1A visas, 2 of the following conditions must be fulfilled. Athletes must have participated in a major U.S. sports league, so not this one, right? They must have participated in a U.S. college, university, or intercollegiate sports league. They must have participated in a national or international level competition or event, probably this one. And they must have been nationally or internationally ranked in a high position, this probably. Or they must have obtained a national or international award for their excellence. Oof. Yeah, I feel like for esports, this is probably pretty fucking hard to ascertain. As for the P1B visa or internationally recognized entertainment, yeah.
Alright, I'm getting close.
You need an itinerary of events or performances with dates and durations for each event, contracts with U.S. sports leagues or teams, evidence of eligibility. Okay. Does EA run the official? Does EA run the actual tournaments that are coming to the U.S.? Like for
I am going
If so, I'm
to
curious why that.
recharge my batteries on this one.
What's the prize pool?
I'm
I'm so
gonna
curious about
do
the
a
senior manager at EA didn't qualify for this.
run or two in shipbreaker.
Like his statement didn't allow them in. Eligibility criteria. The prize pool's in the millions. You must be coming to the United States to participate in a specific
Have you
competition
seen
sport in which you're internationally recognized. Does esports count for this? Can you get
have you seen anything about Stellar Blade? Any opinions on the controversy, or have you
internationally recognized? Qualify for P1 visa. Esports athletes must be part of a team. Okay, yeah. It seems
I guess you don't have a PlayStation, so you wouldn't have been able to play the demo. Well, then I'll show you.
in the US, esports players are recognized as professional athletes.
Oh, you do? Well, this is, I guess it's not really your style of game, but so there's a demo, and they're allowing you to progress and like keep the money and the upgrade materials that you accrue during the demo. You're going to be able to transfer your save over, and once you beat the demo, you're able to do this boss challenge.
What kind of place is this?
But so the controversy is the jiggle physics on her butt and boobs. There's a lot of people out there who are saying the people who designed this game have never seen a woman in their life.
If it's just a random
And you can
person, rather than like
you get penalized for shields, but you can like put her in a bodysuit, and she gets even more bouncy boobs.
Or was it just an EA senior manager? This is like getting into such levels of
So like it's very NSFW like adjacent.
What did he say?
But the combat in it is fucking exhilarating.
Fly yourself out to the next fucking full standing stupid. That hasn't so outrageously. We were instructed.
Pay attention to the way the game slows down when you parry effectively is so satisfying.
I don't know if EA has like an official sports division. This was just a guy working. It was just a guy working for EA. So it probably comes down to how lucky or unlucky you get with your particular agent, right?
As a straight man, I find it very rare that even like hot video game characters turn me on, but something about this chick is like they designed her in a very like entertainingly sexy way, like the little cutscenes where she like does critical hits. They have very like anime like legs flying, like she looks sexy while she does all this shit, and it's really, as someone who usually is used to playing as like a androgynous female or like sort of a manly main character with a sword in most of the games that I play, I kind of dig it.
Do you think it's a different agent every time, or does a specific person run with WoW? I'm pretty sure sure once you have a case, I think a specific USCIS agent is assigned to that case. It doesn't change hands unless it goes through like a different processor. It gets transferred. But it's my understanding.
To be on purpose. Not only have we been working with lawyers who specialize in this area, but we've been working with other lawyers who have successfully gone through this process, albeit it seems they've done it with other not this fucking womp from Super Mario 64 that he about 4 days in prison for this is crazy. How one person can just say, I just don't really feel like bothering to look into this at all, so I'm just going to stay in line. I'll ask for more evidence and then not read it, and fuck you.
Do you ever have problems with customs with Melina? Yeah, a lot of people that come. U.S. immigration is way tougher. Even if you're like just traveling to visit, it's way tougher than any country in Europe. Africa and South America. I don't know about all the other continents, but for Europeans that I know that have come to the United States, it seems like getting in and out of the United States is harder than any other European country.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like, even as a straight dude, I like it when my main character is like a buff dude. Like, it's just part of the whole, like, video games are all like a fantasy. And playing as a badass bitch with hot jiggly titties is a plus. I mean, like this, when you see her legs come out behind her in that critical hit, like, I feel like she's pretty sexy. And I feel like there's a lot of people who have a problem with it, just because it's an unrealistic beauty standard. But I mean, she's like bionic. Nobody's under the impression that this is like an accurate representation of the female form. Yeah, I agree. And just the little sparks and lightning that come flying out when you like successfully execute a parry, and the game slowing down to like allow you to like line up the next parry. I haven't been as satisfied by a parry since Sekiro parries. And the thing I like about it is, as opposed to like Elden Ring and Sekiro and even Rise of the Ronin, this game has different like combinations and orders of buttons that you can do for like different attacks. And so you can line up different, more appropriate combos for different situations, and I feel like that's a plus. It's got like a fighting game feel to it.
I think so, yeah. Okay, you watch this.
Right. The immersion. And I mean, by the same token, just like your complaint, just to bring it back, just like your complaint that the TV show that you're watching is not believable. Like, you want characters that you watch in TV shows and partly in video games to like at least evoke some like adherence to a standard of reality, but at the same time, it's just like sometimes the scolding gets to be
Wait, hold on, wait. Well, I guess
a
you can
little
say it.
too
I wanna
much.
Listen to me accepting the bet too. What do you wait? What was the bet over? What do you think the bet was over in your own words?
Like these legs behind her. It's just it's fine. She's fine.
Okay, I think he was.
And yeah, at the same time, like there's
Whether or not
there's a difference between pandering to the like the community that is gamers who are always going to appreciate a sexy woman. But at the same time, it's not like the Gamergate damsel in distress sort of like trope that everybody was complaining about back in 2016.
in the Wisconsin,
She's badass and she's sassy as hell. And so I heard there was a bunch of controversy about the jiggle physics that they spent so much time on for her booty, which are patently ridiculous, I agree, but still entertaining nonetheless.
Homicide exists, and it was called second-degree murder. But it is depraved heart murder without intent. So I will just tell you because I literally and esports bet because I thought one of them was officiated this. But my multiple times
Wait. No. I did not accept a bet on first-degree murder.
You did not accept a bet on that. But that's what triggered me.
I said you can make a strong case for it, but at the very least, second degree. And then I said I think you can make a strong case for first degree as well. Yeah.
Sure. So we think second-degree murder is intentional murder because to me, what you're describing is depraved heart murder that is unintentional but without regard for human life. And technically, in some places, that's called murder. In other places, it's called manslaughter. In other places,
Well, so I mean, it says it here. The first-degree reckless homicide is analogous to second-degree murder.
I'm having fun just farming this little first area that they've unlocked in the demo. I'm the game comes out on April 26th, and I have a whole long list of like actually involved chores around this place that I've agreed since we just bought Rise of the Ronin. I've self-imposed a bunch of shit that I need to get done before I've earned the right to spend my girlfriend's money on another top dollar video game.
Just link me that in the Wisconsin. Just link me that in the Wisconsin law, though.
you can see he's charged for it. He was charged for it.
Plus, we're getting ready to move.
Link me the charging documents or whatever, because the charging documents will reference
at the end of June. So I gotta start getting ready for the move.
Hold on, I'll link you the video, and you can go.
Well, just give me the criminal code.
I can't give you the criminal code for the attempt. I can just show you the video where the judge actually talks about how here are the 4 charges. It's first degree, second degree intentional homicide, which would be, to my mind, first degree, and that's why they changed it, because that is first degree, second degree intentional murder. That is how it works in most places.
What? We keep saying in most places, but wait. We keep saying in most.
No. Because what you're referencing is they changed it from second degree murder. Why do you think they changed it from second degree murder? It's because they used an inconsistent definition with most of the country.
That doesn't. We're right now. We're talking about Wisconsin. That's where the conviction happened. Those are the laws that we're going to be talking about. Any other part of the country is not relevant.
Okay. Then I win based on that, because he was charged. He was charged with.
Wait. If you win, if we're gonna go by literally, if you're gonna go by literally just the letter of.
You want to go?
Well,
do you want to go by 2024 Wisconsin law, or do you want to try to understand what it meant before? Because we can do either one.
Okay. If you want to go by literally just like the letters of the words themselves and not what any of the stuff means, then you can do that. But then show me then, is the charge that you were even betting me against then, does that even exist in Wisconsin law? You have to link me that.
Yes.
Okay, then link me the charge. No, wait.
Homicide exists.
Wait, what?
You gotta pay the piper, Steve.
Intentional second-degree intentional homicide. Fuck.
The second-degree intentional homicide in Wisconsin law is manslaughter to them, though.
I heard that too with the whole what was it? Like honeybee or like hot honey or what's the name of the sweet baby? Like that company that was like priding themselves in like DEI and inclusive characters in gaming, and
Okay, so you're saying the
thing is, like, a lot of people are like really playing that up and saying they're shitting on white men, and like, I don't know. As a cishet
let's listen to the
white man who was born to a middle-class family and has all my fingers, toes, and mental capacities, and relatively mild mental health issues that really don't impair me beyond like natural day-to-day stuff. I definitely feel the like glowering eye of certain parts of society that are like, yeah, you have everything handed to you on a silver platter, and basically you should grovel before all of these people who are so put upon and oppressed. But at the same time, like in video games, it's not really a thing, dude. You can maybe point to one or two instances where there's like an overt mocking of white men, but even that's probably pretty fucking mild.
Also, wait a second.
Yeah, I feel you.
Wait, so are you saying? Okay, let me just understand what you're saying.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty much only the most rabid and radical people that are of the opinion that it furthers their cause in any way to try and alienate what's vastly acknowledged to be still the people with the most aggregated power in the world is cishet white men. And I mean, I'd be fine with it if the fucking distribution of that power was a bit more equitable, but and equal, but it's in nobody's interest to alienate white men past like past like a bit of light ribbing, you know?
He's charged with he's charged with attempted second-degree intentional homicide. I'm saying there appears to be no once you just attempt this, there appears to be no there's no equivalent to first-degree reckless homicide. That's what I meant. There's no equivalent to first-degree reckless homicide.
There is a first-degree reckless homicide. What do you mean?
There's no attempted first-degree reckless homicide.
Well, but when the judge is reading the charges, he said that the lesser charges, the included ones, would be the first-degree reckless endangerment. Like if you killed somebody during a first-degree reckless endangerment act, it would become first-degree reckless homicide.
It is a lesser charge, but it is not an equivalent to first-degree reckless homicide. It is not. Oh, if you failed.
No, it's not. It's not. I didn't say it's an equivalent. I'm saying that it's the attempt to. If he attacked 5 people, he did the same thing to all 5 people. One guy, he got first-degree. Okay, here's a question: if he was convicted of attempted first-degree reckless homicide, would that satisfy the conditions of the bet?
Yes.
Okay. So if he tried to kill, or if he attacked 5 people.
Oh, wait. No. If that existed, that doesn't exist.
I understand it doesn't exist, which is where we're at now. But okay, so he tried to kill 5 people, or I'm sorry, he attacked 5 people. For 1, he got first-degree reckless homicide, and for the other 4, he got first-degree reckless endangerment. If he would have killed any of those other 4, it would have been first-degree reckless homicide. That's the like attempted reckless homicide, in the first degree. Otherwise,
No,
what would the charge be?
A
What?
lower burden of proof. There's a lower burden of proof.
What do you mean a lower burden of proof?
Reckless endangering safety has a bunch of other things it applies to. There are a bunch of
I hear you. Neither am I really, but
Well, it's not just reckless. It was first degree.
I've heard
reckless
about
endangerment.
as much as you have.
There's other
It sounds like.
reckless, first degree reckless endangering safety. It's not a subcharge. It is not a lesser thing.
It literally is. The guy says it. Well, we can listen to the judge if you want. Okay, delivers jury instructions.
It is the next thing they can charge. It is the next thing they can charge, but it is not the equivalent. And it says that there is no attempted first-degree reckless homicide. That doesn't exist.
Wait, if that's the case, then at worst, then the bet would be null and void because you made me literally an impossible bet to win.
Destiny, you literally read this exact thing out and then accepted the bet.
Wait. Are you telling me that the bet was impossible to win?
No, I'm saying that you were betting on murder, on intentional
No. Hold on.
You were betting on first
I'm gonna repeat the same question when you're done with this.
homicide. You were betting on those, the attempt for those. That's what you were betting on. That the charge was going to be attempted first degree intentional homicide or attempted second degree intentional homicide. That's what you were betting on.
Okay. So the question was, is there even a conviction then for what you're saying that we bet on?
I'm saying we bet on whether it was going to be attempted first degree intentional homicide or attempted second degree intentional homicide. You were reading the statutes all day on first degree.
He's not answering.
intentional
Okay.
homicide, second degree
You have to
intentional
have to show me that this was with the definitions that you're now using. You have to show me that this is even a possible crime then, because it sounds like you're saying that what he was charged with, and then the lesser charges, you're saying that those other charges don't count as essentially the
All right. Well, now that I got a taste of this, I'm gonna do a couple more runs of this. Then I'll play Shipbreaker.
You got first degree reckless homicide for the guy who killed, and they gave him first degree reckless endangering safety for the kids he didn't kill. But I'm telling you that I think you were betting on intent. That's what I think you were betting on. That's what triggered me. That's the whole day you were arguing. Oh, you can show intent. You can show intent. First degree or second degree intent. You're reading the statute.
You should hold on. If you want to go that hardcore, if you're gonna go hardcore on some of the language, you're gonna go hardcore on the other language. Then what do you mean you can't just read into that? Like we can. I mean, I don't know what else they would have.
Hardcore on the other language. No.
You still haven't told me what charge then was I betting on.
Hardcore on the other language. I just told you were betting on. I told you this 3 times, and you said you're gonna wait and ask me another question when I was done talking. Can you fucking listen this time? Okay? Attempted first degree homicide, intentional homicide. Attempted second degree intentional homicide. These were the 2 charges you were betting on. It was going to be
Okay, wait. So then you're saying that I exclusively bet on first degree murder then?
No, or second degree intentional homicide. Attempted.
Second degree intentional homicide?
Attempted second degree intentional homicide. Yes. Those were the 2 charges you were betting on.
Is that a charge? Is that like an actual conviction that you can get?
Yes, he's literally convicted. He's charged with it. Hold on. Let me pull up the charging document.
Second degree intentional homicide. Oh wait, attempted. They're both Class B felonies. They're
Oh, now.
Reread the attempted statutes.
Yeah, they're arguing complete semantics right now.
Reckless homicide means the jury didn't mitigate for self-defense. I thought that's what Jizz was being autistic about. It is, but now he wants to go on like the absolute like letter, which is fine. We can go to the absolute letter, but I'm pretty sure.
I bet. I didn't bet you when we had our first argument, did I? Did I offer you a bet? Did I make a bet? Or did I make a bet after you spent all day in chat arguing with your conservative retards in YouTube chat about how it was first degree murder?
No, your bet was that kid. Your bet was that the stab on that guy would be excused by self-defense. None of these charges. That
was not.
Of course it was. Yes, it was. You said that. Oh, I think for that first one. That's why. Wait.
No, that wasn't the bet I made.
Wait. Why is it? Wait. Why did you only bet on?
Let me know. I didn't bet my position. I bet your position. I didn't bet my position.
So then, wait. So then you were betting me on first-degree murder, or what am I missing here?
First degree intentional homicide or second degree intentional homicide. If you fucking misunderstand this again, I'm gonna lose my shit. The attempts of both of those things. That's what you were betting on.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. So you're saying this first-degree reckless homicide, in your mind, then this is what? Is this manslaughter equivalent then for first-degree reckless homicide, or what is this an equivalent charge to for you?
Manslaughter equivalent. Manslaughter equivalent. I did not bet he was gonna get off on this. I thought he could get off on this, and I wouldn't have bet it because I wouldn't have bet $100 on something that was a.
You think that first-degree reckless homicide? Let me just one more. You think first-degree reckless homicide in Wisconsin, in your mind, that's the equivalent of manslaughter?
Yes. To me, manslaughter means without intent. Or some places it's called third-degree murder. It's this depraved heart murder. It's the
Hold on. I'm sorry. So just to be clear, if we were to go to other states, you're saying that whoever recklessly causes the death of another human being under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. Hold on, no, wait, stop. You want to go by the letter? We'll go by the letter. We'll just read it, right? Things that show an.
You read the whole thing. But it has nothing to do with the bet. Go ahead.
Okay. First-degree reckless homicide.
It has nothing to do with the bet. Oh, you want to do nothing to
What
do
do we?
with the bet. Go ahead.
I don't think that. I feel like manslaughter usually has a whole bunch of like unintentional stuff added to it. Like manslaughter would be like I get into a car accident and somebody dies. Isn't that manslaughter?
I don't know. You're talking about shit that doesn't have to do with the bet. I'm just gonna say I don't know.
Wait, so then you think this first-degree reckless homicide has no intent?
You were betting on attempted first-degree intentional homicide, second-degree intentional homicide. That's what you were betting.
You keep repeating that.
I do keep repeating it because that's what you were betting.
To avoid mistaken connotation that a criminal mental disorder involves offenses and recodified as aggravated homicide, the revision clarifies that a subjective mental state, i.e. criminal recklessness, is required for liability. The aggravating element in these circumstances will show an utter disregard for human life. Codified judicial interpretations of conducting business in a depraved manner regardless of life. Prior law, under prior law, adequate provocation mitigated second-degree murder to manslaughter. With this revision, the analog to those found by the first-degree reckless and second-degree intentional homicide is the same penalty. Thus, mitigation is impossible. Evidence of provocation will usually be admissible in persecutions for crimes that require criminal recklessness. So they didn't accept any of the provocation, saying that this was criminal recklessness. However, as relevant to the reasonable risk and in prosecution exception, whether the circumstances show utter disregard for human life. Since provocation is integrated into the calculus of recklessness, there's not an affirmative defense to it.
Plus, I really like this like sort of anthem pop music in the background. Soundtrack seems like it's good.
More stuff for context.
Utter disregard for human life is an objective standard of what a reasonable person in the defendant's position is presumed to have known and is proved through an examination of the acts that caused death and the totality of circumstances surrounding his conduct. When you say unintentional versus intentional, what do you mean by that?
I mean that when I was listening to you talk in chat, I was getting triggered as fuck. So
No, wait, hold on. Let me restate.
Exactly
when you
why I was
say
getting triggered as
intentional
fuck.
or unintentional, what do you mean by that?
I mean actual criminal, like actually, sorry, like I am trying to kill this person.
The criminal recklessness satisfies that.
They're different.
Show me.
If criminal recklessness satisfies that, then why are there first-degree intentional homicide and second-degree intentional homicide? Why is there a third class that has nothing to do with intent?
Why is there a third class? What is the third class with nothing to do with intent?
The reckless homicide. It's saying you were acting so stupidly that even if we can't prove your intent, even if we have no indication.
Well, wait, but he's not. Wait, do you think that's what he was charged with? That he was acting stupidly?
You're literally just trying to obfuscate.
I'm not. I'm just asking a clarifying question. Hold on. If me asking a clarifying question is in your mind obfuscation, then you just don't understand what you're talking about. You should be able to answer the question very easily. So, do you think that his conviction for the first-degree reckless homicide, in your mind, is that just acting stupidly?
That has nothing to do with the bet because we didn't bet on that.
I didn't say we were betting on that. I'm curious if that's what I'm trying to.
We're betting on one specific case, so we could talk about the attempt, but I'm not betting on the actual homicide.
We didn't say we're betting on the homicide. We're betting on the attempted homicide.
Okay, so why are you?
Hell yeah, man.
Reckless homicide.
Get a fucking 545
because
next.
You're making it sound like
I don't know why it's relevant to the bet.
Okay, because you're making it sound like the intent element of this is just stupidity.
Don't come to me with anything less.
It's a criminal. It can be just stupidity. It can be just stupidity. It is if you have a. It's the crazy part. I don't know how to fucking.
Hell yeah.
Right? It's that you are acting criminally, but you are acting so without an intent to murder, with like complete disregard for you.
But knowing that somebody could die.
Yes, knowing that somebody.
So not just acting stupidly, you're acting with a disregard for human life.
Sure.
So if I stab somebody, knowing that I could kill them, without the intent necessarily to kill them, do you think that's closer to murder, or is that closer to manslaughter?
Oh, that was a new one.
Well, we have to care because it sounds like the charge that you're talking about doesn't exist then for what I bet on.
Okay, if you bet on this, then you are a retard and you pay me anyway.
No, if I bet on it, it's impossible, then the bet is defunct because you can't do a bet that's impossible to satisfy.
If you were trying to bet on this and you were looking at reckless homicide and you see that there is no attempt.
To be clear, also, wait, hold on. I'm not trying to bet on this. You're the one spamming chat like 20 times to get me to accept the bet, but now it sounds like you're.
You read it out literally that there is no attempt there, and then you go, yeah, whatever, we'll do it $100. Then you pay me anyway for being a retard.
No, that's not how bets work. That's not how that works. You can't issue an impossible bet and then say, since you don't have the specific line in the criminal code that satisfies this particular thing, it was impossible to win, therefore I win. That's not how that works, ever. No betting websites won't even let you do that.
No, what I'm saying is you knew that it couldn't be first-degree reckless homicide or the attempted equivalent because you just read out that that doesn't exist. So why did you make the bet if you just read out that that doesn't exist? It makes no sense.
Why did you make the bet if the thing didn't exist?
I said he wouldn't be convicted of murder on the orange shorts kid.
Yeah, but murder isn't even a conviction charge here. Wait, is murder? Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, no, stop. What I thought was that you meant first-degree intentional homicide or second-degree intentional homicide, or the attempt of those, because that's the statutes that you read all day, and that's the statutes that you were arguing applied to him in your chat all day. That's what you were doing for hours. Go ahead and watch the last 2 clips I linked you if you don't believe that.
Okay, what were the in your thing? You put the words in chat for the murder. What were you referring to there? What criminal statutes?
Attempted first-degree intentional homicide.
Why did you say murder then?
Second-degree intentional homicide.
Wait, why did you say murder?
I use murder because that is.
Oh, the Barbie guy?
Second-degree intentional homicide. I thought reckless.
Why would I grant you leniency if you didn't know any of the actual statutes, and now you're trying to say that this particular thing, which is the analog to second-degree murder, doesn't now count as second-degree murder?
In your own argument on not knowing that the charge didn't exist, you wouldn't accept the bet.
I know you told me about this guy. Remind me.
If you thought you were betting on first-degree reckless homicide or the attempt of that crime, you wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm betting on this, and I'm reading that it doesn't exist. There is no attempted charge. Okay, I'll take the bet." That wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, let me listen to some more things. Hold on.
Anthony Carlson in count 4, and Riley Madison in count 5.
If you're listening to things, it's not.
In count 4, and Riley Madison in count 5. For each count, you must first consider whether Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree recklessly endangering safety or second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide.
Write this down. Hold on.
Is it John Nash? John Nash modded this guy? Oh, okay.
For each count, you must first consider whether Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. If you are not satisfied that Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide, you must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree recklessly endangering safety or second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second degree intentional homicide and first and second degree recklessly endangering safety are different degrees of attempted homicide. Recklessly endangering safety or second. Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first degree intentional homicide. You must consider whether or not he is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree recklessly endangering safety or second-degree recklessly endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide. The crimes referred to as attempted first and second degree intentional homicide and first and second degree recklessly endangering safety are different degrees of attempted homicide. The degree of attempted homicide defined by the law depends on the facts and the circumstances of each particular case. While the law separates attempted intentional homicides into two degrees, there are certain elements which are common to each crime. Both attempted first and second degree intentional homicide require that Mr. Mew intended to kill another person and Mr. Mew did act toward the commission of that crime, which indicate unequivocally, under all of the circumstances, that he had formed that intent and would have caused the death of the intended victim except for the intervention of another person or some extraneous factor. First and second degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof that Mr. Mew recklessly endangered the safety of another human. First degree recklessly endangering safety requires proof of one additional element: that the circumstances of Mr. Mew's conduct showed utter disregard for human life. It will also be important for you to consider the privilege of self-defense in deciding which crime, if any, Mr. Mew has committed. For count one, you were instructed on the law of self-defense. The same self-defense standards apply to your consideration of the charges of attempted intentional homicide that are alleged and tied to your defense. The same self-defense standards apply to your consideration of the charges of attempted intentional homicide that are alleged in counts 2 through 5. If you find that the elements of the crime have been proved in this case, the effect of the law of self-defense is as follows.
Oh wait, where'd my Twitch go? Why did that?
Mr. Mew is not guilty of either attempted first or second degree intentional homicide or first or second degree
watch
recklessly
bros.
endangering
16th seed took out the number one guy first round.
reasonably
So we
believed that he was
one win
preventing
away from
or
making final.
terminating an unlawful
Tournament.
interference with his person,
The guy couldn't
and
even
two,
say congrats or GG's.
reasonably
He said,
believed the force
I
used
raced you off
was
stream while
necessary
you
to
were
prevent
playing,
imminent
and I
death
would have
or
beaten
great
you,
bodily harm to himself.
eliminating you from the tournament, essentially telling me that I didn't deserve
Mr.
to
Mew
be
is
the
guilty
second
of
person in
attempted
3 years.
second-degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself used was necessary.
Bro, he's jelly. He's
Alright.
literally
What is
A,
the,
you have to take his word on it,
what is the
and
clearest
B, he's
expression of
not
our
in the
bet? Do we tie
tournament
more, or do we
pressure
bet more
setting where you have like you know the shit that's on the line and stuff like that. Like, of course, if you have like a hate boner for somebody and you're like playing alongside, like you're playing alongside him while he plays, and you have absolutely nothing on the line and no audience whatsoever, A, you can lie
I'm just
about
trying to
it.
figure out 'cause there's no murder charge in
B,
Wisconsin.
you can
So I'm trying to
fudge the
figure out what-
details, and C,
If
and
there's
most
no-
importantly,
if there's no
nobody
murder, if you don't have
fucking
any equivalent to
cares.
it, the bet is null and dead. 100%.
Sign up for the tournament and beat me
that's-
next time is the most logical response to that.
I'm not running on a technology, but if you're making it a literally statutorily impossible bet, then the bet is just null and void.
This guy spent 4 hours, by the way, 4 hours saying that
None of what you're saying right now is helping you at all. You find me an
intentional
equivalent.
homicide. That's what
Okay,
triggered
yeah,
me
go
into
for it.
making the bet. I didn't technically say intentional homicide. Listen, you literally can't attempt reckless endangerment. You either recklessly endanger people or you don't. So the attempt actually gives away exactly what I meant.
Oh, poor
Reckless
baby.
endangerment. The reckless endangerment.
The attempted part means that it can only be charges that can be attempted.
Everybody has different faster times. Everybody has different RNG on different games. And everybody has a different approach to how they like play certain layouts and certain RNG that comes their way.
Argument is that you have nothing. Is that the bet is dead because there's not even a way to satisfy it. That's your best case argument. Number one. The worst case argument is that you
So,
is that
like,
you're trying to argue that, well, when they type these words in here, it doesn't actually make any sense because the words didn't mean
congratulations that you got a lucky board when you were like jerking off in the corner to my fucking performance in the tournament that got me like recognition as the fastest newcomer and the 16th seed to beat the #1 seed. Like, bro, he's definitely like
I'm not appealing to it. It's literally like right here's the equivalent.
the word I have for that is hate boner.
It proves exactly what I meant, which was the first degree or second degree attempted intentional homicide. You gotta pay me, bro.
Okay, as soon as you can show me the law or the statute, send it my way and you can shoot me your PayPal. But until then, you have nothing.
I just wanted to be clear that he's running away on the fact that I said murder. It's incredibly clear what I meant. I said murder. It's technically not in the document.
It's incredibly clear what you meant.
Hold on. Let's forget the fact that he was literally reading the fucking document and didn't bother trying to verify.
Then why did you were the one spamming chat for 30 minutes? Why wouldn't you if you were in chat spamming?
Didn't point any of them out at the moment.
Good
and he
for
was
it. Keep
confident
going.
to go, you know what? We can make it fun for you. Buddy. We can make it fun for you, and I'll accept the bet anyway.
Wait, we can make it. What are you talking about? The only reason I accepted the bet was because you were spamming a chat for 2 hours because you were excited thinking this guy was gonna walk on self-defense on everything, which he didn't. He got fucking raped. I was 100% correct on my call for this. When I said that.
Was that what I was spamming in chat? Was that what I was spamming in chat?
You weren't spamming in chat about me taking the bet because you thought that he'd walk on self-defense on the one kid. That's what you thought. Yes, you thought he was gonna walk on the one kid. That was why you wanted to bet the one guy.
My position was.
I don't care. You can claim that you weren't betting. You don't know what you were betting. Right now you're saying you did. Right now you're.
First degree intentional homicide. You said he's guilty of this. Oh, you argued all day with all your chatters. You said he had no reason to feel any fear amount of fear ever. Those kids were tiny. There's nothing else going on. Then I bet your position, and now you're falling back from your position.
You can say that you bet my position all you want, but that's not true. You don't even know what you bet because you didn't even know the criminal statutes. You were spamming in chat because you were ass mad because you thought that this guy was gonna walk on self-defense, and he didn't. He didn't walk at all. He caught all 5 charges on every single one. He caught the one right beneath what would essentially be first-degree murder.
There is no attempted first-degree reckless homicide. He read it out, and then he accepted the bet.
Then you should have clarified it. You should have typed in the exact fucking statute. You should have said, "Oh yeah." Nobody's running away. You're the one that's running. You're the one that's running. He got convicted.
I didn't run. I didn't
he took
run.
The conviction on this, which was their second-degree murder equivalent. He got the conviction on this, and then he caught 4 other charges on the kid he didn't murder for the one thing down. So, 100%.
He's gonna pay me. He knows this is all just for fun. He's gonna pay me. of the clips I linked you? The first two, with you arguing that it's first-degree intentional homicide? Are you gonna leave those out? I'll put them in chat for other people watching this.
We didn't bet on first-degree intentional homicide, so I don't know why it would matter. Do you want to link the 50 million clips where you're screaming about how the guy feared for his life and that he was going to walk on self-defense?
I bet precisely based on what you were arguing in your stream the entire day. I bet your position. And now you're going to argue that you didn't know what I meant, that you didn't understand what the bet was, which is fine. You can do that. You can run away on a technicality.
Nobody's running away.
Bro, like,
there's a reason why you can't cite a particular charge. Or why
shut your mouth and come and prove. Like,
you begged me for an hour to take
like this guy sounds like he's just like salty, sour grapes and needs to like learn how to come correct. Like, have you ever gone head to head with him? Is he that good?
Correct on any part of it. You were wrong on all of it. You're super ass mad, and that's okay. That's all right. That's all good. I understand that you're. I understand that you're gonna pretend that you bet some other. You don't even know what position you bet because you don't even have no idea what even the charge of the laws are. But that's okay. That's great. I understand that you're mad. I know you wanted him to walk. I know you wanted him to walk. Where's the logs for logistical? It's self-defense. He feared for his life. Self-defense.
So then why does he talk so big?
This boy said it wasn't an attempt, but the judge instruction said reckless endangerment. Yeah, but I think he's not counting this.
I'm saying that you can't attempt first-degree reckless homicide. And you
Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. You must consider whether or not he's guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide or first-degree.
Is he better than you though?
Or second-degree reckless endangering safety, which are less serious degrees of attempted criminal homicide.
Okay, you can close down the line, and that is a logical progression. I'm saying that that first-degree reckless homicide can't be attempted, and that you literally read out that it can't be attempted. And
If you're saying that, if you're saying that first degree, repeat your sentence.
First-degree attempted homicide.
If you're saying that, so then are you saying that I accepted an impossible bet by that verbiage?
No, I'm saying that you understood that you weren't betting first-degree reckless homicide or the equivalent.
Wait, why won't he answer that question? He hasn't answered that question, right? He won't answer that question. Was it possible to win that bet going by your definitions here?
Yes, because he could have been convicted of attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Or
wait, he could have been. Wait, I thought you just said you can't get attempted. He's not. He's just gonna keep talking. Okay.
You can. Hold on. What are you not understanding? For intentional homicide, you can be convicted of the attempt of both first and second degree.
Wait, I thought you just said you can. I thought you just. Okay, he's gonna keep rambling again. I'm gonna ramble as you ramble. Oh wait, I can just mute you on my server. Wait, why can't you just hold on? Wait, I'm just asking you a simple question for whether or not you could answer this or not.
Ask it again. I got
yeah. Wait, did you say you?
Ask it again. Ask it again.
Can you or can you not be convicted of attempted first-degree intentional homicide?
Yes.
You can be.
Yes. And second degree. And he was not convicted of either, and then they moved down to reckless endangerment, which you cannot be convicted of an attempt on. You either recklessly endanger people or you don't.
We're not talking about the reckless endangerment attempt. That wouldn't be the... When you accept the bet, you bet...
2 seconds, sorry, hold on, man.
Manslaughter or something.
You said you'd have to go look into it, and then you said, I don't care, I'm accepting the bet.
He's making the difference on intentional versus reckless homicide. Oh, he doesn't know what he's making the difference on. Now he's back reading it all because he doesn't look at it.
I've literally explained this perfectly, and you're trying to run
fuck your way into like manslaughter or something. I need to read this. That he gets convicted of some sort of. He's getting convicted of something. There's no way that he walks completely. Guilty. Story sounds really fucking bad because he probably really murdered that kid and stabbed other people without a good reason to do so. He can still get acquitted. They might still say not guilty. What are we betting on? I'll bet you $100 that he gets convicted of some sort of. He's getting convicted of something. There's no way that he walks.
Yeah, I feel you. I wouldn't want to be modded by, like, I wouldn't want to be under his power either. And I mean, I'm not trying to like tell you shouldn't be friends with this OOK guy, but sounds like OOK doesn't have your back.
we betting the actual killings or the attempted killings?
Well, I mean,
one of the attempted killings. Because Justical thought that he would walk on self-defense for one.
I'm here to listen, bro. If you want to tell me more situations about this guy, I'm like, you're not bothering me.
We possibly during the moment. Stalk me. What was my bet? Still willing to offer you the same bet about him not getting convicted for attempted murder on one case.
I'm gonna fight this boss, but I want to continue farming, so I'm gonna get him to the victory quick time event, and then I'm gonna lose. Nah, you're good. Fire away, dude. I'm here for it. I love talking shit about people who piss me off. Trust and believe. I am ready to do so.
That might be the only one he walks on. Maybe. I think he said before his hands were on his neck. Is that true? Reckless endangerment is a type of attempt per the judge instruction. Yeah, but Justical is saying that the reckless endangering safety is...
Look!
Wait. The reckless endangerment is a type of attempt. Crimes referred to as attempted first and second degree homicide, reckless endangering safety, are attempted homicide. The degree of attempted homicide defined by law, the facts, and the circumstances of each particular case. Get back! What is his argument against this? Every time I undo, he brambles. Where's the images? If I ask him if I have any questions, he has fucking crazy. I'm still willing to offer you the same bet about him not getting convicted for attempted murder. If he's not attempted homicide and attempted murder here, he says they're going to be, or first degree attempted reckless, whatever. He's going to say it doesn't count as murder.
I want a retribution to finish this out. Come on, one more. No, he's gonna get me with that? Damn. Playing Mario Kart, noticed he was constantly attacking me with items. Another thing is, I was expecting he was targeting me because he's just an asshole, but of course no way to prove it, so I did an experiment. Drove slowly the entire race. Everyone lapped me and I was even driving off the track, so I wasn't near anyone else. As he was lapping me, he drove out of his way to hit me with his shell despite me not even being on the track. Jeez. Petty. The extreme pettiness. Like, what are his politics? Do you and he disagree on, like, fundamental things or anything, or is it just he just sees you as a threat as a gamer? I mean, sounds like he has some serious issues.
Necessary to prove a homicide. Mr. Mew is guilty of attempted second-degree intentional homicide if he actually believed the force used was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, and of the belief that the amount of force used was unreasonable.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me listen to this. Let's just listen to this one more time. Okay, the conviction was for.
Yeah, that's what I meant, sort of, when I was asking what his politics were. Like, do you feel like you and he, like, have substantial differences on, like, where you're coming from a societal standpoint?
Offering clarification on this attempted murder, since this is a non-existent charge. One charge was AJ Martin. It doesn't matter. The conviction was the exact same for every single one. This was absolutely a reasonable threat after he was pushed down and hit. Feels okay, man. I'll bet Destiny 100
Yeah, for sure.
that he won't be charged with murder for scouting the dude in shorts. 1-to-1 Destiny one shorts kit specifically.
I don't know how you counter that. Do you? All right, I'm gonna try and have to dodge those.
Absolutely a reasonable threat after he was pushed down and hit. That's not. It wasn't a reasonable threat. And the entire jury agreed on every single charge that there was no reasonable threat. That's why the self-defense of the reasonable threat didn't mitigate any of the charges.
Yeah, it's because he's an old immigrant man, this guy, and they're a bunch of drunk teenagers, so they're obviously going to play well for the jury.
The implication here is that the reasonable threat is going to mitigate that charge. And it didn't, unless he's saying this first part of the green text was completely independent from the second part of the green text. Unless he's going to say that it's a completely separate part. Are we saying murder versus homicide or murder versus walk free? Well, that's kind of what we're arguing about right here. Is Destiny trying to say that what he was convicted of is equivalent to attempted murder in the second degree and not way close to manslaughter? That's my understanding. Is that the conviction that he had for the kid he killed was closer to murder 2 than like manslaughter.
Oh, he's that guy. Okay. And you said he had no idea how bad you were about to fuck him up. Come on, heal, bro.
According to the jury instructions. Wait, DR whatever. Is there a link to the jury instructions?
I'm curious if I beat him a second time. You know what? I'm gonna go and see about that.
It was just what you heard and transcribed. Okay. There's not like a sheet posted? He changed the bet from the initial offer. Why did he offer the same bet? I don't think he claims he changed the bet from the initial offer. I think he claims he just
Oh, what? Oh, poop.
well, no, because this he's just saying here that he won't bet another person dying. He didn't bet on homicide. On an attempted homicide. Wait, is there like a list of full logs for this? Let's read through it. I'm trying to figure out what. Give me the full list of. We could just talk to him? I can't. He's like so fucking gassed up on the info. Give me the. Somebody link the logs of him that night, and we'll check. What would you say was the spirit of the bet? That doesn't matter, because Jessica's going to claim whatever on that now. video to the derivative of a Rorschach test. Whatever you want into it, so it's just a free narrative piece for both prosecution and SJW. I think this dude is getting off on self-defense 100%. He doesn't stab first. Pretty sure you can get that from the video. Destiny, I haven't seen the prosecution claim that he stabbed some of the boys under the water. Where have you seen disagreement? Destiny isn't a voice that Pepe laughed. This was absolutely a reasonable threat after he was pushed down and feels okay. I'll bet Destiny $100 right now that he won't be charged with murder for stabbing the dude in shorts. Feels okay, man. 1-to-1, Destiny will absolutely accept the bet on orange shorts kid specifically. Feels okay, man. This bet wasn't one he did. Harper to Destiny. Destiny $100 1-to-1 that this guy won't be convicted of attempted murder on the orange shorts kid, first kid who got stabbed. You might be right, or you're not seeing my bet. I'm still willing to offer you the same bet about him not getting convicted for attempted murder on the orange shorts dude. Feels okay, man. Destiny, it looks so bad, bro. You gotta take the bet, bro. They're stalking again to see what the bet was. I'm being very explicit. Feels okay, man. This wasn't even the kid that died, so he's talking about this one.
What the fuck? And suggested I was playing Flash games that took no time to complete on the last day and submitted them all once, which was completely untrue.
You're reconstructing his state of mind based on who benefits most from his recollections at the time. If he were traumatized and thinking randomly, then he'd have said things that cut against him at least once. These are actually 50 IQ strategies. My last comment was just
No kidding.
Destiny research state of mind.
Beat him at his own game, man. He thought he was gonna win, and then he tried to claim foul. Tried to cry foul. Sorry, bro. You just got beat.
Double the bet. He was hit going down to the ground. He was missing multiple details already. I knew Destiny was going way too hard in that situation. Arguing the only stuff he wants to do. First degree homicide. That's probably awful that I did. This was never. First-degree recklessly endangers. These are the 4 conditions, right? So the recklessly endangers in the stages on this show utter disregard for life. Doesn't give us any more information about this section is a lesser included offense of section 930.01. reckless versus intentional. I think I'm looking at first degree versus second degree. That's what we're looking at, I think. Is the difference.
Some games that don't have clear endings, so you need to suggest what the ending should be and put it in an appeals forum for people to vote on whether they approve of it or not. Just to cover my ass, I had friends submit appeals for games I wanted just so he couldn't rally the people to downvote mine. I went full on prepared and petty when you treat me like shit and then start saying your only goal is to beat me. I really went all out to make sure he lost just so he couldn't get the satisfaction. Bro, if I had known it had been this serious, I would have gladly been enlisted and I want to be more part of this community that you're in, man. Like, it sounds like you got a cast and crew of characters over there.
It sounds like our disagreement is one, though, on where the intentionality, like knowing that a person is trying to do our business. The judge clearly says reckless and dangerous when the attempt is homicide. Yeah, but we're not. We're not talking about attempted homicide. We're talking about the problem is we're trying to reconcile the word murder, which is
Okay, so apparently I can miss the QuickTime event infinitely. Yeah, no, I know. That was to my everlasting shame, and I apologize once again. I remember I had like a 20-hour stream beforehand, and I was like, there was almost nothing I could do, and I was really disappointed in myself, and I could kind of tell you were disappointed in me too. I also am not going to be doing you any sort of credible favors in my gameplay capabilities in those sorts of games. I'm really stuck in the whole sword fighting game meta. Yeah, I feel you. No one cares about winning. Yeah. Except for that asshole. Dude, that makes me want to beat this guy so bad. Beast mode. No way that killed me that quick. I'm surprised. I didn't know I was that low on health. Oh, okay.
By the term reckless or recklessly. In this section, criminal recklessness. The actor creates an unreasonable and substantial risk of death. The actor is aware of that risk.
Yikes, fam, that was a lot of damage.
What would the difference be between criminal recklessness here and attempted first-degree homicide? The history previously linked citation shows reckless homicide. Wait, for where?
Oh, not even if you got a buddy to come along with? Damn. I feel you. Stay strong in your protest, my friend. Homeboy needs to realize that petty people aren't gonna keep him in friends. No heals, no skills. Hell yeah. This is one of those situations in life where being a gay man plays in your favor because dude is not afraid of you coming after his wife. Yeah. That's cool. She's a real one. The type of, if you don't trust me, then we got a problem sort of thing, right?
The judge is instructed to move down charges.
But 10.
Second degree and they skipped that.
Cutie 10. Hell yeah. In so many words, I feel like Amber would say the same thing, but I don't know, dude. I've known Amber for going on 9 years, and she's never done a single thing since I've met her that's convinced me she's anything less than a saint. Like, I honestly, in the 27 years I had lived in my life before meeting her, truly did not believe people like her existed. And it sounds like complete cheese and corn, but like, it's equal parts inspiring and disheartening. Because I'll never be that good of a person. And she's already forgiven me for many instances where I wasn't. So, give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I'm only stepping away for a quick second. I can still hear. I hear the little ding-a-ling-lings.
Code of Wisconsin provides that a person is privileged to intentionally use force against another person. None of this mattered because the self-defense thing didn't matter.
Right. Honestly, her first response wouldn't be like, "Are you for real?" It would be like, "Oh, bae, you know I love you." And then her second one is, "Do you really think that?" Like, in like the sort of semi-hurt but really just like supportive, like, I want to know, like, we need to work on whatever is going on in your mind that makes you think that, because it's obviously nothing about me. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Reasonably believed that force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself. I feel like this plugs into the
Never before or since meeting her have I had the opportunity to get to know anybody enough to be able to certify them as that, just like open-faced, genuinely kind, concerned, considerate person.
He couldn't have been found guilty of what he was found guilty of.
I believe that some exist out there, and also I believe that you never fully know somebody, and that if I had ever given her ample and adequate reason to act differently than she has, there's a chance that she would. Like, everybody has that, like, beast inside of them, but, like, I don't know, I've given her fairly good reasons to demean and belittle me previously, and she's never swung at those slow and across the strike zone balls that I've sent her direction.
Mr. Mew is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, caused the death of Isaac Schumann. Is guilty of first-degree reckless homicide if he caused the death of Isaac Schumann by criminally reckless conduct in the circumstances.
I don't know. Me and Amber are really like, we're not like open relationship, actively seeking, like going to hook up with other people, but like we've both sort of like given each other the nod. Like, if there's ever a situation where you like come across somebody that you want to fuck, like, hopefully for her it's a girl and she wants to bring her home, but yeah, it's happened that, yeah, I'm not gonna spill too much business, but yeah, things along those lines have happened, and quote unquote it was cheating until it wasn't, you know.
Or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. When may intent exist? When the law requires Mr. Mu acted with intent to kill. It does not require that the intent exists for any particular length of time before the act is committed. The act need not be brooded over considerably.
I feel like it's only really cheating if you like sustained lie about it and like gaslight and like hypothetically if like someone you work with you fuck and then you like or someone you meet out you like make out with and like have a rendezvous with, but like then you like tell your partner about it and invite them along. I don't think that counts as like cheating per se. Maybe momentary infidelity.
Every reasonable effort to agree unanimously on the second-degree intentional homicide before considering the offense of first-degree reckless homicide.
Oh, I would tell you in a second. I just don't like. I prefer there not be indelible records on the internet. Yeah. I don't know how to avoid that attack.
What is there? The question is whether or not this is closer to
Yeah, this boss is too easy.
manslaughter or murder 2, I guess. Never doing not accepting no weapons. We do bets on criminal shit more. I think I'm going to
Oh no!
statutes instead because this is fucking retarded.
I fucked up.
Into retarded fucking.
Yeah, I feel you. Oh, I lucked out. I lucked out. I almost finished the demo so I wouldn't be able to farm anymore. Alright, I'm done here. Let's go to Shipbreaker.
I think the difference is going to be in the.
But yeah, I mean, back when I did work,
the difference between criminally reckless conduct versus
stuff like that would happen, but honestly, I just am not in enough social situations, and I'm not on Tinder or anything like that, so there's not even any possibility of things like that happening. Seven now, okay.
He was wrong on the entire thing. Yeah, he was. I was right on this entire case.
Oh no. 49 million? That's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
I guess. All right, paying you out. Any other final words?
Oh, thank you. No. No final words. I'll hang up just so you don't have to leave your room.
Why would
Pleasure
I
doing
leave
business.
my room? I can admit he was wrong. He'll never admit he was wrong. It doesn't matter. Seems very stupid to give him that murder equals homicide doesn't equal homicide in a state where there aren't murder charges. Yeah, it should be null and void, but fuck it, I'll pay out $100 bucks.
Credits deposited.
We should have
Valuable object accepted for processing.
we should have just read the we should have read that thing and made him take a particular one instead of getting baited by him spamming chat all day because he had a horrible interpretation of the entire fucking case. That's what we should have done.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Depraved heart murder. Type of murder where an individual acts with depraved indifference to human life, where such an act. It doesn't really matter what any of the wiki or even like LegalZoom or whatever other it doesn't really matter what anything is. We just have to go by the state, because every state might have a different definition, or every state might have a different thing. So like if we had made this bet in 1980 whatever bullshit, this might have been considered, because their first degree reckless homicide would be considered what they used to call second degree murder. So we just have to, if we do these things from now on, we have to, we just have to, we need to cite the particular fucking thing, I think. I was there when Gustav got into the veteran stream. Doesn't prove that there's no way the guy gets off in self-defense, which he did not. Thanks, Scott Brantley. I love you, buddy. He was arguing that depraved heart has no intent. Depraved heart typically means it's abnormally cold and malicious. Yeah, but I don't even think depraved heart is used in any of their stuff here. Because they even, yeah, I think we read this before. First,
Okay. Well,
offensive second-degree murder. The
I would partake just because I feel like it's worth it to make friends, you know?
With the mistaken connotation that a clinical mental disorder is involved, the offense has been
If I'm invited, I won't let you down again.
The revision clarifies that a subjective mental state, i.e. criminal recklessness, is required for liability. The aggravating element, i.e. circumstances which show utter disregard for human life, is intended to codify judicial interpretation of conduct evincing a depraved mind, regardless of life. See, fuck, even here. Under prior law, adequate provocation mitigated second-degree murder to manslaughter. So if there was provocation, then you might be able to move a second-degree murder charge to manslaughter. Under this revision, meaning the current criminal code, the analogs of those crimes, which is first-degree reckless and second-degree intentional homicide, carry the same penalty. Thus, mitigation is impossible. So it sounds like they literally have. Is it the same penalty then for first-degree reckless and second-degree intentional homicide? Yeah. This is dumb. We should have. I should have just. Yeah. I should have made it the exact. I should say if somebody wants to bet me on some legal shit, I need the exact. We need the exact like criminal code.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from.
Evidence of provocation will usually be admissible
Oh,
in
cool.
prosecutions for crimes requiring criminal recklessness, however, is relevant to the reasonableness of
I've been in
prosecution
enough work
prosecution
situations and stuff like that that
whether the
if it's
circumstances show utter disregard for human life, since provocation is integrated into the calculus of recklessness,
if it's stipulated beforehand, I can
thereto, and the burdens of production
usually
are enacted.
hold back my potty mouth, you know.
What do we have left?
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Okay. Thanks, Harrison, buddy.
Is this a joke? No, it's not. Okay, good.
What a crazy cheap Ford Focus RS and fixed all of its towing panels in 24 hours. Why the fuck did I even open this?
How's it going, guys? My name is Tavarish, and this is my second channel. If you're looking for my main channel, this isn't it.
Perfectly, the suspension changes from normal to.
I hate this white stripe. That looks gross. Bad car.
You get to create the new rules, isn't that refreshing?
But I'll see guys that
2 hours. Michael Knowles debates Pearl Davis. Men should bow out. Hold on, shit. I almost got sexist. It's not sexism though, because a guy could do it. There's something about Pearl's demeanor.
Ooh, fuck! I fucked that up.
Every single thing she says, every single time she opens her mouth to talk, it's just like the worst, most like, I don't know if it's like the demeanor, the attitude, the whatever it is. It's just like the worst possible. Ugh.
that take you guys' advice. And some dated before and after social media knows it completely changed the game. Mass is a little better.
It seems like divorce rates among Orthodox Jews, 30, there's a lot of different kinds of Jews, but it goes down to as low as 10. And then you get down to a little more the old school Catholics, which is kind of how I practice. There aren't great
Like,
on
do you go to Latin Mass?
Traditional Latin Mass.
Okay.
That's
a lot of patience.
It's a, but frankly, I find it.
No, it's good. It's good. Latin Mass is a little better.
It seems like it goes faster than the shorter.
No, it's a little bit better than the Latin Mass. I'd agree.
But you know,
Hell yeah, it really is.
It's like 5 to maybe.
Why is a Latin Mass better than a normal one? Wait, what?
Some even a little lower, 30. Divorce rates among Orthodox Jews, 30. There's a lot of different kinds of Jews, but it goes down to as low as 10. And then you get down to a little more the old school Catholics, which is kind of how I practice. There aren't great
Like,
on
do you go to Latin Mass?
Traditional Latin Mass.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of patience.
It's a, but frankly, I find it.
No, it's good. It's good. Latin Mass is a little better.
It seems like it goes faster than the shorter.
No, it's a little bit better than Latin Mass. I'd agree.
But you know, when it comes to divorce, the numbers are a little sparse here. It's like 5 to maybe 10%.
But the problem is with most of those stats, most of those studies were done before social media. Anyone that dated before and after social media knows it completely changed the game.
How do you mean?
Well, women now have access to men anyway. And cheating and goes like dating. You know, the number one way people are meeting under 30 is dating apps. You know, I mean, this is a completely different dating marketplace than when you were dating.
No, I guess.
And that's my point.
When I was dating,
there's no Catholic woman in divorce. Women will throw out their religion very, very fast when they want to leave. You cannot pray a woman that wants to leave you into not leaving you.
I think you don't the statistics I just cited show that you can.
No, but the problem with those is they include women over a certain age. The women under the age of 35
You're saying
have been on. Yes, it's completely different.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I think you can't really deny it with what you've seen. You go on whatever podcast. Are those the same women of our grandmothers and great grandmothers?
If you go on these podcasts that intentionally search for OnlyFans girls.
No, it's completely different.
There's not a ton of Orthodox Jews and traditional Catholics on that podcast, but
True.
perhaps there's a reason for that.
And you know, you got to ask like the reputation. What's the reputation of Catholic girls?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, again.
What, like online? Like in the meme circles?
That's my point.
The point is memes? The point is we appeal to memes?
My point is they have, if there was an abundance of wives in church, Michael, the men would be lining up to go.
But they do at the traditional church.
Men are leaving the church. Under the age of 35, young men, church participation is going down altogether, but young men are leaving the church.
But what about the traditional parishes?
The traditional parishes,
they're exploding, and it's all young people. The median age is like 22 in this parish, and it's largely young men. So I totally grant you that a lot of modern religion is like feminine and has driven men away.
Right, but I'm saying the Catholic Church is not exempt. It's absolutely not exempt. I've seen a lot of the same trends in the Catholic Church.
I guess my confusion is though, you bring up these statistics, and so then we acknowledge the statistics that show that if one gets married, assuming that divorce is not a sacrament.
Fringe.
He initiated the divorce and legal documents. She initiated the divorce and legal documents.
I think she's entitled to nothing during this.
Just as a quick thing, whoever. Okay. Fuck. These trigger me. Fuck. Okay. There's like several layers to how dumb this comment was. Okay.
She initiated the divorce and legal documents.
Anybody can initiate a divorce, regardless. Even if one side wants to begin divorce proceedings, the other side could initiate it. Initiating is just when you're filling out the paperwork, it's who the petitioner is and who the respondent is. It doesn't matter. A divorce is always going to have the same two parties involved, husband and wife. It doesn't matter who the petitioner is. It doesn't matter who initiates it. It doesn't matter, okay? Number one. Number two, just because somebody wants to do the divorce doesn't even necessarily mean it's their fault. I like how people will go to like, oh, well, whoever initiated the divorce is the one who wants the divorce or the one who caused the divorce. Like, that's a really reductive way to look at things, right? Let's say that I have a wife and I start shitting myself all day because I'm bored, and I start throwing it all over the apartment because why the fuck not? And then my wife divorces me, right? Is that her initiating divorce because she just wants to leave the marriage and she's abandoning her husband and abandoning the sanctity of marriage? Or is it my fault for throwing shit over it? Like, it's such a weirdly reductive way to view relationships.
No way, come on.
Like, relationships take two people. She says dumb things confidently, but then immediately backtracks when pressed. Yeah, because that's how much dumb shit she can get away with. Like, this is such a dumb.
I think she's entitled to nothing during these proceedings, and I think the problem is no-fault divorce, and I think we're not dealing with a traditional at-fault divorce. We're dealing with irreconcilable differences, and I think the real answer should have been that when problems arose, a judge told them both, STFU, you are in a marriage, it is a sacred covenant.
Bro, you're giving me financial benefits and there are financial things relating to this? No, fuck you. A judge isn't going to tell me to stay in a relationship or not. What the fuck? Why the fuck would you ever want the state involved in forcing you to date somebody or be together with somebody that you don't want to be with? What, like, how is this a good idea? Like,
you are in a marriage, it is a sacred covenant. You will not do X, Y, and Z. The problem I have with this is marriage has become dating. It's dating with like strings attached in the financial world after the fact. No. Don't get married if you don't get married. Okay? If
Back to the asshole. Yes.
File for divorce and hire lawyers for these reasons, then don't get married at all. And so the issue is not so much like in this argument I'm making, it's not to do with Hillary or Stephen.
Well, Spitmeister, thanks for the 5 subs. True. Just don't start a relationship forever if you don't know it's going to last forever. I mean, how the fuck do you know that going into it? I doubt either of the
Yeah, dude, this guy is just attention seeking and gatekeeping at the same time. It's like, dude,
married and then go, you know what? It was a mistake. Let's sever ties.
be grown.
Like, okay, hold on. This whole thing.
Stop acting childish.
Do you think that's what Hillary thought? Do they already have 2 kids and then she had twins on the way? Do you think she was just like, nah, I can probably get on Tinder and fuck Chad's dick. Why would I stay with Steve? Like, do you really think it was easy for her to walk away from that relationship?
The whole thing is broken. The other point, you know.
Was the ad break running?
Responded to me saying, or she responded in general to many people. So what? Hillary gives up her job for Stephen, but now that they're getting divorced, she has no money. And I'm like, even if she kept her job, she would never have.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you heard my response to that.
I don't appreciate this argument.
I agree fully, obviously.
Anywhere near as much money as Stephen Crowder has. She kept her job. She would never have anywhere near as much money as Stephen Crowder has.
Yeah, but Stephen Crowder wouldn't have been able to build his business if he didn't have somebody willing to watch the children and take care of the house at home.
Like, so I don't know.
He didn't have children until
pays her $25K a month. If Stephen Crowder was worth
that $25K
after the divorce.
Like, it's fake. That's fake figures fake. This just came out of nowhere. She got $25,000 basically sent to her from Crowder's business to pay for like divorce stuff, which is it's their money, of course. That's how divorce works. But this idea that she's getting like $25,000 a month or some bullshit, that's just not true. That he completely invented this fact. And he
Yeah,
I don't know why.
be prepared to like tell people not only that, but tell people about it and be prepared to deal with having to explain that you had to be there.
And once you're married, whatever either of you are working on, you're both working on it because you're a team. You're now like financially, legally, whatever, like unioned. Like that's how it works. You're both acquiring whatever it is you're acquiring. Nobody's working alone here. You're only working because your significant other enables you to do so.
So there's an interesting phenomenon here that for some reason has emerged in this particular case, where you're seeing a lot of these traditional conservatives actually come out as full-on feminists as soon as it comes to the issue of divorce.
I don't think it's feminist at all. If you want,
But it literally
if you want to incentivize traditional marriage, like you can't like put one party in a position where they get totally like ripped off in case of a divorce.
You're correct, and
like,
the response is to...
Okay. This is true. And Tim is about to give the smart response, which I'll agree with. You shouldn't be able to just leave the relationship and get fucked over if you're the guy and lose all the money. And the solution is husband and wife
Especially for
separate
bringing it
bank
up in a
accounts,
public
and the
forum.
husband just pays the
Exactly.
wife for upkeep and all the other work.
And OOK being the like master of ceremonies should be like,
You're a guy and you run a business, and if you want your wife to be able to
bro, I'll explain it if you won't. Or, come on, man. If that's an inside joke that's not for mixed company. If it's like not appropriate or embarrassing in some way, like.
You guys can negotiate and think that way it should be, then fine, sure.
The feminist response is to say that all these women need to like store away money in case of a divorce.
No, it isn't.
Like in order to pay for it. Like
the traditional response to how you fix marriage is divorce is not allowed.
Okay.
Like, what is this statement? It's like unhinged.
But
There's rare circumstances where like a guy is threatening to murder and beating his wife and his kids. Infidelity is one of these things. These are people who I don't think those accusations are on the table. They're mostly just angry with each other and yelling at each other and they're not getting along. That's where a judge comes in and says, you are grown adults. You will behave appropriately. You have children. Those children need functioning parents. You will treat this relationship.
I think parents that are fighting all the time like this are functioning. This is so cringe.
Properly, get therapy, and at the very least, if you don't like being around each other, you will be professional. And you chose this covenant. We now, as a society, this is why it is absolutely a feminist position to say we should allow for divorce over irreconcilable differences.
Like, what are you advocating for? For them to like live in the same house when they don't like each other? Like,
yes,
that's very sad.
I think that don't get married. Don't get married. This is what I'm saying. You don't have to get married. Nobody made them do it. They said, let's get married, and then 10 years later, they're like, I'm having fun. I quit.
So in your like theory of
that's it. Like, oh yeah, LOL, I'm having fun. I quit. Like, I just want to walk away because it's LOL, right? It's like such a retarded fucking. It's like a childlike view of relationships and divorce.
Let's get married, and then 10 years later, they're like, I'm having fun. I quit.
So in your like theory of like how this should work, like
Yeah, exactly. It's not something he wanted to get around, so he's like toying with this OOK guy and everybody else. It's like, why did he mod this guy? That doesn't make sense. Like, does the guy have dirt on him or something?
Wasn't this guy supposed to be the libertarian guy?
Get married.
You just said that you don't trust judges in the way that they handle people with money versus no money, and now you're like, the judge needs to assess whether or not you should live in the same house?
That's completely
Well, I'm out of tethers again.
Let's talk about if you don't want to get married, you don't get married. Instead, the progressive, feminist, and liberal response has been, let's weaken the institution of marriage. And I'm like, whoa, leave marriage as it is. People just don't have to get married. People need to understand. And part of me, I'm kind of glad we're seeing all this. Because when you see the shocking reality of divorce, many people realize like, uh-oh, there's a problem here. Maybe I should get married. Maybe you should. If you get married and you swear an oath till death do us part, I do not believe you should be allowed to get divorced unless except in extreme circumstances.
Is he like Catholic now? I don't understand how he got so.
Like traditionally, what it used to be was infidelity, abuse, criminal activity, things like this. With the issue, the Crowders, yes, I very much believe a family court judge should say, the problem here is two people who don't get along. Be adults, grow up, shut your mouths, do not fight in front of the kids.
This is wild, bro.
That's it.
Okay, so let me.
It is wild.
Like, that's like an ideal like perception of what it should be, but like, let's say that meets your parameters for something that you can get divorced over, okay? But you have a traditional
abuse and stuff.
Yeah. Well, like not this case, but like let's say a theoretical case. Yeah, something like that. So in that particular case, like, let's say one of the people is same situation, makes all the income, the other person gave up their job 10 years ago. Like, should they be able to run up the cost and, like, when the other person can't afford an attorney, be frozen out of the estate, even though that estate in Texas law
It's not a singular scenario. In the instance of, say, abuse, a woman shows up to the police covered in blood with teeth missing, and then they go, okay, we're arresting him. Now the guy's not working.
But I'm saying if you eventually file for divorce in that kind of situation.
Oh, there's a woman here? Strange. She's been quiet the entire time.
Like, how should the attorneys be paid for?
In the situation of, like, a woman is being mercilessly beaten.
Yeah, like an abuse situation that meets your criteria for divorce, right?
I think perhaps then, yes, the estate itself would be used to fund the proceedings for both sides, like Texas law says.
If you have, one person who can't pay or whatever, or like, I'm talking about during proceedings.
The family is a dual income, like they file jointly, they're married or whatever. Then it should be that the divorce lawyers are paid. Now, I think the issue there is you don't really have the same kind of divorce law when you have evidence of clear violations of fault in a divorce. Now, that being said, infidelity is where things do get particularly troubling. And I know a lot of people then say, Tim, the problem here is women will fabricate or men will fabricate. They'll accuse each other of infidelity. And I'm like, yeah, bad people do bad things. How about you don't get married?
I think
it's not like you know that before you get married, though. If the person's going to
So I don't think it makes any sense, and I made my stance clear. I'm a mod rogue, and I told him I refused to go into his stream and mod when the asshole was one. My stream, I would have banned the guy a long time ago, but I can actually put my own make sure the stream is inclusive of all. But when you expect me to work with someone that treats me like garbage, yeah, that's definitely when I peace out too. I usually peace out before then.
It's not that Crowder has to pay. It's that it's no fault divorce. Like getting divorced for we're fighting a lot.
But I'm saying this is why you're getting pushback. It's like the misstatement of the 25K, which to be fair, that was put out intentionally, I believe, by Louder with Crowder to make it seem like it's greedy Hillary. That was their narrative. And then it's the idea that, like, yeah, the traditional housewife gets totally screwed under your scenario
but why is
if there is a divorce.
Why is it unfair?
Yes, true. Oh, no response to that? Good job, AJ. That is true. Marriage is like a protection for the woman, basically, or the non-working spouse, I should say. Marriage is a protection for the spouse that's basically foregoing their entire career and their entire livelihood to invest in a relationship. In the event that that relationship fails, you don't want them to be completely and totally fucked. Remember that it's definitely not neutral. I think we'll watch this tomorrow. Debating the value of Eastern medicine.
Right, which is nonsense.
No.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else. So like when it comes to the women that I've been in relationships with, so one relationship I was in was a woman had a career. And so we never saw each other. And she's like, I'm not giving up my career. I'm like, well, I'm certain. And then some other women are like, I want to go adventure and do my thing. And I'm like, I'm all about freedom and liberty, so you do your thing, I guess. And the only option I really have is to be like, no.
Freedom and liberty, so do your thing, I guess.
So I haven't found.
So definitely somebody who wants to, start a family and be maybe a stay-at-home mother.
But here's the challenge with that. My perspective, personality, what I find attractive, are all based on liberal urban sensibilities. And so most of the women in that space are going to be fiercely independent, careerists, and not necessarily compatible. So over the past several years, I've been increasingly successful. I have no problem and no concerns about starting a family whenever I need to. But most of the women that I have been with are like, can't career. And so there have been some who are like,
I don't understand what this means. Like, is he saying, like, I want to find a woman who I find attractive in every single regard because she's, like, independent, fierce, career-driven, but then once she meets me, she wants to give all of that up? Is that
40? And I'm like, not no offense. I'm just saying, like,
40-year-old women are lovely.
Well, the issue isn't them being 40. It's the difference in my age to their age, where I am in my life. And the same is true with younger women too. So I can certainly find a younger woman who's like, I just want to. And I'm like, but we just.
And there's biology that comes into play too. There, if you're looking to start a family and she's already in her 40s, and there could be some trouble, and that could be hard, and that might not fit your what you want in your life.
Yep.
So and that's entirely true. That's biology. And I say this, I'm in my 30s, I'm getting there. So it's understandable, and it's okay.
We're doing. Thanks for checking out this clip from the Timcast IRL podcast.
I don't know. Okay. Tomorrow we'll go over this. Is this the Twitter person you thought wasn't real? Is that the is she called libertarian? The libertarian conservative person that I thought wasn't real? It might have been.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
The fuck?
He hasn't demodded you yet, I have no idea. Unless he just thinks I'm all talking, no action. But legit, I have no intention of going back. Yeah, no. Fuck that clown.
Sounds like he's saying yes, but then he types in one word and a question mark. Is this like a saying? Or is just like, should I know what this means?
Alright, I think I have enough value on the board.
Am I leaking something? What the fuck does that mean?
See. Let's see if this does it. I went pretty quick with that. Damn it.
Is that water? It sounds like a water brand.
Alright, 29,490 as opposed to
Oh, that's Perrier.
30 and 2242, 2141. 28% bonus.
That's a comedian name.
25, 3%.
Oh, maybe. Okay, never mind. Okay, no spoiler. Okay.
1 million.
All right.
Okay.
I'll be back tomorrow. What am I doing tomorrow? I think I can get my
No, I guess I wasn't fast enough.
phased fucking gun, my alien tomorrow. For when Jessica comes back with bad bets, we're going to be able to fend him off. Is tomorrow Saturday? Yes. Holy shit.
Did you not stream today?
Oh, I also have a podcast tomorrow. Shit. With JJ McCullough. I'll learn to pronounce his name, I swear to God. Just never did the immigration research. I did the foundation. I just don't know where to go next.
Oh, I
You guys
didn't
should
do
make
it.
a thread on the subreddit, and then the most upvoted thread for an immigration topic, I'll go over that thread, and then we'll do research about that thread. How great would that be, okay? I was cool with Elijah Schaefer for
news in general.
It's going to be shit like, do you think that if you rape somebody, it should be okay if the other person like bought you lunch first, and then Mr. Girl's going to be like, the fact that you would even call it
because old people vote. Young people don't matter.
Because they don't vote.
Yeah, young people don't matter. Like if you're under 30, I guess 30 maybe is a good cutoff point there. You just don't matter at the end of the day because you don't vote. You don't go out there and you don't do shit. So fuck you.
Alright, I
senior
spent too much time. I need
They
to.
don't have shit to do, and they decide elections. Literally at the end of the day. So all we get is like these geriatric older people deciding our future. Who would you prefer to be running on the Republican ticket and the Democratic ticket, if you could?
I mean, I don't like to say, like, I can say names that feel good, but it could be that if I dug into either of these people, it would be horrible. But
Just
I would
off
say,
the
like,
cuff, off the cuff.
Gavin Newsom versus Nikki Haley would be an interesting.
I think so.
Like,
that's exactly who I would say as well.
Yeah,
That's
but I don't
that's
actually.
a real...
I haven't done like deep dives into either of their policies.
Sure,
so I
but
couldn't say,
that's also the same thing for me. I think that's exactly what we should be having, is people that still have their faculties about them, that are still like in this century, you know, that weren't born when horse and carriages were going around and shit like that. Absolutely. I think there was a lot of even Democratic support for Nikki Haley if she was going to be at that point versus Biden.
Actually, that might be helpful later.
I feel like if,
as long as I
if it
didn't
comes
lose an
down to
atmosphere
Trump versus
regulator.
Biden, there's just no way that Trump wins, I think.
I wouldn't say there's no way, but I think Biden has an advantage. But if the economy
I think
gets...
it's extremely unlikely that Trump has any standing whatsoever to win.
If none of his cases progress...
Even if none of his cases progress...
That's why... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Regardless of what happens with any of his cases...
Okay, if Biden has a stroke tomorrow, do you think Biden still beats Trump?
That certainly
If Trump is exonerated of 2 of his cases tomorrow, does Biden still beat Trump?
Yes.
If they come out in New York and they say, we're dropping all the charges, in one of those cases, it would be a landslide victory for Trump. If New York comes out and they said, we made a big mistake, we shouldn't have done any of these steps, we're dropping all charges, Trump wins 55-45, easy.
No.
Absolutely. He runs away with it. It wouldn't be close.
It doesn't matter.
It would energize the Republicans so much in this country that, oh my God, all these fake charges, and the Democrats would be so depressed in terms of like turnout, it would be over.
There is no shot. If Trump wins on any of those cases that he has going on,
I didn't say win. I said if they drop the charges.
Even if they drop the charges, I don't think he's going to win.
Okay.
There's just, you know why?
Why?
It's going to come down to one thing, is that the American public remembers how it was every day having to understand politics and know just... I remember the reason to vote for Biden wasn't even Biden's policy. It was just tired of fucking every day being a shit show. being some crazy
we
scenario.
Have to have perspective about
that, but people remember that, and they don't want to go back to every day is like the world is about to fall apart.
I disagree. It's completely not true.
Okay.
I think that we have that feeling, but I think it's important to remember that in that election, Biden got more votes than any presidential candidate in history, but second place was Trump that year. He was second in all the history of all the votes that have ever gone out. So did Biden win the election? Yeah, sure. Did he win it by millions of votes? Yeah, sure. But it's not like it was because people were like, oh, Trump, we're tired of this guy. This, let's move on. It was because the Democratic side happened to be energized enough. But I just think it's important to keep in mind. It's not like people are like, oh, this guy, let's move him, over 40-60 landslide for Biden. It was still a close race electoral college-wise. But
I mean, it is something that
I
Biden's
saw
kind of out of touch, I guess, with reality. Like, he tries the memes and the shit like that, but Trump is...
Yeah, GG's on that, by the way.
Trump is, like, retarded.
No, dude, I asked you to, and I have no compunctions about telling you to stop if I wanted you to stop. You're completely fine, bro. I'm just chilling playing video games that I can pause and read what you have to say. I'm here for you, bro. And I'm here for it.
I think Biden is still slower mentally than he's declined. That's true.
At the end of the day, I am a drama queen.
In the past 4 to 5 years, I think if you look at his old speeches, his old rallies and shit, and you compare him to today, I think he still has a bit more energy than Biden, but I think he's significantly slowed from where he was 4 or 5 years ago. I think he is slower. And I don't think he's going to go on that stage and be as funny and charismatic and charming as he was when he was like during the Republican primaries and stuff. I don't think he's going to have that same energy.
I mean, I guess we'll see.
And Biden is about the same as he was 4 years ago, where people think he's like, he's pretty fucking senile, he kind of fucks up or whatever, blah, 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 But like seeing Trump, like if Biden went from like, if 0 to 100 is like 100 is you got all your mental acumen about you, if Biden is like 50 now, he was like 55 before, but if Trump was like 80 now, he's like 65 now. And even if Trump is still ahead of Biden, I think the significant difference between Trump then and now, I feel like people will notice. But I could be wrong. We'll see. That's why we'll see how the debates go. Yeah.
All right. Do you think there'll even be debates?
There has to be.
There doesn't have to be.
Why does there not? Who's going to dodge them?
Biden or Trump will each have their own reasoning for not doing it. It'll probably be Trump. Like, oh, I'm not going to do it because Biden's, only trying to have it at the liberal. I guarantee you.
Trump, he lost the last election. He has to. He's still fighting from behind. As much as people delude themselves, they're like, oh, he's winning. Blah, blah.
I'll
he
bet
has
you.
to have debates.
Okay,
$100 that debates will happen.
That debates will happen.
They will, yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
And I think the reasoning will be, one of them will come up with some reasoning for why it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Meaning, like,
there you go. Well, you got 2 ways to win, either Biden or Trump pulling out. But I think $100.
That's like the easiest $100 I'll make. Biden will just be like, there's no reason to debate this guy. He's like, he's a terrorist.
Doesn't matter. He has to.
He doesn't have to.
Okay, we'll see. He absolutely has to.
One of them won't do it, and they'll come up with a reasoning. But we'll see. What do you think Mr. Girl's up to these days? How's the pump it?
He has a co-podcast now with Mr. Girl, or with Lav. That's going.
Interesting. What do you feel about that podcast?
I don't know. I've never watched a single second of it before.
Not a single second. I'm curious to check out what goes on in this podcast, actually. Do you think that they talk about politics, or is it just...
It's going to be...
news in general?
It's going to be shit like, do you think that if you rape somebody, it should be okay if the other person, bought you lunch first? And then Mr. Girl's going to be like, the fact that you would even call it, they should have absolute access to your body since they had absolute access to your wallet.
No.
And Lav is going to be like, that's so goofy. But actually, I think I would agree with you if it was just girls raping men, because men are always raping women anyway, and that's the whole show. It's going to be both of them trying to out-edgelord each other with the most unbelievably fucking retarded, oblivious takes. So that'd be my guess.
Who's redeemable? Okay, this is a real question.
Between Max and Lav?
No. Those two.
Oh.
Or just fuck everyone in general. The standing up in court meme from, what's that guy's name? Norman something.
Finkelstein?
No. The guy who painted the paintings. Norman something.
Oh, Norman Rockwell.
His name is not Norman Michelangelo.
Are you talking about the guy that painted the ceilings?
Norman Rockwell, thank you.
Why the fuck would I know that?
Okay, that's who did the thing of the dude standing up, saying the thing that was unpopular.
Oh, okay.
Norman Rockwell. Who's redeemable? Of the really hated people in your world, who could possibly come back? Like I'll start calling out some names, and you'd be like, this person could possibly come back.
Okay, I'll give you a 1 to 10 on them coming back. Wait. When you ask me, could they come back? Do you mean if they did the right things, or what are the chances of them even doing the right things?
If they did the right things.
If they did the right things,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna give everybody a pretty high chance if they do the right things.
Oh. Okay. You're.
Because like theoretically, even Mr. would be like, listen, I think I'm super full of myself. Like I said a lot of shit. I'm doing horrible things. I understand I've done this. Like I'm gonna do my best to go on a path, change my ways. Give me 3 months, see how I behave, and then go. Like anyway, I'd be like, okay, fuck it, let's see where it goes.
You know what'd be really fun?
What?
I understand Vosh has gone through a really hard time right now.
Yep.
It would really be really funny to have him on this podcast.
You think so?
I think it would be fucking hilarious. No, I understand. He's been called out for doing some quite interesting
If we were to do that,
behavior.
the way that I would do that is we would invite him.
Yeah.
We would fly him out, pay for 1 night in a hotel on the flights.
Yeah.
I would give him the wrong studio address, and we would just videotape him going up to this place, realizing that he got the wrong address, seeing him call his phone. The number would be to a voicemail instantly, and then he would just walk away, go to his hotel, wait for the night, and then fly away. That's what I would do. That would be
you hate him. You
hilarious.
hate him that much.
He would show up in such a nice outfit because he's on his fashion arc, and he'd be so excited to be in front of an audience, and he would just sit there looking
what
around.
happened? Speaking of
the
fashion,
best thing is we need multiple cameras because we would need the look slowly creeping
Okay.
over his
You know,
face.
I don't
when
subscribe
he
to this.
realizes, and he's like, "Oh God, I've been trolled."
I don't subscribe
oh my
to this.
fucking God, why did I even show up to this?
If
and then him walking back to his thing. Yeah.
Okay. First off, I don't subscribe to this because
Okay.
I think he's redeemable. But
Okay.
that said, okay. What about?
What's your opinion? I don't know if you know who Vosh is, but what's your opinion on
Go ahead.
Lolly, on like
If this microphone is so shit that you had to tilt
it actually being CP if there's just drawings of anime characters that are like canonically and young looking? Like, do you find that to be like equivalent or approaching CP? Or is that just like
I want to put out a few things. First
I
off,
feel like
I think
that's
that there
wild.
could be fun
I feel like
conversations that could be had with people from
it's
our
a, it's
past
a
that
red
you have
flag
written
for
off
sure,
forever.
but like the people who say
And we should do
like
some of those would be interesting conversations.
they're
I
equivalent
think in person people are
in any
less likely to
like
attack each other also. when all this
universe
stuff goes away. Like, you're
are
not gonna
just
have an
absolutely batshit.
What I care about is what do they do when they're not near me anymore.
No child was harmed in the making of this animation.
Who's not been a snake fuck in your life?
There's some people.
How many?
I don't know. Erudite, Nick, Pisco, Dan, Mr. Mooten, Lycan, Aaron, Pixie.
So far.
There's a lot of people actually. The Scrub King.
The Scrub King is like,
Josiah.
is he still in the picture? And who?
IRI. Wicked Supreme. Actually, it was actually quite. I could probably get 20 plus actually. Right there.
Okay, first off, a lot of those people are like
Abba, Gisticle, Evil Fossil. Believe it or not, that guy. Lily Pichu, Jade, or JD, whatever the one girl. That you got
one girl?
That you got the kitty litter story too.
First off, wow.
Technically, Darius is weird and creepy, and as I try to say, Darius has actually never over before. Darius probably, of all the people in my life, Darius is like second or third in terms of knowing information that would like me over too. So that's really
So a sonogram is like
I had a really funny.
I don't understand. I get the joke, but like you're basically saying that
Is Kelly Jean
like there's
OnlyFans influencer?
Does she do? I think she does
like even that's not ethical.
What does lewd mean?
No nipples, no pussy, no asshole.
Boring. All right, well, reach out to me when one of those three things change.
Yeah.
Until then, sleeps to me, as they say in the business. All right, that's fair. There's a good amount of people in there, I think, that have not chosen to go the evil path, so to speak. That's good. You're in a position now that's unique to you, and I think that internally you realize it, but externally it feels. You probably don't understand it a little bit, the place that you're at right now, because you're moments away from something like a Joe Rogan experience or being on a CNN or something like that, and to you it's just kind of like, you know. It's
I feel
just
like peak thing, Ben Shapiro was always the real goal versus Joe Rogan. Like, I would be more excited for a second Ben Shapiro appearance than maybe a Joe Rogan appearance. Maybe.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
No.
How many viewers or listeners does Joe Rogan
It's
get
not
per
about
episode?
that. It's just about the
I understand
pure
when you say
energy.
it's not about that, but I think my Ben Shapiro combo is like approaching 10 million views. Like, that's easily the most popular video view on the internet right now. And
Yeah.
it's like a few months old.
I
Four Thoughts Ever
think
Fucked Me Over?
you did a decent job as well on that as well. Yeah. In general, how did you end up becoming the savior of the Jewish people? How did it land that way? That this is the case? Can I take any credit for this? Because like that would be really cool if I could be like the savior of the Jews. Like I motivated you. Did I have any input whatsoever?
I wouldn't say it was you. Basically, once I started my research, because there was like so many different sources and stuff to go through, and I wanted to have like a good informed opinion on anything. There were these 3 guys that showed up in my email. Then they started emailing me like information and stuff that isn't always like publicly available. A lot of them worked with. Have you ever heard of Shin Bet? A lot of them worked like
Shin
in
Bet.
Israel.
Wait, that's like is that Irish?
Close.
What
A
is
lot of
it?
them, just the Israeli intelligence.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like that sounds like an Irish.
I was making another bait clip and you fucked me.
Oh. Sorry. That's my bad.
Right, but at the same time, there's like
I've said it before. JJ has said it. I don't remember if I copied his opinion or if he copied my opinion.
there is that like is it the like the O'Malley doctrine? I can't define porn, but I know it when I see it. Like supposedly there are like pictures like when you have like pictures of a toddler running around with like a fucking
the Islamic Caliphate and Islamic
like
extremism versus like like
a doll and like their diapers coming down like that, like
to the US and the Soviet Union.
people don't like people have that in their photo albums, and that's nobody considers that porn.
Why do people hate Jews so much?
I don't know. That would be an interesting.
Like I remember my mom had a fucking picture of me running around with a spatula when I was a toddler, just completely ass naked.
It's a small sect
in our
of
little
somewhat
fucking
successful people that
like
also don't
family pictures album, and it was like
they don't. It's like
nobody thought that was fucking weird or
and then
anything.
People seem like offended
So
as a result of that.
I
That's
feel
my
like
guess of why people kind of hate the Jews.
porn really has to be
What's your guess?
My guess is
like sexual
nobody
in
likes,
nature.
like
I'm just saying like that's sort of a non sequitur. I'm talking about like the shit where people draw
losing their country.
Yeah.
And then accepting
anime like hentai of
any sort of like
characters that are supposedly teenagers and shit. And
I think makes them
this Vosh, the streamer, got caught accidentally like with a folder of like anime horse porn, and he's like
all sorts of nomadic peoples, right? People hate the
kind of screwed because of it. And I don't like the guy, but I just the whole discourse is all about like how that shit is like the equivalent of child porn, and I'm just like I just don't see it.
Europeans are racist against a whole lot more than that. Europeans are hella racist against different types of Asians, especially Indians. Europeans are hella racist against anybody from Eastern Europe, including like even Polish people, the whitest people, like they're people. But I say racist, but like everybody's got problems with different groups of people everywhere. But yeah, that would be my guess though.
Interesting.
That'd be my guess.
I don't know. I feel that it's like kind of a situation for these guys over there.
Which guys?
I don't know what they can do. There's like nothing.
I don't know who you're talking about. Which guys? They Palestinians or Israelis or Jewish people?
The Jews.
Where? In just Israel or Jews everywhere?
In Israel. It's a very small location that they have, and I feel like they're definitely in just a wild situation right now.
The thing that sucks the most is being late to the game on everything. If the Holocaust would have happened in World War I, it would have been so much better.
Why?
because Jewish people would have had a whole 20 years to play the Holocaust card to build their country before like all the UN and all the more international regulations came about. But after World War II, things became a lot more complicated, and Israeli independence was 48, like a year before Geneva Convention and all of that shit. So it made all the international law so much more complicated. Like when you say like, because this is how the argument goes, it's like, well, Israel is a settler colonial state and they blah blah blah, and you're like, okay, well, what about the caliphate? What about the Ottoman Empire? And you're like, well, that was before World War II. It's like, okay, well, you.
I guess that is something that's interesting to me. Is it feels like a lot of these, I don't know, a lot of these people are very settled and set on the ideas of Judaism. But there's like such a small portion of the people, and Islamic people have been so much more successful on was it conquest? I guess basically.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they're like the kings.
Oh, see, now I know why I was so short.
We don't think about it in the West, but in Israel, that also played a lot into, because keep in mind, like, what is a Jew in the 20s, 30s, 40s? They're hook-nosed, weak, disgusting, leechy fucking people. So the idea that you have one little state that mobilizes an army that defeats 6 invading Arab armies who are like historically, like you said, like the conquerors, the Ottoman empires, the caliphate, like that's also incredibly humiliating and horrible. And that's part of the reason why the Arabs needed,
I'm just saying, like, there's people out there saying that it's just as bad as
that plays into the narrative as well.
Yeah,
it's just as bad as CSA.
I think a lot of people, or
and
Orthodox Jews,
CSA materials,
when we came,
and I think that completely,
it was a fucking
like,
swamp in a desert,
minimizes
Tel Aviv into a fucking city, and you want it now.
the damage
We've done all this work.
done to children who are the subjects of child sexual assault material, and like
I don't know how you,
the complete and utter fucking denigration of people who go through that, as opposed to somebody who's just drawing a completely fictional
and do it. It like it's almost as wild as saying like,
picture
hey,
of
you guys need to fuck off.
A quote-unquote child. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a bad discourse. I think like,
you're chilling.
I hate hentai. I'm not into that shit, and I hate children. I'm definitely not into that shit either. I just think it's like fucking. It's really weird how people like the whole anime online thing is so popular now, so people are like super quick to pounce on that as being like, that's just as bad as child porn. Child sexual assault.
People down there didn't split. People up there, what the fuck is going on, right? So they feel fucked over too, right?
What is the solution that's going to happen in Gaza, by the way? If you were a betting man, because I know my bet. I'll say my bet.
Child sexual assault and child sexual assault materials are
and then you can do yours. My bet
what
is that we
people call that shit.
It with money so much that there's a McDonald's on every corner, and is essentially the people there are drowned out from their hatred.
Yeah.
Essentially, to the point of
it's also Cub Scouts of America.
The hatred of the Jews kind of melts away, and that they can become part of Israel.
Ironically, a venue of much CSA.
You show them a better life, and you treat them as a better person, and I think that's the way out. I think that's the only way out, actually.
Very Jewish thing to say.
Yeah, it is, because who was it? Who was that chick that said like the war will be over when the
Golda Meir.
Yeah, the Arabs love their children as much as whatever, something along those lines.
Yeah, I think 69 to 70 something prime minister.
Yeah,
I think something like that.
I still feel that's a solution.
Yeah,
though.
when I say it's a very Jewish thing to say, what I mean is that, like, I think historically the problems between Israel and the Arabs is neither side really recognizes what the other side wants or thinks. It's not enough for Palestinians to say, well, look, we'll give you a really good economy, and if we throw a lot of money at you and put McDonald's where you guys will be happy. Keep in mind, Karantos just quit my show earning a ton of money as a Somalian because of pressure from his family. Keep in mind that Palestinians are willing to put vests on themselves and blow themselves up because they want their land back. I don't think it's just a matter of economy or money. There has to be like these cultural moves at the same time, you know?
I mean, it's always going to be the case that you're going to have extremists, and there's always going to be the Karantos.
No, it's not just extremists. It's the default assumptions and thoughts of the populations themselves.
You know what it is? You have to kill them with kindness, not with bombs. It's the only way out of it. It sounds so retarded to say, but and even saying it sounds retarded, but you literally have to kill them with kindness. And that means like McDonald's on every corner, a Starbucks on every corner. You have to make it feel weird when you go and suicide bomb
it
someone.
has to be like there is a kindness, but it has to be like a tough kindness. You can't just be a pushover.
The strategy that Israel has done so far, which is if you give us a 7, we're going to give you an 11. It's just not going to survive into the future.
Well, this is the first 11. Before it was like, if you give us a 7, we'll give you an 8.
Sure.
Like 2008, 2014 was like, we're going to go your shit up a little bit. But the issue here is that, like, for instance, for what you talk about, they've already had tons of aid money that pour into that country. It's not like they're doing anything with it, right?
Yeah.
Which is funny, too, because, like, and this is the frustrating part, was if there was international pressure on Hamas, of which right now there is nothing, but if there was pressure on Hamas, if you wanted to end the entire war, if you wanted to end all of this and actually destroy Israel as a country, what Hamas should do is they should build shelters for civilians.
But I don't know what the legal definition for, like, it's called lolly.
For any sort of military purpose, because the
like,
millisecond that Israel
quote unquote child hentai.
The genocide accusations become so much more true. The war crimes are starting to pile on. The entire fucking world would turn their back on Israel. Okay, we're talking about Brittany now. Go ahead, bring it up.
Destiny's blocked for being a shit father and a shit partner. And how dare he lecture Daisy over parenting when he doesn't even tuck his kid into bed every night? You know who's a better parent
My
than
kid
the
is
parents who don't
13,
tuck their
by
kids
the
in
way,
at night?
but
People who decided not to have
Do you
babies.
tuck your 13-year-old in? Do you?
People who've had abortions.
Abortions. Bro.
People who decided not to have babies. People who've had abortions. Your baby better off dead.
Nice.
Why would you feel the need to say that Nathan would have been better off aborted since Destiny doesn't tuck him in every night?
I didn't say that. But where'd you hear that?
Well, you actually did. You actually did. You said people that are born with their parent not being there all the time would have been better off aborted. So yeah, you kind of did suggest that.
Do you want to take this call?
Honestly, I'm not that surprised, like a hater's calling in, but I didn't say that. You just misunderstood it. But that's okay. We speak different languages.
Yeah.
Nice. I like curly hair. That's me. You know, just saying. That said, she's off the hook wild. What is wrong with this bitch? Why does she hate you so much?
I think for some people, especially for her, especially having BPD, I think
Where,
it's just a
where
compulsive
the
thing now.
fuck is that last
so
one?
We'll watch this clip, or we watched this on this show, but never again, okay? No more of her. I think that she just really wants me to reference her or talk about her. I think it's really important to her. But I think she'll continue to mention me and keep ramping up the attacks and say more and more because she has like a compulsion when it comes to talking about me. Because everything, like logically think about it, like, can I not criticize a single thing or nothing that I say has any value or weight because she has issues with anything personal? Like, obviously it's silly and dumb. But then I think she even said before something about, she mentions like wanting me to watch her stuff. I think she says it later on in that earlier clip. But then like it's just ramping up. I would guess we're 6 months away from her being like, he's an actual cuckold. Like I feel like we're 6 months from that. So.
It's wild to be on the inside
it's
and to
still
know you
18,
and to also see the stuff
but
that comes on the outside. I mean, I guess because if you're on the outside, you would assume that like Destiny's average night is like he's in the corner watching someone.
yeah,
fuck his wife.
I guess if legally it is, then legally it is. But
just, like, hangs out.
I didn't realize that there was.
To it, true.
Do it. Give it to her.
Yes.
I didn't know there was like actual
but, you know,
law that was
it feels
enacted.
Well, I mean, I'm on
in
a
regards to
different
that.
side. I'm on the knowing side. I'm a knower, right? They don't understand the other side of it as well. Is that you could also fuck whoever you wanted to every day.
Yeah,
So
but
they
for
don't
where the
talk
red
about
pill
that.
shit is at now, that doesn't matter as much.
That doesn't matter.
Whether you're
Is that you
once
were
a cuck,
you were-
always a cuck.
You were fucking like another woman every night.
That's
basically.
not true, but also it doesn't matter. You're
It
still
wasn't
a cuck.
true? Not
It's
every night?
that much. Also, I'm more offended, less by the relationship, but more the insinuating my kid should have been aborted. I think it's a little bit more extreme there, but.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
She did say that.
I didn't realize that.
Why would you say that, Brittany? That's like really fucked up. I don't aborted.
I wonder if there's a clip from the past where like you guys have talked about the Alibro situation with her, and she's aware of that.
That guy is
If I had
irrelevant.
to, this would be a malicious guess. Although I would assign it to Brittany now, actually, because she's so unhinged, and because apparently I think I've fallen too far on the side of giving people charitability.
Sure.
What are the 2 things I've said in the past repeatedly, publicly, over and over again that would make me burn a bridge with you?
With
Remember?
me?
You generally.
Oh.
It would be you too, but
Okay.
Talking about my kid or my partner?
I have no
I've
idea
always
what
said
you're
there are
talking
always like 2 things, and it's if you're legitimately like trashing my partner, and if you're trashing my kid. Those are always the 2 things that are like, if you either of these things, you're like, good. And the fact that then she now leans in like as heavy as possible in both these things makes me think she's just heard that. She's like, oh, I could trigger him the most saying these fucking things. That's my guess is that's why she focuses so much on it. That'd be my guess.
She says that she's Assyrian, right?
She's white and American, but
Yeah,
what is
exactly.
Assyrian? Do you know?
No, I don't want to do any research on it. I just like
across the Middle East, like Eastern Turkey, Northern Syria,
yeah.
Northwest Iraq.
I'm not talking necessarily about the legal definition, especially because I didn't know it. I'm talking more along the lines of like I feel like it's really stupid that people are saying that it's just as bad as.
Only knowledge I have of the Assyrian people. That's it.
Even if it's legislated to be quote unquote just as bad, like
if someone said that I'm cringe, but they
first of all, I doubt that it is. I believe that it's illegal, but I doubt that it's actually like legislatively as bad in a legal sense.
And reward good behavior.
But
right? Oh, here's Alabro. Look, there he is.
What
Remember
a great guy.
when he was a big deal?
Like the abuse aspect
We can't hear anything, by the way.
Oh, do you want to hear that?
I want to hear him say that.
of actual CP is like far worse.
Stop talking about
in my
people's
opinion.
sons. Fuck him.
Fuck him.
He had a child.
He did. Had one.
And he's just paying for the child's existence. Abortion was the correct action here.
True and based. I'm sorry, Nathan.
Listen, he does not take an active role in the child's upbringing. He pays everything. He makes sure that they're well taken care of financially.
It's that thing called Nathan.
He brought a life into the world that he didn't have any
Combiner.
intention of loving or caring for, and that's what abortion is for.
You know what Elabrel is?
If
All
the
beard,
pregnancy happens between
no
two
mustache.
people that have no
Well, 'cause he
intention
shaves it.
to raise a
No.
family together,
It doesn't grow.
that's what it does.
I try not to gloat, but I have to remind myself. It's
That-
important to know who attacks me. Do you know what he does with his life now?
What? Goes through dumpsters.
On stream.
I know that. I was there for that stream. How does that make you feel that I know that? Does that make you feel like, man, Dan's a real one?
No, you probably just saw the clip in his chat.
No, in his chat? Like
In
I'm
my
hanging
chat.
out in Alabrel's chat?
In my chat, you probably saw a clip.
Why do you think that I wouldn't be there when it
Because
was
why
created?
would you be watching his stream unless you were in chat when the chat said that it was?
I was there when the sacred scrolls
yeah, you're
were
the Sacred
created.
Scrolls. Roll
How
clip.
dare you
Roll Dan,
suggest
Dan
that I
saying
only
96.
watched? You know, it's like fucked up. I am a chatter at my soul. I speak for chat. I am chat.
But the thing that sucks is I just feel bad now when I look at that.
I don't feel bad. Fuck him.
I don't feel bad for him.
You know, I've said this before. Let me bring this in like a little bit of for a lot of my life, I've existed in this point of pros and cons. Meaning whatever I do, I kind of weigh it out a little bit to a certain extent. What does this get me? What does this not get me if I do this? Why are you laughing? Why are you smiling?
Because he's fucking me. Sorry,
Who's
go ahead.
fucking you?
Lycan is fucking with me. Go ahead. Go.
I've existed that way for a while, okay? The pros and the cons. And I realized that sometimes it's good to just fucking destroy. You know, when someone comes at you with a 7, I understand why the Jews do it. Come at them with a fucking 11. Ruin their fucking life. Fuck you, Alabrel. You're fat.
Yeah, but the problem is for him, his life is already ruined.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You ruin it more. Fuck him. You know, he said your kid should be aborted. You have no.
That's probably because he wishes he was aborted.
Let me tell you something.
It's a projection.
If tomorrow you were gunned down in the street,
yeah, he'd celebrate.
He would have a fucking stream celebrating.
That's
Do you know
true.
what we say to these people? We say,
Mustafa, what do the Jews say?
We say fuck you.
Okay.
We say fuck you. That's what we say.
Okay.
Exactly that. Just that. And you told me that. I was going through a moment of crisis.
Sure.
Okay.
But that was like a different.
That wasn't. It was the same thing.
Because he was actively doing it.
I feel like.
Fucking hell! Out of tethers
that was
again.
a piece of wisdom that you gave to me that I think was important. I put not enough emphasis on the human emotions. You know what it is? It's because there's this thing that we have when you say, "What do you care what X thinks about you? What do you care what other people think about you?" Real Chads don't care what anyone thinks about them. And it's not true. As people, we're emotional animals, and it's okay to value what other people think about you. And sometimes knowing that the best way to fuck someone over is to take that against them. When someone comes at you with a 7, you give them an 11. That's it. That's it. That's the Jewish strategy, I guess. That's what Israel does. If you come with a rocket attack, they fucking nuke your entire city or something. I don't know. Yeah.
What is going on
Sorry,
with Twitch
it sounded
right
more insightful in my mind than it probably came out here.
Okay. That's good. Okay. We got the lack of humanity Dan over here with the Jewish perspective.
We're never going to get a sponsor.
Why?
Well, mainly because of me. Well, probably because of you also.
We can get one. I think we could get like...
We could get like a Bulletproof
like
Vest
Black
sponsor.
Rifle Coffee or whatever. We could get like a conservative sponsor.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. Like a really good conservative sponsor. Yeah, for sure.
During one of the tournaments, someone got a new level 6'9" world record. Instead of congratulating, he came into the chat a couple days later.
Man. It's been bad. It's been a bad
Because he
year
was
for
busy
us.
finding the exact seed
A real
RNG
bad year.
pattern in the world
Like,
record.
the last 12 months have been fucking
He
wild.
said he found the seed pattern in a few.
To be a Jew
After
in
a few
America right
attempts,
now?
he got a new world record himself.
What are you smiling for?
Like,
This is
dude,
funny.
first of all,
This is
that
funny
does
for you?
not
You
make
know
him
why?
better
'Cause
because the record
nobody
holder got
targets
it
the
first
Cubans,
attempt and
and
it
they
took
should.
this
You know what?
asshole
We
multiple
should change
tries.
out all the
Secondly,
Jews
you
for the
can't submit
Cubans,
those level
the
attempts when it's
Gusanos.
not done in an
Yeah, you
official
know why I can
tournament
say that?
setting.
'Cause it's not a real
Just needs
slur.
to stop trying to claim that
I
he's
feel my
better
thing saying
than
it.
everyone for
Gusano.
fuck's sake,
You are
right?
a Gusano.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Just
you feel
put
I
up
feel
or shut
nothing
up.
when I say that.
Quit trying to prove,
Yeah, I can just say that word. You know why?
Why?
Because your people,
like,
the Cubans,
independently
they,
and without witnesses and
it's not
with
really a
no
racial slur,
pressure.
is it?
Like,
That's how you feel about it, I guess.
No, don't play games
that's
with
why
it. Okay,
fucking
Gusano is a word
rap
that means
battles are different
mostly-
than putting out an
it's like
album.
the,
It's
the
like
slave
you have
owners
to
or
do it
something,
on the
right?
spot
The implication is that anybody
with
that
an
came to
audience
Cuba that doesn't support a socialist government
first
must
try,
have been a slave
or it doesn't
owner,
count.
and that's why they were against the revolution, and that's why they're
Be right back, I gotta
right-wing
pee.
fascist supporters. They probably supported Batista.
Gotcha. Is that you?
Ostensibly.
What would you do right now if you were in charge of Cuba? Top 3 agenda.
The number one thing would be figuring out how to, like, fix relations with the United States.
That's number 1.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Fuck South America, Jesus.
Okay, so how do you fix relationships with the United States?
I don't know enough about Cuban-U.S. relations to know.
What is Cuba's main export?
I don't fucking know. Sugar cane? I have no fucking idea.
Wrong. The answer is Cubans.
Is that even true? Right now? How many people leave Cuba? What does Cuba even export? I have no fucking idea. It's some kind of agricultural thing?
Okay, sorry. I don't know. Sugarcane, maybe? Okay. All right. How did a Cuban American failed music school dropout become such an influential political commentator? Did you know when you were making offensive jokes when you were playing StarCraft 2 that this is what your future was going to lend into?
Always, yes.
See, Karantos, this is why you didn't make it. You can't sell like that. You don't got it in you. You know why? It's in the blood. What were we talking about? Karantos.
I think Jewish blood versus Muslim blood. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So last night, you have a show for the YouTube viewers.
Well, not for the YouTube viewers.
For the YouTube viewers who were paying attention, but also not paying attention. There was a show called Kick or Keep. It was kind of a knockoff Raj Royale, but way more racist with a lot more slurs and things along those lines. And it was run by a Somalian dude named Karantos who wore women's leggings over his face. And last night, he did a stream.
Right, exactly.
Right
I
after
feel
you
where
walked
you're
off,
coming from with this one,
and
bro.
he basically said, Steven, he's gay, and he hates Muslims. And
He's bi,
can't
actually,
bear it to work
okay?
for him anymore. And there's been a lot of speculation as to the reasoning for why he did this. People are saying it's because your kick contract is coming up for renewal. People are saying he's been pressured from his parents because, how can you be associated with this guy? What is your assumption of what actually happened? And also, were you caught by surprise, or did you see this coming?
I'm always surprised when people choose other things over career and money, but that's just my inner,
You're not Jewish. You're Cuban. So
I mean, at this point, I'm kind of honorary.
You know what's a good Cuban food? Ropa vieja.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
That's fine.
You've misled my people for too long.
The Cuban misled my people for too long.
You're the Christians, and I, the Jews, have deceived you. And it's coming back to bite us now, The Gollum.
Is there a Muslim we could get as a third for sometimes? That would just be
I feel like it would be too much.
We could argue like religious issues.
It's not even.
God,
it's not even the religious people. I just need someone fast on their feet.
Oh, and Muslims aren't?
I'm not saying they're not.
What do you mean? I need someone fast so it can't possibly
That
be a Muslim?
didn't even. Oh
I didn't
my
say that.
goodness.
That's exactly what you implied.
I feel like I didn't imply that.
Oh, okay. Name 2 fast Muslims.
Hold on. Let me go to Google real quick. What is Google?
Farha is a Muslim. We can just talk about religion. No, she'll get you.
Muslim.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, where were we? Sorry.
Oh, it's just talking about not eating food. Anyways, why did he quit? What's your real reason? Why did he quit? Why did he tell you to go f yourself? Like, I'm not working for that gay Islam hater. But you were a gay Islam hater from day one. What
My
changed?
guess is it's boring. I don't think that's like an exciting story here. My guess is going to be he probably started getting a lot of pressure from friends and family.
They found out. They're like, hey, why are you working for that Jew
or
supporter?
rather they knew for a while and he was like, oh, this guy says some crazy shit sometimes, but then they saw some clips or they found out more about me and they're like, yo, this is not okay. Yeah.
Interesting. I've only spoken to him once and I was like, hey, listen, do whatever you want to do. Leave me out of your shit. I don't want to be involved with your crazy fucking Nazis or lefties or whatever other shit you have on the show. Just do your own thing. And that was it. And then I think I mentioned like once I was like maybe going to sponsor the show, but then I realized that was a really bad idea. Because that shit is wild, that show. I mean, it was wild. I have to speak in past tense now.
Well, hold on.
I can't believe that you even had your
where
name
the future goes.
was associated. I mean, Wes would be really good for the show, but in the same part, it needs to be tamed down. You can't be dropping the slurs like you drop on that.
I can do whatever the I want.
You can, but it's going to hurt you in your image moving forward.
Oh, yeah?
Don't you think so?
No.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Okay.
You quit. He was making $3,000 a month, but he liked to tell everyone he was making more. Why do you think that is?
Did he tell people he was making more?
He implied heavily he was making more, yeah. And whenever someone was like, hey, you're only making 3, he was like, don't watch my pockets, etc., etc., etc.
Interesting. Okay.
You didn't know that?
I don't think he implied that, but
he did imply that.
I will say, now that at least I can speak publicly about that, I do think it's funny that he legitimately thought he was going to get paid $12,000 a month.
Yeah, you have to
run the show. That was pretty funny.
You have to be someone like me to get that much money.
Also, god damn, he must have been, not to be racist, but Somalian, making $3,000 a month, working that little? Bro, he's got to be like I am donating more to like Somalia's GDP. Like, I bet there was a noticeable bump in his city.
The
from
GDP,
the wages that I was paying. Yeah,
that was a good meme. It's, the GDP export chart that you do, you have to guess the country. It's gonna be like very different for next year now for Somalia. It used to be like content creation, and now it's down a little bit.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, listen.
Absolutely.
I have no issue with you, except that you're an anti-Semitic cocksucker. But aside from that,
have we talked about whether you watch RuPaul's Drag Race?
That said,
Hollow Man.
I don't know what from a pure business point of view, I'm not sure what you're doing, because you get like 30 viewers when you're streaming. Why would you give this up? It just doesn't make sense financially.
Why would I? Oh, why? Like for Q?
Yeah, I'm talking to
it's
talking
hard.
to him.
Yeah, I
kind
can't.
of right now.
I can't. I have to intellectualize a lot to figure out people that are like, yeah, I'm making.
Oh, that's right.
100x the salary of like an ordinary Somalian person right now, but I understand that my mom and dad are mad, so I'm gonna just abandon this endeavor completely. That just seems wild to me. But
that's something I have a problem with also too. Is you feel like people are gonna be like rational with their debates and their thought process and and their fighting.
Not
like,
rational, but understandable.
They're gonna do some sort of pros and cons in their head, and there's actually just a lot of people that just don't do that. They're just at their entire point of their life, it's like they just stepped on a Lego and you laughed at them. And that's how they move through life constantly. No
I
thought
disagree.
whatsoever.
I completely disagree.
There's 100% people that are like that.
Okay, I disagree.
You know the moment that you get, even though we're rational people, when we're in a car, sometimes someone will do something crazy to us while we're driving. And for a brief moment, you're ready to pull out your Glock and end that man's life.
Never thought that.
Well, then you're special because I am. So you're just gonna lie and act like you don't have road rage.
The only people I get mad
instinct.
at when I'm driving are people in my car telling me how to drive.
Okay,
they're
listen
the
to me.
ones.
Listen to me. Everyone, I guess I'll talk to everyone else. We all have that instinct of the people who have driven. There's a moment, it's brief, but you're ready to kill. You're ready to kill. Someone cut you off. You're gonna throw your whole life away because this guy cut you off. It doesn't make sense. But at the time, at the moment, you're actually willing to do it.
Okay.
So to me, this seems like one of those moments with Q right now.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all.
He's trying to get the blood alcohol meter thing working.
Okay. Does he have his mic muted?
Yes. Probably.
Oh, okay. So it's just fucking with me then, not with the audience. If you're gonna beep the thing, Lycan, unmute your mic because I want them to suffer too. Fuck them.
I think
the thing is, we look at some people, and I think we fall into the trap of saying that person's not doing any cost-benefit analysis on anything in their life. But the reality is everybody does cost-benefit analysis.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Wait, real quick. Where did the thing about his family come from? Like, is it possible he's just super fucking pissed about your takes?
No,
I think there's something.
Because hasn't he like?
It's something strategic.
Well, hold on.
You feel it's something strategic?
No.
Really?
I think he did a cost-benefit analysis.
Wait, hasn't he hinted at this? He's been hinting at it. Like, didn't he take a jab like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, he probably got the he probably got this feeling a couple weeks ago. It's probably why he's been canceling. Yeah.
Well, I would if you're gonna keep that shit show going, I would nominate probably the only person that's good for the job is Wes.
Yeah. Okay, wait, real quick. I just have to finish my take. So people are always doing cost-benefit analysis and everything. The reason why sometimes it seems like people are being irrational or it seems like people aren't is because they're weighing some things way heavier than you'd weigh something. And so it seems like they're being irrational when the reality is if they're being irrational, the only irrationality is how they're valuing certain things in their life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for Q, there's probably a really high value on social circles, which I think is pretty normal, especially when that social circle includes your family and the idea of having
I don't believe any of it. You know why? Because if he actually cared about any of that, there's no chance he'd ever been mixed up with you in the first place.
No. It's not when you say cared about any of it.
If any of that mattered, there's no chance he'd be with a bisexual fucking liberal.
If you go to a prison and you ask those people, why did you
Then shock after I beat it a month later, he makes that he helped. That he played and beat Hades the first time he got to Hades. But when asked how many runs it took to get to Hades, he never answered that. But of course, he still has to make sure we all know that he killed Hades the first time he reached it, despite him saying that he has no interest in playing that game. So why now is he suddenly interested in playing, and where is his fucking proof yet again? Here's the thing. There's a filing cabinet in one of the rooms that literally has your entire record, like what killed you, what boons you had when you died, how far you got, and so he wouldn't have to have a video of him getting there for the first time and getting the cutscene that you get only the first time you go there. He could literally go in-game to his little filing cabinet and prove, as long as you believe that this is his
technically true, isn't it?
first playthrough.
Some uncontacted tribe in Africa that has an older god than yours.
I don't think so.
Wait, how old is the Jewish stuff? It's like
the oldest one.
It's like 6,000, 7,000. It's some old ass shit, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like 1300 BC or something.
I thought it started.
Bro.
1300 BC. It's like thousands.
Hold on.
How many more times is this motherfucker gonna tell outlandish stories before he gets like fully called out and ostracized?
I was closer. You said thousands.
Hold on, wait. Now I'm
about 2,000 is closer than 1,300. 2,000 is closer than 1,300 to 1,800. I win. 500 versus 200.
I'm curious. Wait. How did they say Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians building the pyramids if that happened like 5,000 years ago?
Well, I mean, I guess.
Did they mean ethnic Jews or?
I don't know.
No, they would have been religious because they did the blood and the plagues and all that shit, right?
I mean, you have to understand.
Wait, did Jews make up myths about their religion before their religion even fucking existed?
That is possible. Never put it past these people. Very sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Wait, that doesn't make any
Choose,
sense.
he
It
says.
would be really funny. No, actually, I don't want to say it because if I say it, I'm gonna will it into happening.
That's how religions work? No, because Christianity starts at 0.
Yeah.
And then everything else before is like kind of meme shit.
We're a Christian country because we it's 2000.
Yeah, but you guys have stories about you like being in Egypt and shit. Your religion doesn't even exist yet. Why does it start at 1800
I guess
BC? Like what happened then?
the dinosaurs.
Young Earther here.
Okay.
So
I would
actually-
be a really good anti-Semite. I mean, but I hate all religions.
I imagine anybody that is a particular religion would be really good at being anti that religion, right?
I could be good at any anti-religion.
Really?
Yeah.
Show me your funniest anti-Hindu joke.
Actually, I've decided I don't want to go down this road, actually.
That's what I thought.
I love all Hindi people.
Then this is why Christ is king.
Sure. Christ is king.
Good.
Jewish guy, though.
For the first part of his life.
Yeah. He's a good dude. You know him?
We all know Jesus.
Yeah.
We accept him into our hearts every day. Yeah. Not you, though.
Why not me?
Because you killed him.
Well, it was the Romans that killed him. You not watch Passion of the Christ?
I'm sure it was you guys that killed him.
No. It
Yeah.
was a Roman
No, I'm
that
with
killed
you.
him.
If I ever meet this okay guy, I'm gonna
It was literally a
scrutinize
Roman dude with a spear that
his
killed
choices.
Jesus.
Into the Romans.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are we saying who influenced the election now? Is this the point where we're at right now?
We're just
Honestly, I don't
we're
give a
talking through
shit.
history.
I hate all religions so much. Oh my god. Imagine believing shit when there was no internet. How could you do it? It's not possible.
Really? I feel like the internet's made it harder to find out what's real or believable, but...
Well, at least I can
Oh,
get some
shit.
camera phone video footage of some stuff,
Upskirt photos? What are you talking about right now?
Is that what you're thinking about right now?
What else were you thinking
Yeah.
about?
Well, I was thinking
You
about,
dig?
parting the Red Sea or, other miracles, things along those lines. That's what I was thinking
The
about.
miracle would be you getting close enough to a girl to take a picture of her.
It's very offensive. All right, topics list.
Wow, glad we got through the Q1 guy. Can we get a clap on chat? What a heated... Whew, let's just take a break after that.
Hey, do we got
that
a
was
slam
heavy
thing?
one.
I want to see how the slam works.
That was a heavy,
Hold on.
That was a heavy topic.
So the slam thing.
No.
It's more of a me problem than it's a his, because he's who he is.
He is who he is.
That's well known. It's not gonna change. He's him. But I'm willing to fucking co-sign it, because I'm pretty much co-signing it. No matter how many times I jumped in there to debate, no matter how many times me and him had heated back and forth, that is indifferent to what the truth is, which is I'm co-signing the nigga. I'm co-signing him. And I'm comfortable with him saying all those things, no matter how many times I bitch, no matter how many times I'm debating. As long as I'm taking his money, as long as I'm using his platform, as long as me and him are hosting a show together, I might as well be agreeing with everything he's saying. I might as well. Therefore, I was like, to save some fucking dignity, some self-respect, dropping the show. That's it.
Like, I think that line, I think somebody told him. As long as you're on that show, you're co-signing everything he's saying.
Are you saying he's not intelligent enough to come to that kind of conclusion himself?
It's not nothing to do with being intelligent. It has to do with is he willing to dump his whole family and friend network and everything for $3,000 a month? Probably not. We need to clean these windows. These windows should be clean when we do the show as well.
There's an outside issue. If you look at a lot of this shit, I see the fingerprints, yeah, that's fine, but there are streaks out there that we can't clean ourselves.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it was a good business decision.
From his point of view?
Yeah, no. He gets 20 viewers.
Well, it's not about the money.
It is about the money.
It's obviously it's not for him.
Was Keeper Kick going to keep going, in your opinion? Give me the real odds, no bullshit. 3 months from now, do you think Keeper Kick would have
Why do
existed?
you say no bullshit, implying I would bullshit otherwise?
You would
No,
bullshit.
no, I'm good now. Yeah, that's fine. No,
Really
I wouldn't
think about
bullshit. No, if I... No,
Do you
it'd
think
probably, it'd be
Keeper
part of
Kicker
my...
would still be here in 3
It's part of
months?
my kick contract. It would be part of that. I would do it as long as I'm streaming on Kick.
It's really part of your contract with him, with Kick?
I didn't say that.
Oh, so it's not part of it.
I didn't say that either.
Okay, so it is part of it.
I have no statement on either one of those prepositions.
Prepositions or propositions?
Well, you've saved up a few $1,000,000 now as a result of your kick stuff. It feels good, yeah?
I mean, and other stuff, but sure.
I mean, now you can kind of do whatever you want to do with the rest of your life and kind of be set no matter what. It's a good feeling, right? Kind of like fuck you money to a certain extent. You'd have to really fuck up bad. Like, even if you went back to being like even 1,000 viewer Andy at this point, like you're good for life, basically, as a result of the moves you've taken.
All right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, thank you to Kick for doing that. The Gambit money.
I mean, I earn other money through YouTube as well, but yeah. Anything else
true.
you want to talk about to make us further out of touch with our viewers?
Any suggestions? What do the viewers want to know? What do viewers want to talk about? Listen.
Fuck, that's a good idea.
What?
I should do kick or keep till the end of, or till for a month or two more. The next kick or keep, I should arrange myself, but it should be 9 people, but it's for the next co-host spot.
The show is not good,
God.
though.
That would be epic.
You have to tone it down.
Why? No.
What do you mean, no? On that show, the last one I saw, it's people saying the N-word and the F-word constantly.
That can be funny. They're just not funny.
Yeah, they're not funny people. Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
that's the issue. But it's not about toning it down. It could be toned high. They just need to be funny.
Think about...
They're just not very funny.
The problem is the guests that they were getting were not good. You need to think about... first off, don't even think about getting a new host. Just get Wes to do the show.
Wes wants like $4,000 a month.
Wes will do it for fucking whatever you pay him.
That's what he... Didn't he say that publicly, or was that private? Whoops.
Who gives a shit what he said? He'll take the job for free. I'm sorry, Wes. You know you will. He'll take it for free.
Why would he do that for free?
Because exposure. Because he wants, I don't
know if he even wants exposure.
He does. Because he can turn that into viewers. Because he's a funny guy. I don't blame him. It's that's the type of guy that can actually turn like a 5,000 or 10,000 viewer host from you into actual viewers. Is Wes. That's the difference. Is he knows he can parlay that into. So I mean, listen. I don't think you need to find it. I think, listen. My vote is to give it to him. If you're going to keep going with it.
Think about it.
There's nothing to think about. Who's second place?
Me just streaming normally?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's second place, I guess. Yeah. Play the voicemails.
Oh, boy.
He put a lot of effort into this. We should do this. Take this seriously.
Yeah, let's go. I've taken all of this seriously.
I am, too.
Okay.
Like my hat.
It's a hat?
You see the teeth?
Yeah.
That's for every
I mean...
killed.
That's wild.
Bro, I am mid at most games that I play, and I am most certainly not like speedrunner tier quality at Sekiro, but I'm in the 99th, I'm in the 99th, maybe 98th percentile at that game. Like, I rip that game. And really, it's because it's the first game that I ever started to try and play that involved like fast, frenetic, dodging, parrying combat, and I became obsessed, and I have
They don't, but I know what you mean. Okay.
thousands of hours in that game. So that being said, like this game, I'm top tier for the PlayStation. Like, I've been consistently for the last like 8 weeks the best PlayStation player, but it's first of all, it's got a small player base, and second of all, the guys who play on the computer using the mouse, I would never be that good even if I did try and play with the mouse, and I'm not trying to pretend like I would be.
You don't even know shit. You don't even know where Gaza is on the map.
Bro, you're right.
Another photo. Hold on.
No. I was just saying because you were leaning away from your microphone again.
This one right here.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, you already took the photo? Sorry. Okay.
I thought Nebraska had the only bi-camera, but it's the only unicamera.
I'm making sexy photos for you.
You're fine.
Are they good? Okay. Mr. Borelli, you are all over the place. What was his question again?
The question is, have you ever made a teacher snap so much they broke down into tears?
Teachers have guns.
That wasn't the question.
I think it's really unfortunate, but we always bullied the fuck out of
substitute
teachers.
I agree.
It was always the goal to bully the fuck out of substitute teachers. Like, you'd say like, oh, we usually do this during class, and you try to mislead them and say some retarded shit.
Yeah.
I remember there was one particular class where we had a bunch of class clowns where there was like a a built-in desk to the floor, and then there was like the chalkboard behind, and then there were all of our desks. And the goal sometimes was if there was a substitute teacher walking back here, the goal would be how many students could crawl forward on the floor and like move around the desk beneath it as the teacher walked around.
How old were you here?
I was a freshman, but my classmates were all juniors, so I just like sat in the back like a shy fucking kid and watched.
Gotcha.
And I think they got up to 5 once on a teacher, and she just lost it. And then we watched some stupid fucking video for the rest of class.
I mean, do you ever think the teacher lost it enough that they would fucking blast you?
I don't know, man. Some teachers get real fucking mad.
Yeah, I know. Should teachers have guns? That's really the substance of the question.
That's correct. That is indeed the substance of that question.
What do you think?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't trust those.
It has nothing to do though with people breaking down or anything. It just has to. It's a numbers game, and as tragic as school shootings are, they are incredibly fucking rare in the United States. But if you put a gun in every single classroom, the amount of kids that would die by accidents alone would be, I would guess, an order of magnitude higher. Like you'd have 1,000 students a year dying of some stupid fucking gun accident in a school. Would be my guess.
That's a base take.
Yes,
absolutely
I
true.
agree with that assessment for the most part. Do you think there should be metal detectors?
Sure. If it's a dangerous enough area, yeah, for sure.
What about in all schools? Metal detectors.
If it's a dangerous area, sure. If a school has a history of no violence, then why?
Well, I mean, you know, that wouldn't have helped in where's that? Uvalde, right? There probably wasn't a lot of violence there, and there was. So should there be metal detectors in all schools?
It would come down to a cost thing. Schools already generally struggle with costs.
How would you change that? You know, because right now schools are kind of they're funded by property tax. You think that's a good way of doing it? How would you change that? Right now, he just texted to a woman. He's like, "Sorry, this is going a little bit longer than I thought. It's gonna be a little bit longer until I can come down and fuck you."
Oh yeah.
Sorry. How would schools are funded by? You know what? Fuck it.
Okay.
Who cares?
So it looks like about last year. It looks like somebody in chat said, "I had no. Why would I say that without a single fucking shred of evidence or whatever?" Last year, about 1% of deaths were preventable/accidental. So if there were about 50,000 deaths, that means about 500 were accidental. You're telling me that if you put guns in every single fucking classroom, you know that you're gonna see students. Wait. Let's play a game, okay? Ready?
I'm ready. Want to play a game?
Put your hands up. I'm curious. Let's guess.
Oh, what did I just hit?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
How many schools?
Random ass fucking.
Or we'll say high school through like first grade/kindergarten. How many schools do you think, elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, exist in the entire United States?
Oh my god.
Motherfucker, bro. Oh my god.
What through what?
Like kindergarten through high school, if you had to guess.
Fuck me.
I'm thinking. Hold on. What's the population of the United States?
330 million.
Is it 330 million? I thought it was 380 million.
$5 million.
I think 5 million.
Oh, it is 330 million.
I would guess, and I'd guess at least an order of magnitude lower.
10K? Dennis, you're a fucking retard. You think there's only 10,000 schools in all of America?
I'm gonna guess 300,000.
This
That's my
dude said
guess.
fucking 10,000. I mean, I'm retarded.
I'm gonna say
extra retarded.
I'm gonna say
Dennis.
400,000. No, I'm gonna say 300,000.
It's up on the screen.
How many is it?
Okay, 130,000. I'll take it.
I mean, I said 5 million, right?
That's quite a bit off, but
5 million schools?
Listen, you know, it's fine.
You tried. It's fine.
It's fine. Listen, you're just as retarded, Dennis. You're just as retarded as I am. Remember that at the end of the day. All right? When you go to sleep tonight. 5 billion. Yeah. Okay. Should they carry guns? No, I don't think so. I think there should. There should probably be metal detectors.
Why not?
Yeah, there should be. They should be paid federally. It would be my guess. I don't think it's a good idea that right now all schools are paid by property tax. I think it's the worst system ever because you have shitty areas that get shitty schools and it perpetuates everything as a result of that. Like if you're in a shit suburb of Detroit, you're going to get a shit school and your kid is gonna go there and it's gonna have a shit teacher and it's gonna have a shit life and nothing is gonna change. And if you're Steven's kid and you're growing up in Miami Beach, you're gonna have a fucking poggers teacher and a poggers school, and it's gonna be amazing for you. And it's only because of property tax that that's the case. So I think all schooling should be. I think all schools should be funded solely based on population. I guess how many people are at your school, and that's the funding you get, and it's federal, and it's nothing to do with property tax. That would be the correct way of doing it, right?
That's one way you could do it. How do you get the voters on board with that?
That's the problem. But then again, you know what the answer to that I think is?
What?
Is that sometimes you just do stuff against the voters' interests. Like the voters weren't for integrating schools back in the day.
They kind of were.
Well, there was a point when they weren't.
But you're kind of right. Yeah. But the problem is it was a federal order.
Right. So sometimes
so you're saying we take a federal vote, and then
sometimes the government is there to protect the minorities, right? To a certain extent, from the persecution of the majority.
Yeah, but the majority of people in the United States were ostensibly in favor of desegregation of schools, since there wasn't.
Well, I don't know if we know.
Well, keep in mind that like the big fights were probably in like the South, right? That's my guess, without knowing anything. The little girl that fucking walked to school. Who's the name of the popular? Oh my fucking god.
Rosa Parks.
Okay, for Dan's sake, August, you need to cut that part out of the video.
Yeah, cut that part out. Actually, that was on the back of the bus. Sorry.
I'll bet your guess is dude. Wasn't it Ruby something? Am I making this up?
Ruby Stevens.
No. Cut that part out too.
Cut that part out also.
There's like a super famous picture, I'm pretty sure, of a black girl being escorted by like the marshals up the stairs or some bullshit. People are saying Elizabeth Eckbart.
When integration first happened.
Oh, Ruby Bridges. Oh, Ruby Tuesday. Okay,
Ruby Tuesdays is like a shitty Chili's. And that's saying something.
This one? This pic?
That's not a Ruby Tuesdays.
Yeah, who is that girl?
Oh, that.
Oh, it is. That is her. Okay. All right. I'll take it. Where was that picture taken? My guess is going to be somewhere in the South.
I'm guessing.
Oh, Louisiana.
At the front of a school.
I'm sorry. Wait, scroll up. By the front of the school?
Yeah, that's in the front of the school. Probably walking down the stairs.
Wait, how can you know that's a Southern school by looking at the front of the school?
I'm a genius.
Looks like the one from Forrest Gump.
Oh, here, fun fact. How old do you think she was when she died?
When she died?
Or how old is she if she was alive today? What do you think? How old is that person, do you think? Why? Lycan, you're so fucking... Never mind. Okay.
I feel like Lycan just made this a lot easier for me.
No, forget it. Don't worry about it.
I'm going to say like...
No.
69.
Yeah. Wow. Good guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had the intuition. Kind of got the gift of knowing.
He thought it was 5 million. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just fucking.
I bet. Is there 5 million? Well, how many students? Okay, it's definitely not 5 million. That was wild of me to say. How many? So there's 300 and what million? Okay.
When we do guesses, we should like walk through our.
Okay. How many people are there in America?
I wouldn't think by people. I would think by like cities and stuff.
No, you do it by people, and then you go from there. So 300 and something million, you said people.
330 million.
330 million. How many of what percent of that are kids?
That's why I have no fucking idea.
I would guess 20%.
Okay, hold on. Don't look this up yet, Lycan. Okay, hold on. Let's take a guess now. You want to guess how many people in the United States are under 18 years old? Your guess is 20%?
Yeah.
My guess
what
is...
the
hold on. I'm going to guess...
just happened there?
10%. Wait, don't... Okay. Hold on. Under 18, if you live...
That was a...
Most people live to be like what, like 70?
Oh shit,
80,
mistake.
80-ish or 79 is like the expected life. 20. That's 25% of your life at around age 20. I'm gonna say.
You can just say like it sounds like you're right.
Hmm.
You can just say like sounds like you're right. I think
you're
it's around
definitely
20.
wrong. I'm gonna guess 10%. I want to be closer. It might be like 13%. I'm gonna guess 13%.
What did Dan say?
20.
22. Well, that's.
I'm so lost as to how that happened, bro.
22.3%. I thought we were supposed to have a fuck ton of baby boomers. What the fuck happened there?
I'm smarter.
Wait, look up expected. Look
That's
up life
it. It's
expectancy in the
solved
U.S.
now. There. That's it.
What? Look up life expectancy in the U.S.
You know what? Body armor is quite hot.
Yeah,
to
I
be
can
honest.
imagine. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, it's 76. It's a little bit younger. Look up the What? Can you look up like an age distribution graph?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Dude, you know what? I'm thinking our H3H3 Dan is better than the H3H3 Dan.
What the fuck is this?
I don't know. It doesn't look. That's not a very informative
It's not a good graph. No.
Hey, no, wait, go back. Let me just...
Did Dan get fat? No. I'm wearing.
What's the bottom?
I'm wearing a sponsored bulletproof vest
0 to
right
14. 15 to 64. 65 plus.
The body armor won't protect you from a sniper headshot. The windows are bulletproof. Oh my god, it's hot. I don't want to take it off. How am I gonna exist like this in fucking Israel? My nipples are getting itchy as a result of this. Now you guys all get to know that. I feel like I'm in control of all these people. I can make them think, hey, oh my god, you know what I can do right now? Hey. Oh no, this is too cruel. Right now, you're aware that you're manually breathing. You're breathing on purpose. Like, it's not happening automatically. You're doing it on purpose. You're breathing.
Why? How have I been gaslit so heavily on this? Did a ton of people die in the past 5 years? Why? I've always heard. I've never actually looked these numbers up before. I've always heard over and over again that like we have this huge aging baby boomer population that's like overweighing our society and we're not gonna be able to afford welfare. That's bullshit. Where do the numbers on that come from? That seems like complete fucking bullshit. That's just completely and totally not fucking true. What does like the Germany age pyramid look like? What are we talking about next?
Look at the Japan age pyramid.
Holy shit. Okay, this is significantly different. Damn. Oh, the US is fine then. Fuck you guys. We're gonna rocket. Dude, we're gonna rocket into the 2030s. Fuck you guys.
Anyways,
yeah.
So 20% is under 18. My logic was there. So that's 20, 40, 60.
All right, yeah. So I'm in 7th place.
That are under
and
18.
the next PlayStation player that
So
I
what's
can.
The average amount of people
Yeah,
in
is in
class?
25th
My
place.
guess in the US is 25.
25. So what's 65 million divided by 25? That's the answer. That's why I said 5 million, but that doesn't sound like that.
I don't know. What is that, like
What's the number?
280,000 or something?
What are your guesses?
65, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, divided by 25. 2.6 million.
No.
Why was that? I said 5 million. So
You mean 260,000? I think you're off by a decimal.
No, I'm not.
Oh. Then you're super wrong. Then this form of estimation isn't working.
Well, that's how I did my estimation.
You shouldn't have. You should have thought in number of cities.
You know, when you get interviewed at Google, they
Yeah.
say how many ping pong balls can fit in a bus. How would you want to go through that together right now? Think about that.
How many ping pong balls could fit in a bus?
In a school bus.
In a school bus.
Normal size school bus, not the special education one. How would we?
If I'm like within 2 orders of magnitude, do I win, or do I have to be within? What is the closeness?
Well, I have no idea. I don't know how to do it. That's
Wait,
an
is this
interview.
a real question
It's
they
a
would
real
ask?
question that they.
Or are
that-
you like, are you just like
Stop,
putting
stop,
any
stop,
two
stop,
things
stop,
out
stop.
there because you're like, well,
No,
this
no,
seems
no.
similar to this, but
No.
the other question is actually
This
super
is a
reasonable.
real question that they asked the people, or at least they did. They probably don't do it anymore.
Okay.
When you interview at Google.
Sure.
10 years ago. They would
Okay.
ask you how many ping pong balls can fit in a school bus. And they would want to see how you got to that. So how would you get there?
Well, first I would try to guess a ping pong ball. Am I allowed to use a rule or anything just in my mind to like?
You have it's in your mind only. That's it. How are you gonna get there? How many ping pong balls? I have no idea. A lot, obviously. I mean, but you got the seats in there. Those are taking up space. How long is a school bus? I have no idea. How long do you think a school bus is?
The seats are inconsequential.
That's not true.
I think in the grand
Yeah,
scheme of the 3D
I'll pull
space
it up right
inside the
now.
Bus, I don't think the seats matter that much.
I
You'd
mean,
like subtract like 5% of the area, I think.
I think that's like 10% at least
Okay.
of the seats.
So you have ping
One
pong
cubit,
ball.
a ping pong ball is like basically one cubic inch. You know, I just thought
think
of?
about what?
August is like, hey, there's really sick topics for you. For you guys to
Well,
talk
Sounds
so
about.
good.
The ping pong ball, we'd have.
We're talking about fucking ping pong balls.
You can fit
in a school
about 2
bus.
people on a seat.
All right.
There's probably about half a seat's worth of space in between the bus. You probably got about, if I had to guess off the top of my head, maybe 18-ish seats from back to front.
Hold on, really think. Put in your head. How many seats are there?
That'd be my guess, about 18-ish.
That's way too many.
Is it? I walk into a bus and I look. 18 feels about right.
You're high. 18? Really?
For a school bus?
On each side?
18 rows, yeah.
Yeah, 18 rows? No way. No shot. Fuck you, Rage Pope.
18. Does
I would say
18 make sense?
13 rows.
Dan would say 13 rows. Yeah, I'd probably bring it down. I'll say 15 rows. I would do 15 rows.
Oh yeah, interesting. Yeah, hell yeah, I'll
Fat
check it
people
out.
could sit in each seat. If you lay down, I'm gonna guess the
on.
width. The width of a bus is the width of a bus is gonna be probably a little bit longer than the width of like any normal vehicle. They can't be that much wider, right?
I think the seat is like this. That's a seat. How many that's 1, 2, 3. That's like 4 feet. And then there's an aisle.
Oh my
that's
god,
like
it's
3
not.
feet. So 4, 8. Oh, 10 feet wide? 10 feet wide? How tall? How tall are we looking
I'm
at?
thinking 10 feet or 8 feet.
I don't think it's that tall. They're kids we're talking about here. 10 feet wide. I'm going to say 7.5 feet tall.
That sounds really tall.
You think so?
I'm trying to think. When the bus driver got up to shout at us, did he have to lean down to scream at us, or was he standing tall? I feel like he never got out of his seat.
Yeah, yeah. You know that I got kicked off the bus because I mooned people?
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I was like a really bad kid. But like as the bus was going by, I just had my fucking ass hanging out the window. And then I couldn't ride the bus for 2 months. My parents were fucking pissed because they had to take me to school then.
Okay, what? So are we working through this, or do you just say this to not work through it? Okay.
So 10 feet.
10 feet is too high, I think.
I don't. Wait,
10 feet
what's 10?
tall?
No, not 10 feet tall.
Oh, 10 feet wide? I'll go with you on 10 feet wide. That feels pretty wide, though. It has to fit in an ordinary lane, right?
9 feet wide by 7 feet tall.
Why
by
9? Is anything 9 feet wide?
The school bus.
Wouldn't they make it like 8, 10, 6?
Think about this. This is like, how is this like longer than this is like, this is definitely school bus length. I got one thing to say. We're definitely not getting hired by Google.
Okay, what's the next topic? Go.
I don't know.
You want to know the answer?
What's the answer?
No, don't tell me. We're not going to actually guess. I don't want to know the answer. Don't say it. No.
We're going to have to figure out how many ping pong balls later. But okay.
When you gaze out across the map of the world, there are few other countries you'll see on it that appear to be more twin-like than the duo of Yemen and Oman. Both countries roughly evenly divide the southern tip of the Arabian Peninsula between them. They each have a very similar looking shape, and they're even of very similar sizes, with Yemen being only slightly larger at around the same size as France, while Oman is around the same size as Italy. Neither of them have any permanent rivers flowing in their territory, with both of them being restricted only to seasonal streams known in Arabic as wadis. And yet, despite having no permanent rivers, they also both occupy the 2 rainiest locations that can be found on the Arabian Peninsula in their upper highland regions. Although, the rainfall levels seen in Yemen are considerably higher than those found in Oman. And in addition to their similar rainfall levels and similar mountainous and desert topography, they both contain similar amounts of geological resources as well. Both countries have a very comparable amount of proven oil and gas reserves, with Oman only having slightly more of each. And both countries occupy strategically important territory that positions themselves at the gates of extremely important global maritime trade routes. Oman controls the valuable territory directly on the southern edge of the Strait of Hormuz that funnels trade routes between the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, while Yemen controls the similarly valuable territory on the eastern side of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which funnels trade routes between the Suez Canal and the Indian Ocean, which gives both Yemen and Oman a degree of immense geopolitical leverage owing to the spaces on the board that they each occupy. Both countries are inhabited by ethnic Arabs who share a similar language and culture, and both countries overwhelmingly follow the Islamic faith. Sunni Islam is the dominant branch of the faith in each today in terms of raw numbers of followers, though Yemen is home to a very significant Zaidi Shia minority, while Oman is home to a very significant Ibadi minority that has traditionally ruled the country, and which is often considered to be a completely separate branch of the Islamic faith from the more well-known Sunni and the Shia. There are a lot of similarities between Yemen and Oman, not least of which is their shared border that runs for 183 miles or 294 kilometers. And yet, despite all of their similarities and neighboring locations on the map, there are perhaps no other two bordering countries in the entire world today who experience such radically different realities today in the 21st century. Yemen is these days most well known for being essentially the poster child of a failed state. The country has been locked in a devastating civil war for a decade now, ever since 2014, that still doesn't see any end in sight and which has resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Just last month in March of 2024, the United Nations still described Yemen as experiencing one of the worst humanitarian disasters in the world, with millions of people remaining forcibly displaced from their homes.
So many coins, dude. Did you KO? Did you what? What? Did you KO that guy? That dude had so many coins, dude. Did you KO? Did you what? What? Did you KO that guy? Holy shit, there you are, dude! Dude, he had so many coins. Hollow Man, my dude. Dude, that is so fucking awesome. Hollow Man is talking.
Damn. Somebody was impressed with my boy Hollow Man.
And with roughly 6 million people remaining on the brink of famine. In reality, Yemen ceased being a functioning country years ago and is more of a geographic expression these days than a real country. Yemen's territory is still divided between multiple different factions and warlords supported by various different outside powers. And many of these factions in control of Yemen's territory are widely recognized internationally as terrorist organizations, such as the Houthis, who control most of the country's population centers and are considered a terrorist organization by Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Malaysia, and the United States. And there's also Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or ACAB, who also controls significant territory and is widely considered a terrorist organization by dozens of countries all around the world. Within the past decade alone, Yemen's territory has been bombed by foreign countries from all around the world, and it remains one of the most deeply dangerous and troubled countries on the planet. The Human Development Index, or HDI, is a composite index that combines scores in a country's per capita
Keep it going.
income, access to
I'm
education,
curious
and
now.
access to healthcare to figure out a score between 0 at the lowest and 1 at the highest. Yemen's 2023 HDI score clocked in at an abysmal 0.424, which is literally the 8th lowest score in the entire world, and by far the lowest that can be found anywhere in the world outside of sub-Saharan Africa. And most sub-Saharan African nations are actually doing better than Yemen is, according to the HDI. And on top of the abysmal HDI score, Yemen also ranks near the very bottom on the Annual Corruption Perceptions Index for 2023 as well, having come in as the 5th most corrupt country in the entire world, somehow even beating out the corruption score for North Korea. Yemen also has one of the lowest levels of GDP per capita in the world, one of the highest levels of poverty in the world, one of the lowest levels of literacy in the world, especially for Yemeni women, and a whole host of other problems that are genuinely just far too many to even count. Meanwhile, Oman, just right next door across the border, couldn't possibly be any more different. Oman hasn't seen a war fought in its territory for decades since the 1970s. Oman's 2023 HDI score stands at an impressive 0.819, which is a massive difference between them and Yemen of 0.395 basis points. To put that chasm of a difference in a further perspective, Oman's HDI score is roughly equivalent to Romania, while Yemen's is roughly equivalent to Mali. So imagine if Mali and Romania shared a border between each other. This difference is significantly larger than even the much-discussed HDI difference between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, who share the same island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean, and it's probably a larger gap than even the difference in HDI between North Korea and South Korea. In fact, the difference in HDI score across the border from Yemen to Oman is the second largest HDI disparity between any two borders in the entire world, and it remains only just slightly behind the even larger difference in HDI score across Yemen's other border into Saudi Arabia. There is literally nowhere else on the planet that has as stark of a difference in HDI score immediately across borders as between Yemen and its two neighbors. And it's not just the HDI score that Oman excels over Yemen with. The nominal GDP per capita in Oman is currently a whopping 34 times higher than it is in Yemen, with Yemen's being the 9th lowest in the entire world and Oman's being roughly equivalent to Hungary. Despite Yemen's population being significantly higher than Oman's, and despite Yemen's control of the most agriculturally fertile land in the Arabian Peninsula, and its roughly similar amount of oil and gas resources as Oman, Oman's economy is still more than 5 times larger than Yemen's is. Oman's score in the Corruption Perceptions Index is about on a par with Italy, which is much, much better than being the 5th lowest in the entire world. And the list of differences really just continues to go on from there. Oman is ultimately a stable, prosperous, wealthy, and healthy nation that is notably ruled by one of the very few absolute monarchies remaining in the 21st century, while Yemen is basically an apocalyptic nightmare right next door across the border. So, how did this massive divergence between two otherwise similar-looking countries develop into the way it is today? It didn't just come out of nowhere, and it begins with the slight but notable differences between each of their geographies. A very important component of both of these countries' geographies are their mountains that separate their interiors from their coastlines. In the case of Yemen, their more isolated mountainous highlands enabled the Zaidi Shia Muslim movement to emerge as a distinct religious identity in a region otherwise dominated by the Sunni branch of Islam. While in Oman, the presence of the country's northern mountain chain separates the interior region from a more narrow band of coastal plains immediately butting up against the Arabian Sea. It was within this isolated coastal plain, geographically separated from the rest of the Arabian Peninsula and the Middle East, that a unique Islamic identity took hold that became known as Ibadism, a branch of Islam that is often regarded as being distinctly separate from the larger and more well-known Sunni and Shia branches. The Ibadis, secure in their isolated coastal plain here, developed around the port city of Muscat. And because of their easy access to global maritime trade routes out into the Indian Ocean, they became more commercially focused, outward-looking, and cosmopolitan in nature, which has influenced the Ibadi sect's outlook on religious tolerance and peaceful coexistence with other beliefs for centuries now. The interior of Oman, conversely, grew to become more inward-looking, theocratic, and fundamentalist in nature, not too dissimilar to the pattern seen in modern-day Yemen and Saudi Arabia. In Yemen, the southern coastal areas on the Gulf of Aden grew to also become more outward-looking, trade-oriented, and secular, while the interior mountainous highlands home to the Zaidi Shia movement grew to become more inward-looking and theocratic. Just as in Saudi Arabia, where the coasts were more cosmopolitan and the interior around modern-day Riyadh was the birthplace of the modern-day ultra-conservative Wahhabi movement in Sunni Islam. So Yemen and Oman both struggled for centuries with this difference in geography and outlook between their coastal populations and interior populations, while Yemen's northwestern mountains receive many times more rainfall than anywhere else in Oman or in the Arabian Peninsula. As a result, these mountainous parts of northwestern Yemen are the most agriculturally productive in the Arabian Peninsula anywhere outside of Iraq. And so, they've always been the most densely populated part of Arabia for thousands of years as well. Yemen's agricultural potential is many times higher than that of Oman's, and as a result, Yemen has always had the greater population between them. Even today, Yemen's 2024 population is nearly 35 million people, while Oman has fewer than 5 million, meaning that Yemen has roughly 7 times the population of Oman. But Yemen's much larger population base carries with it certain challenges that
I think I would have won.
In the late 20th century, when large oil and gas reserves were discovered across both of them, it turned out that each had pretty similar amounts, though Oman's were slightly larger. Oman's greatest inherent advantage, however, was that its slightly larger amount of oil and gas reserves were always going to be able to go much further in the way of directly benefiting its much smaller population. It was always going to be easy
And had proof, right? It's the proof that really just irks him.
That's just 1/7 of the size of the population in Yemen. And Yemen's population is only expected to continue growing further and further beyond Oman's. Because as the two countries' development destinies diverged radically, so too did each of their fertility rates. Even though Yemen's fertility rate has been continually declining since the late 1980s, it is still today, as of 2023, one of the highest seen anywhere in the world. The average Yemeni woman continues to have 3.6 children during her lifetime. Conversely, Oman's fertility rate has also continually declined since the early 1980s, but at a much faster pace than Yemen's, to the point where today the average Omani woman only has 2.5 children, meaning that with its much larger population base and much higher fertility rate, Yemen's population is going to continue growing multiple times larger than Oman's will. By the midpoint of the century in 2050, Yemen's population is currently projected to reach a staggering 60 million people, while Oman's isn't projected to grow much further than 6 million people, meaning that by then, the Yemeni population will be about 10 times larger than Oman's will be. which simply means that Yemen's limited resources will continue being spread out more thinly than Oman's will have to be. In addition to geographic and demographic differences between the two, there are also very notable historical differences between the two that explain a lot of the current divergence between them as well. Both countries were conquered or colonized by non-Arab powers in the 16th century. The Ottoman Turks took over most of northern Yemen in 1519 and would control it for the next 400 years until the end of World War I, while the Portuguese took over most of modern-day Oman in 1507, just a few years before the Ottomans took over northern Yemen. But the people around Muscat in modern-day Oman managed to push out their foreign occupiers much, much earlier than the Yemenis did. The Portuguese only stayed around in Oman for about a century and a half until 1650, when local Omani tribes from the interior region managed to push them out and take over Muscat. After which they declared the new Sultanate of
Yeah,
Oman.
bro, like, video games are so fun and so competitive, and a lot of my life revolves around them, but the simple fact that there's always going to be someone better than you, even in your, like, group of friends, is just something you gotta, like, you gotta fucking get used to that, man. It's like, you're just setting yourself up to be miserable if you can't fucking, if you can't just, like, hold an L every once in a while, you know?
The Sultanate of Muscat in Oman, essentially ruled by a more secular sultan in the coastal plain around Muscat, and a more theocratic imam in the interior region.
One of the reasons I quit playing Call of Duty is because there was one dude that I, like, invited into the group of friends that I had that sort of migrated over from Ghost of Tsushima over to Call of Duty. That, like, I met him in a random ranked game, and he
largely Zaidi Shia Northwest was controlled by the Ottomans for centuries until they withdrew from the area after their defeat in World
he
War
started coming around, like, these really chill, cool, like, undramatic sort of friends that I had, and I mean, I'm pretty outspoken a lot. I've been called a douchebag by many people in my life, both male and female, and especially when shit gets competitive, like, I can get, like, bitchy even, one might say. And this guy, like, everybody else, like, could, like, hold their own, but at one point, it was the weirdest thing. He fucking, like, he actually managed to somehow, like, pick his moment so perfectly to, like, bitch me out and, like, mute me on a PlayStation. He was, like, not only the, somehow he was not only the owner of the group we were in, like, he had started the PlayStation chat, but also the party in Call of Duty, and he just, like, he muted me and, like, and just started lying and talking shit, and there was basically nothing I could do except leave, and the guys that we were in a foursome with, like, are so, like, non-confrontational and chill and nice that it was just like he was able to, like, influence them, and they just, like, they're not the type of guys to, like, even though I was much better friends with them than he was, they're not the type of guys to, like, stand up for somebody. And I mean, that made them a lot easier to get along with, and it was probably, like, part of their personality that made me, like, get along with them so well. But at the same time, it was It was just super shitty to have like a situation where this one guy freaked out because of nearabouts nothing. Like I basically was like, hey, so where you at in a game? Like, just like, where are you, bro? And he was just like, I'm so tired of this guy's fucking attitude, blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna put up with this shit anymore, blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna mute him. You're muted. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? And he started saying that I was like talking shit and like saying a bunch of shit that just completely never happened. And I was like, bro, I'm not gonna stand for this. And I was super surprised that like these guys were super serious about the game, but not so not trying to be involved in drama, that they kind of just like stayed there and had absolutely nothing to say in my defense. And it was like, well, god damn, okay, I guess like I don't really like the person I become when I fucking play competitive shooter games, because everybody is obsessed with saying you're trash, you're garbage, you can't play. I don't even know, like, delete the game kind of shit. No, god damn it. Okay. So easy for that shit to get lost in the fucking furnace, but so hard to get it to go into the processor. Yeah, it was wild. Like, I completely invited him into my group of friends, and it totally bit me in the ass. It was just like, bro, I brought you here and was completely cool about like 99% of what was like going on in all the games that we played. And just because I like lightly asked you, lightly criticized your gameplay, all of a sudden you're not just gonna fucking come at me, you're going to influence my very milquetoast friends into basically like fucking me over.
All hidden away in various offshore bank accounts across at least 20 different countries. This easily made him one of the wealthiest human beings alive anywhere in the world.
Like, fierce loyalty is one of the, like, one of the hardest things to come by in friends of mine. Like, I tend to not get along that well with people who just for whatever reason are the same kind of person as me, who, like, if anybody fucks with one of my friends, like, I will catch an ass beating literally before you're gonna fuck with one of my friends. Like, period.
The government in the south agreed to unify the country with the north and keep North Yemen's Abdullah Saleh as the unified country's head of state going forward. But Saleh immediately began making terrible foreign policy decisions nearly the moment the country was unified. Merely months after Yemen became a unified country, Saddam Hussein ordered the Iraqi army to invade and conquer Kuwait. Saleh then, rather foolishly, chose to politically support Saddam during the invasion. And after Saddam was decisively defeated and his army destroyed and Kuwait was liberated, Kuwait and Saudi Arabia both decided to immediately end their large amounts of foreign aid that they had previously been giving to Yemen. And on top of that, the Saudis were so infuriated with Saleh's support of Saddam that they expelled more than 850,000 Yemeni guest workers from the country back to Yemen. These hundreds of thousands of Yemenis had been working in the Saudi kingdom, earning higher salaries than what they were capable of.
It was a bad day.
Large amounts of the money they were earning back home to Yemen as remittances, which was a huge positive for the Yemeni economy. Their sudden expulsion and exile back to Yemen because of Saleh's foreign policy proved to be a major economic shock to the country at the same time as Yemen was struggling to integrate the South. By acquiring the formerly communist South,
absolutely.
Saleh had increased the amount of oil and gas
and
reserves in his
not just that, like, I really set a lot of stock in like mediating differences between people. Like if there's an issue, like I'm very much the guy who wants to solve it before shit even like continues. Like I don't let shit fester. I'm not that kind of guy.
By the simultaneous shock of the 850,000 Yemenis arriving back in the country all at once from Saudi Arabia, and the further struggles to integrate the South's formerly communist economy, not to mention Salah's own flagrant and massive corruption, quickly led the recently unified Yemen right back to the breaking point. The South rebelled against Salah's regime in 1994, only 4 years after the unification of the country happened. And so another brief civil war exploded in the country, and then to help put it down, Salah began welcoming fighters from what would eventually become Al-Qaeda into the country to fight on his behalf against the South. Al-Qaeda's presence in Yemen eventually morphed into Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, or ACAP, whose presence in Yemen strained Salah's relationship with the United States, especially after Al-Qaeda bombed an American missile cruiser known as the USS Cole, as it was docked in a harbor in Aden in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors. Then, after 9/11, Washington took a much more firm line with Salah's government in Yemen, and so Salah began switching.
Dude, I'm completely fine with people who brag and like make fun. Like if they're better than me, like talk all the shit you want, but like know that it's just A, it's a game, and B, if I do beat you, give me my props. Like if you want to brag, all I ask is that when I do win, you acknowledge. Like, it's really not that big of a problem for me if you want to be arrogant, just like don't be false about it.
Of the Northwest largely coalesced under the Houthi movement, and fighting between them and the Sunni tribes in Yemen.
Don't make shit up. I hate people who make shit up.
The Houthis marched on the Yemeni capital and seized it by force, and then rapidly took control of the country's government, which led to the devastating Yemeni civil war that has continued on ever since, that has become the third and current proxy war fought in Yemen's territory in recent history. This time between revolutionary
like if you do something kick ass at a game, by all means fucking hype yourself up, but don't just like solely hype yourself up and not the rest of everybody else, you know?
Reasons why they opposed the Arab nationalist Republicans in the same area during the Civil War of the 1960s. They fear that a revolutionary anti-monarchist Islamist victory in Yemen that brings a Shiite clerical class into power as a theocracy will become a direct challenge to their own continued monarchical rule. Yemen has been a battlefield for outside powers from all around the world.
I fucked this one up again too.
60 years now. And while the country was
might as well go to the end.
Before the current civil war began in 2014 due to its many chronic issues, it got much, much worse afterwards. After the first civil war in a united Yemen erupted in 1994, the country's GDP, as measured in current US dollars, proceeded to crash by more than 76% within only 2 years by 1996. It then took the country a decade and a half until 2010 just to recover its GDP from before the civil war in 1994. And then, Yemen's next civil war began only 4 years later after that in 2014, which led the country's economy to crash by another 55% by 2021 as the war continued. While Yemen's oil production levels crashed right alongside the economy by nearly just as much as the civil war intensified. It has since then gotten to the point where in 2023, Yemen has basically become an irrelevant oil producer at only 66th place worldwide, producing even less oil today than Poland does, despite Yemen having 30 times as many oil reserves in their territory as Poland has. And while Yemen has been a hotbed of instability and chaos and foreign interventions for decades, Oman simply hasn't been, and a great deal of why was the very different leadership style that was present in Oman at the same time as Abdullah Saleh ruled in Yemen. Back in 1970, Oman was still just as hopelessly poor as Yemen was and was effectively considered by most of the international community as an isolated medieval-era backwater. The Sultan who ruled the country was an absolute monarch who dominated every facet of the country's existence, to the point where the national treasury was kept in a chest within his own personal palace. After the communists kicked the British out of South Yemen and declared the communist government there, South Yemen began sponsoring a neighboring communist insurgency in the far western Dhofar region of Oman as well. At the time, the then Sultan of Oman was basically an ultra-conservative and eccentric Luddite, who had outlawed virtually all technological development in the country, preferring to keep everything as close to the medieval era as possible, to the detriment of his own people. He also used his absolute authority to outlaw fairly arbitrary things, like speaking to anyone in the country for more than 15 minutes, wearing sunglasses, smoking, and playing football. The Sultan was thus deeply unpopular in Oman as a result, and so, fearful that communism could end up spreading from South Yemen across Oman to replace the Sultan, the British decided to intervene in their former protectorate in 1970 by sponsoring a coup d'etat led by the Sultan's young son, Qaboos bin Said. The coup that followed was entirely bloodless. The Sultan was successfully overthrown and exiled to India,
Yeah.
while the young Qaboos took over in his place.
Yeah, I feel like I told him at a certain point, like,
Incredibly competent administrator.
when I was in your chat, I was like, oh, so you're the great John Nash.
The ultimate political authority. Sultan Qaboos was essentially a 20th and 21st century version of an enlightened monarch like Frederick the Great. He was a reformist who liberalized and revolutionized Oman society for the benefit of the kingdom's people. He welcomed foreign energy companies like Shell to expand their oil and gas exploration and production in the kingdom, and he heavily reinvested the kingdom's growing oil and gas wealth back into the country itself. When Sultan Qaboos took power in Oman in 1970, the entire country was home to a mere 3
All good.
schools, 19 medical facilities, and only 10 kilometers worth of paved roads. Within a decade and a half, by 1985, Qaboos utilized the kingdom's oil and gas wealth to build out 500 new schools, 100 new medical facilities, and more than 3,200 kilometers worth of additional paved roads, which greatly increased the development of the nation and the people's quality of life. Qaboos immediately outlawed slavery in Oman when he came to power. He granted women in the kingdom the right to vote, and he established a brand new parliament that consisted of elected officials to support the monarchy. He used this rapid development of the kingdom and the support of British and Iranian troops deployed by the Shah to quell the communist rebellion in the Dhofar province. And as the country's wealth was continually reinvested into the country's development, and the people's living standards continued rising, the level of remaining unrest began to evaporate. Far from plundering the country of its resources and wealth dry like Abdullah Saleh did in Yemen, Sultan Qaboos poured his nation's wealth into developing the kingdom for the benefit of the people, and sunk billions of dollars into diversifying the country's economy away from oil and gas to open up other major economic sectors like tourism. Qaboos's strategy of modernization was so enormously effective in Oman that in 2010, the United Nations bestowed Oman with the honor of being first in the entire world for the advancement of their HDI score over the past 40 years, surpassing even the much more well-publicized example of China. Oman's oil and gas production rates continued increasing in this environment of stability, as foreign companies found it more prudent to invest in comparison to the basket case in neighboring Yemen. Sultan Qaboos was also insistent on a forward-looking policy that he called Omanization in the kingdom's oil and gas industry. That is, the foreign energy companies that set up operations in Oman would have to hire local Omani workers and give them working experience in the industry so that, over time, Oman would be able to reduce their reliance on foreign employees and companies and begin taking over control of more and more of the kingdom's oil and gas for themselves. Oman also simply didn't have the long history of divided rule between separate regions of the country the same way that Yemen did, where Yemen had been divided between an Ottoman north and a British south for more than a century, and then between a nationalist north and a communist south for decades until the 1990s. Oman had remained a mostly unified nation for centuries and had been free of Britain's protectorate for decades. Oman didn't have to reintegrate a communist society and economic system the same way that Yemen needed to do, while Sultan Qaboos went further and enshrined a policy of religious tolerance within Oman. While he himself and most of the ruling class in Oman followed the Ibadi branch of Islam, all of his subjects were granted religious freedom and were allowed to mostly follow whatever they wanted. A policy that was again very separate from the deeply sectarian politics over in nearby Yemen that frequently pitted the country's Zaidi Shia community up against the Sunni community. And alongside Sultan Qaboos's policy of reinvesting the country's oil wealth back into the country to further the pace of development and modernization, he also began pursuing a rather unique foreign policy in the region that complemented his domestic
Dog shit
strategy of
run.
stability very well. Whereas Yemen was frequently the site of various proxy wars all throughout its history, and Abdullah Saleh pursued an interventionist foreign policy that frequently got him and Yemen into trouble, like supporting Saddam's invasion of Kuwait and then working with Al-Qaeda
Hey, buddy.
and later with the United States.
Hey, man.
Sultan Qaboos put Oman down the path
meow.
of radical neutrality in the dangerous
Are
neighborhood
you
of the Middle
hungry?
East. Part of this strategy was aided by geography. Because of Oman's northern mountain range, the population core of the kingdom around the capital Muscat has always been isolated and separated from the rest of the Middle East. The political dominance of the Ibadi branch of the Islamic faith in Oman has always been unique in the context of the greater Muslim world, and has put it apart from every other Muslim country that is politically or demographically dominated by the much larger Sunni or Shia branches instead. This naturally set the Omani Sultanate up to become the go-to mediator in disputes all across the region between the Sunni and the Shia. Because, as a separate Ibadi-ruled state, they could be viewed by both Sunni and Shia as a true neutral party. Sultan Qaboos wielded this perceived neutrality of the Ibadi sect to then effectively transform Oman into the Switzerland of the Middle East. He led Oman into continuing relations with the Ayatollahs of Iran after the Islamic Revolution overthrew the Shah in 1979. He led Oman to become the very first Gulf Arab state to welcome an Israeli prime minister in 1994, Yitzhak Rabin. In the 21st century, when the Saudis sent tanks rolling across their bridge into the island kingdom of Bahrain in 2011 to put down a popular Shiite revolution there against the kingdom's Sunni-led monarchy, Oman continued to remain neutral. When the Houthis overran the Yemeni capital and most of the country's population centers in 2014, and the
I didn't
Saudis
realize
created
I
a military
moved to a different.
I was cool with Elijah Schaefer. I'm gonna guess the width. The width of a bus is the width of a bus is gonna be probably a little bit longer than the width of like any normal vehicle. They can't.
Sniper Wolf in the past has previously been arrested for armed robbery.
It's okay. Was it actually? Okay, is it? Did she get charged though? It is armed robbery. What happened here? Whenever I see a clip from Sniper Wolf, she just sounds so awkward. Well, it's very forced, right? Her content is very forced. That's kind of the thing she's doing, right? A lot of people were saying things to the effect of like, she's gonna go to jail, she's gonna get arrested. Doxing is not illegal, contrary to popular belief. It's not. I guess I'm just nervous about encouraging more YouTube bannings. Ever since like Leafy and Sneeko and people like that getting banned, I'm very careful with like encouraging YouTube banning. Drama content is what makes the world go around, okay? Sniper Wolf, as you guys know, is somebody that has been in a ton of drama. Like Sniper Wolf, if you look up Sniper Wolf Exposed on YouTube, there's so many videos. I mean, Internet Anarchist, here we have Pegasus, here we have King of Nothing, here we have Charlie, Critical making a video about it. Black Wolf Company, this is a year old. This is Cruel World, Happy Mind making a video. Here we have Kavos with a more recent video that we're going to watch soon. A lot of people care about this stuff, and she was already hated on YouTube, I would say, by like pretty much every community, but it really reached a boiling point when there was a situation with Jax Films where basically she posted a picture of his house on her story after he had made a bunch of videos criticizing her. Jax Films, pretty, big YouTuber, 5 million subs. He's been on the platform for a long time, a very long time. Back in the day, and this was back during 2016, 17, I want to say it was really maybe in 2015, there was this guy named Jinx on YouTube who everybody would criticize because he would make reaction videos where he would have the video in the corner, he would sit there, and he wouldn't really say anything, right? So a lot of people hated reaction channels like Jinx, including people like I Hate Everything, who is one of my inspirations earlier on, I would say, and he made a video about reaction channels back in the day. It was a pretty good video. This is October 2nd of 2015 to give you guys an idea of how long ago this was.
Alright, give me just a sec. I gotta feed these kitties.
This is Jinx, by the way, top left corner.
Are you being serious right now? This isn't real. This can't be real.
No, it is real.
What do you mean it's real?
It is real.
Oh god.
So basically, people hated these reactors, right? Because they just weren't saying anything. They were just reacting to videos and then reaping revenue off of it. And it was basically the same kind of thing that people have a problem with streamers now, right? Where streamers like XQC or Hassan Piker will watch a video, they won't add anything to it, and people will say it's stealing, it's plagiarism, sort of, right? In that realm, people were really, really mad about that. People hated reaction stuff back then, and in the new age, Sniper Wolf became sort of the image for, you know, reaction channels, right? I mean, you go to her content, it's basically her reacting to TikToks and not saying anything.
Hello, friends, it's me. Today we're checking out some more weird 5-minute hacks from 5-Minute Crafts. I always forget if it's crafts or hacks. What's going on here? Have 2 of your friends stick multiple lines of tape on your butt and then spray paint it. Those are a perfectly good pair of jeans. They fit so good too. Those are probably your favorite jeans.
So she doesn't really add very much of a reaction, and a lot of people criticized her for that, and one of those people was Jax Films, who, like I said back in the day, was very critical of Jinx, and in the modern day, he's very critical of Sniper Wolf, and he made a whole channel about it. I will say, a little obsessively, it was a little much, okay? I like Jack, and his videos are decent, but it was a little much to make a whole channel and like every single day make a video about someone. But that's basically what he would do. He would react, you know, we could see Sniper Wolf in like every thumbnail, and he would just react to her reaction.
I don't know, some dolls have like the foamy structure, and this is very unsettling, by the way. I did not sign up for this. No offense to the creator of this TikTok, but this really I don't know where that hand's been, nor do I really care to know where that hand's been, you know. But
why does she look like that? Has anyone else explained why she looks like that with her inflated lips and low-hanging glasses and almost cross-eyed dopey look? I mean, probably Botox and plastic surgery. And I think she got a rhinoplasty. Is that the nose one? I believe she got some nose surgery. So Sniper Wolf ended up being super hated on YouTube as a result of her content and a bunch of other things from the past that we're not going to get into right now. But Jack was criticizing her a lot, and she didn't like that one bit. And so eventually, she ended up going on her Instagram story and posting a picture of the outside of his house. And so people are like, oh, did you just dox Jack's Films? Jack ended up making a video about it, being, you know, pretty understandably upset. I don't know if this video is even still on his channel, actually. Yeah, this is it.
Last night, Sniper Wolf, a massive YouTuber, showed up outside of our home, recorded a video of our home, and then posted it to her 5.6 million Instagram followers.
Whenever I see a clip from Sniper Wolf, she just sounds so awkward. Well, it's very forced, right? Her content is very forced. That's kind of the thing she's doing, right?
Goading me with the line, "Let's talk like adults." In my 17 years on YouTube, I've never...
Jack is probably the most effeminate straight man I've ever listened to. Much love. Yeah, he has sort of an IRL soy Jack look, I would say.
Never once had someone come to my home and vaguely threaten me. Sniper Wolf needs to be deplatformed. In this exact moment, she turned from a mere content thief to someone who doxes and stalks her critics. To everyone that's reached out to us, thank you. We're fine. We're just a little shaken up. But mainly, we feel violated. We no longer feel safe in our own home.
And so the point of this video is basically to get Sniper Wolf terminated. To get her terminated off of YouTube, right? YouTube didn't end up doing that. They ended up, I believe, suspending her from the partner program for a bit, and then I think she got back in the partner program eventually. But obviously a lot of people were upset at her. As far as if it's doxing or not, I mean, I think it is. I think it is. I think posting a picture of someone's house is pretty crazy. Now, in fairness, she did it on Instagram, not on YouTube, so... she should be banned on YouTube. I don't know, maybe not. Banned on Instagram. Probably would support that. A lot of people were saying things to the effect of, like, she's going to go to jail. She's going to get arrested. Like, I remember in my video, I said, like, there's no way that she's catching any charge for this, okay? Because doxing is not illegal, contrary to popular belief. It's not. Even in California, it's not illegal unless you can very, very, very clearly prove malicious intent.
Oh, that happens to me all the time. Thanks a lot for hanging out, man. I really appreciate hearing your story about this guy.
But
keep me posted.
I'm sorry, it's not. That info was available. It was available, but it's still, you know, widely posted.
Much love, my friend.
That's like saying, like, that info was available.
Like I said, it was really good hanging out.
On, you know, some forum or Kiwi Farms or something that you should read it on YouTube. Like, no, obviously not. I don't think that's a good argument. I don't know if I can handle the cancer right now. I don't know if Sniper Wolf should be banned from YouTube, but, you know, banned from Instagram, I wouldn't really feel bad for her. And I know YouTube has a policy about off-site behavior, but I don't support that policy. I think that's bad. That's like, people were using that argument, I remember when, during COVID, like the Nelk boys and stuff like that were partying without a mask. And people were saying, like, oh, they should be demonetized for off-site behavior. And I think Nelk did get demonetized at one point during that, which I don't like. I don't support censorship in a large way. I don't support censorship in
I feel you.
Crime.
Probably for the best.
With doxing on sites like YouTube, I would say it's a net negative, and that's a line I would draw. And I would say, you know, if you dox on YouTube, you should probably be banned. On Instagram, you should probably be banned if you dox. But I don't think that these sites should be colluding together to ban people en masse from every platform in the world, right? I don't like that. I think that's kind of dystopian. I support censorship as long as I'm in control. Based. Well, what about the Omegle videos Leah made where she requested minors to do inappropriate stuff? Okay, that stuff was pretty bad. She's not a... But that was bad. That was pretty bad. But, I mean, once again... Those videos were up on YouTube for like 10 years. Like, is that deserving of termination? I don't really know. Maybe not. A lot of people did really weird, questionable stuff on YouTube.
Take care, buddy.
That I don't like. But, you know, not to say it's okay. Not to say that it's okay. But nobody at the time had a problem with that content, you know? But, yeah, that stuff was really weird, dude. YouTube's aggressive, no drama, no fighting other creators policies. Is doxing even possible on the site anymore? Generally, doxing is not possible. They do have really weird rules, though, around, like, not attacking other creators. They don't like drama content. I heard from somebody that had a talk with YouTube, and apparently they recommended my channel, and YouTube was like, they looked at it and they were like, okay, we don't really like, you know, we're not in favor of channels that attack other channels or like go after other people. And I was like, oh, okay. Keep in mind, Moist Critical has a direct contact with YouTube and is like one of the biggest YouTubers on the site, but I guess people give him a pass because he's so big. He's so big you can't really ignore him. But yeah, that YouTube they don't like drama content. They really don't. They think it's a bad look for them, which is so. Like, dude, drama content is what makes the world go around, okay? If you want YouTube to be successful, you need to be able to have this ecosystem within which people can interact and have friendly and also negative interactions. That's what makes YouTube different from TV. Because on TV, you don't have a comment section. You don't have a chat. You don't have a community of people to talk. On the internet, you do, which is what makes it awesome. And is like the appeal of the online space is the fact that there's like this big ecosystem of going around. But anyway, he's weird for constantly posting about Sniper Wolf for months. Yeah, I don't know. He seemed to be a lot of he seemed to really hate her. I'll say that. He seemed almost obsessively hating her. And you know, I don't really like her, but I will say it was a bit much. It was a bit much. And like, I agree her content's bad, but I mean, at the end of the day, what is she really stealing, right? It's like, it's TikToks. I don't know. Those people should just file DMCA takedowns on her videos. That seems like the natural kind of way to do it. How do you stay out of drama? I don't feel like I stay out of drama. I feel like I'm in drama. I just ignore it usually. But yeah, anyway, with that being said, there's a bunch of crazy happening now with Sniper Wolf. I'm not gonna watch the Nerd City video because it's like an hour and he talks about like narcissism too much, and it's like, and that's interesting, but I kind of don't care for the purposes of my video. But apparently she went to some kind of convention in like Azzyland, and keep in mind Azzyland is like this girl whose personality he basically ripped off, and I find that really interesting. She's kind of bad though. She is kind of bad. I just found out from my sister that my nephew is into Sniper Wolf. She's 12, but F's in chat. Listen, she'll grow up to be the best reactor of all time.
OSS Sniper Wolf still has a platform is beyond me. And today we're looking at brand new evidence that further enforces the fact she shouldn't be on
Further
YouTube and
enforces
is
the
a danger
fact.
to creators.
She's a danger to creators. She's a danger to creators, guys. We need to ban her. She's a danger.
I'm one of those lovely people that as soon as they get mad, they take out all their frustration. When I get mad, it's real quick.
If you don't know Sniper Wolf, then
I feel like that clip didn't really work there, but whatever. I'm gonna stop cooking Cabos. Okay, it's fine.
good for you. You are winning at life because she is one of the most unbearable around. Sniper Wolf is best known for being the only creator on YouTube to stalk her.
Hold on, I need to get my zins to get through this video. This is affecting me. I'm being affected right now. I'm being seriously affected right now, guys. I'm suffering. I'm suffering at the hands of this content, okay? 2 seconds into her voice, the Zin is necessary for survival. It is, dude. Well, also Kavos, to be honest, because he's British or whatever, and he has like a lisp, like, you know. I need something to get through it. I'm sorry, I do. There's this Kavos clip from years ago where I think it's in the I'm Alex video, which is a video. I think it's this video.
It's just,
yeah, wait, the beginning clips of this are legendary.
It's just, oh yeah,
Kavos, Kavos.
Like, oh yeah, everyone else is wrong. You're not a hypocrite.
Kavos.
Stroke my hard throbbing. Oh, this made me hard. I was throbbing more than a nonce at a nursery.
Fire. This is fire. This is epic. Okay, there's this one video of Kavos that I actually care about where he says something. He's like, he all over the baby. Like, it was a crazy video, but I don't know where I can find this clip. I have no idea where it even is. I have no idea where I would find this. But do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, I know this exists. He's like, he all over the baby. This is like a 5 or 6 year, maybe 7-year-old video even, but it was epic whenever this came out.
Harass and dox another creator, being Jack's Films, to millions and get away with it. She doxed Jack's Films' address, his actual home address, putting a poll on Instagram first saying whether she should go to Jack's Films'
She's
house,
crazy,
turning
bro.
up to Jack's
She's
Films'
nuts.
house, posting a picture of Jack's Films house address to her millions of fans, all because he criticized her lazy, brain-dead reaction content.
For hundreds and hundreds of videos, she plays other people's TikToks and provides extremely base-level commentary.
This dude is running sideways.
If you want to support the original creators of the TikToks, too bad, because the only links you'll find in the description are all Sniper Wolf.
Okay.
Booty.
I agree she
Eat
should
your
probably
booty.
link them, but in fairness, it's not like any of the people watching it want to watch the TikToks on TikTok anyway. They are there to see her face next to them, right? Like, I don't know. It's a little interesting.
And my favorite part is that half of the TikToks she includes either crop out the original username or just straight up don't have one.
She then used ChatGPT to apologize with one of the most insincere apologies on
I feel like the doxing thing is a much bigger deal, in my opinion.
all of YouTube. It was very obvious that Sniper Wolf and YouTube were behind the scenes talking, because as soon as this apology came out, YouTube came out with their punishment. They said that Sniper Wolf was going to get a temporary monetization ban. What this really was a month off work for Sniper Wolf while all of this crazy drama blew over. Just complete and utter bullshit. Because now she is back making the exact same shit and is fully monetized again.
It is funny, she got monetized like right away. It was like a month and she got right back in. Tell me exactly what context justifies on the baby. I mean, he was joking. It was some kind of crazy. I don't remember what the context was. Though. I mean, I'm not trying to cancel Cabos, to be fair. It was like a crazy funny clip. I don't think it's like. But I don't remember what the context was or what video it was from.
Checked myself and I was greeted with advert, as if the whole Jack Films stalking, harassing, threatening, doxing thing just didn't even happen. YouTube, you really set a dangerous precedent there. Now, the bar is, if you dox, harass, stalk people, you're just gonna get a little slap on the wrist, maybe your monetization gets removed for a couple of weeks, but you'll be back making more money than ever.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's not worth using words over this, but what she did was really bad. Don't get me wrong. It was bad. But am I thinking she shouldn't necessarily be banned from YouTube because of something she did on Instagram? Is that like a dumb? Okay, be honest with me, Chad. Is this like a dumb position to get hung up on? Am I dumb for this? Am I dumb for this? Everyone's overreacting. They need a diaper max. True. She just talked. Yeah. I mean, basically, she went to his house. That's not good. If you have to ask, well, I'm just curious what you guys' opinion is.
Booty,
Like,
eat your
I guess I'm just
food.
nervous about encouraging more YouTube bannings. I guess I'm very ever since like Leafy and Sneeko and
Button,
people like
come
that
here.
getting banned. I'm very
Come here.
careful with like encouraging YouTube bannings. I wouldn't really cry if she got banned from YouTube, but at the same time, I don't know that it's good to encourage that kind of stuff. Generally speaking, you know, Keemstar's done the same thing, hasn't he? What? I don't think so. Did Keemstar dox someone on Instagram? If she did something illegal, let the legal system sort that out. Well, it's not illegal, is the thing. It's not. So yeah, he harassed her for months. Then when she loses, it's playing the victim. They're both wrong. I wouldn't say is it harassment to make a YouTube channel making fun of someone? I wouldn't say so. And even if you do make a YouTube channel where you just bully someone, I don't care. I think that should be up on YouTube. I don't give a I think that's cool. But he did seem a little bit obsessed. It's like we get it. The content blows. Blows. Can we get Sniper Wolf from Zen? A bit of upper decky fixer. I think they both need Zen. I think we got to get both of them a Zen. Both of them need an upper decky and a lower decky at the same time. So they need to be totally enough. And that would honestly fix a lot of the problems. You know, in the words of Tucker Carlson, a giant can of Zen can just fix everything. I don't think she was a real threat. I don't think so either. The thing is, I think Sniper Wolf is pretty. I think she genuinely in her mind didn't consider that what she was doing was doxing. And I don't think that excuses her behavior, but I don't think she even realized it. I think she's that stupid. Like, I think she's a genuinely daft person. People should just stop watching her. Well, the people who watch her don't. The thing is, they don't care. They're like, they react to the funny skibbity boy video. So like, it doesn't bother them. It never has bothered them, right? They're not commentary viewers. They're not even adults. They're under the age of 12, probably.
Very soon, once all this drama's blown over, basically, you're not gonna get punished for it. I said it before, I'll say it again. If the roles were reversed and it was any other creator doing this to Sniper Wolf, I don't think they'd be around on the platform anymore. With this special treatment and double standard, wasn't a surprise. She was YouTube's new golden girl.
That is funny. Like, why have anyone that could have picked this pick her? I get her content is like it's bad, but that's not the reason why I'm saying it. I'm just saying like she has a history of being kind of crazy. Like why wouldn't they pick just like another girl? Like why not pick Azzyland? Genuinely. who just seems like she doesn't seem unhinged or crazy, right? Sniper needs a Zin under the tongue. Would that hurt really bad? I don't know what would happen.
YouTube couldn't have picked a worse person to promote and be an ambassador if they tried. And today, with this
Welcome
new
to the
evidence,
wolf pack.
you're gonna see
Welcome to the wolf pack. Chat. Hey, can I join the wolf pack?
even more why.
It makes YouTube too much money. There's no one person that makes YouTube enough money that they don't want to pay. That person doesn't exist. I'm sorry. YouTube is such a big company, losing, I don't know, a couple $1 million a year from Sniper Wolf's channel going down wouldn't particularly bother them or upset their bottom line. It doesn't matter. No one person makes YouTube enough money that they would avoid it from them. They don't exist. Mr. Beast, not even Mr. Beast, no. Because Mr. Beast makes a lot of money. But even so, if they did away with him, they wouldn't really suffer that much. It's like a percent of 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 the total money they take in. It doesn't matter. Actually, you're right, but in YouTube's eyes, I could easily think that. Why would they ever think that? They're a multi-billion-dollar company being run by industry professionals who've been running tech companies for like years and decades. Why would they ever avoid banning someone just because of the money they contribute to the site? That doesn't make sense. When you're gonna get to 10K viewers, I seem to remember you're getting 200 to 350 viewers a stream. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Try my best. They still don't have profit, probably. I think YouTube actually is profitable. Hold on. Is YouTube profitable? What is YouTube's actual gross profit? Let's see here. Last year, revenue from YouTube at $29 billion, about 10% of Google and Alphabet revenue. They don't report a profit for YouTube. Closest department is the Google services with a gross profit margin of 34%. I guess we don't totally know if YouTube itself is profitable, but the Google ad machine, I think, is profitable. That's probably the case. And even if it's not, technically, they're not going to get edged out by Sniper Wolf. It's not going to make a big difference. Like, they have the money to pay for what they want to. At this point, it's like, even if they're not directly making money, it's too big of a thing to give them. Like, YouTube is so big, the influence they have, the market share they have, is infinitely more valuable than, like, making a couple extra million. Do you think Twitch cares about that? Twitch cares more, I think. I don't know that they would avoid banning any one person, regardless, just because of the money they take in. But Twitch is a much smaller platform, and it's hard to compare them to YouTube because they're not making nearly the amount of money they used to. They just shut down, I think, their South Korean Twitch services because they weren't making money off of it.
The whole doxing and stalking and harassing wasn't enough. Sniper Wolf has been exposed yet again by Nerd City, who uploaded a brand new video yesterday talking about an untold, very well kept secret about Sniper Wolf. I don't know how this has only just seen the light of day, but according to Nerd City, who's interviewing the victim and has numerous witnesses to this event, Sniper Wolf sorted Aziland at a Fortnite Pro-Am event.
SS Sniper Wolf attack.
Okay. I'm curious if there's I guess as you plan to set it happen. I guess I'm just curious if there's a direct proof. I mean, I honestly would believe it. It makes sense. There were some court documents I dug up a while ago showing that Sniper Wolf had, at one point there was I may be misremembering, but there was like a call to their house, to her and her boyfriend's house, because there was screaming. People were, screaming inside the house for her and her boyfriend. So somebody calls the police. Police come. I believe that something to the effect of something happening with a knife happened where she was waving a knife around. I don't think she attacked him with a knife, but I think she was going pretty psycho mode. And there's actually, I think there's a picture I have of her sitting inside of her apartment, like a picture that the cops took. She's just sitting there like, ee, which is really funny. It's probably on Kiwi Farms or something if I had to guess, but yeah.
Attacks women online who make her feel jealous. She also attacks them in
Should I do armed robbery? She didn't do armed robbery. She'd be doing like 10 years for that. I think she just did petty theft, basically.
when they're just minding their own business.
So Sniper Wolf was competing at this Fortnite event. It was like a celebrity influencer bit of a tournament. He was just dreadful and finished last.
All said and done, her team finished tied for dead last, 0 points. She got eliminated early in all.
She's terrible at gaming. I mean, the reason why is because her boyfriend, her husband, I guess, ex-husband now, would just play the games for her, basically. And because she's just terrible at games. She's probably worse than I am, which is tough. That's tough. That is hard, because I'm really bad at video games. She's probably worse than I am. But yeah, back in the day when she was making the gaming videos, like her boyfriend would just record the gameplay and then she would talk over it for 10 minutes. Right. And I think there was a good video about someone named Solibot from back in the day. One of the only good female commentators. There's not a lot. Or if there are, they're annoying. But she was actually genuinely good, and she covered shit I cared about. And she made a video showing that Sniper Wolf had basically artificially inflated her Overwatch rank to get to the top 500, I believe. Good video.
All 3 rounds of the tournament. In fact, she turned in such a poor performance that she barely appears on screen at all. In the entire 3.5-hour broadcast, blink and you would miss her.
I know you're thinking, what? Sniper Wolf? The one who came up gaming, doing gaming videos, dropping all these crazy gameplays.
So today I got my best flawless game ever, and it's 156-0.
How is she so bad at Fortnite? Surely that can't be real. Well, because her boyfriend back in the day used to fake her gameplays while she just spewed diarrhea all over the camera.
But yeah,
Face. This is what I'm gonna do, by the way. This is gonna be the e-girl business, which is canceled and not happening. But this is exactly what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be face. But we're not dating. That's not happening. I'm not gonna. That's what ruined it. That's what ruined it. That was the downfall of us all in this case. Okay.
I could have gotten more, but I accidentally used my swarm at the end of the first round.
And if you don't believe me or you never heard of that before, in a lawsuit between her now ex-boyfriend and Sniper Mouth, it says this. The concept behind Sniper Wolf YouTube channel was that Young, her ex-boyfriend, would play video games such as Call of Duty and or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance and record his gameplay. Young would then prepare a script for each recording for Shilesh, Sniper Wolf, to read on camera while acting as though she was playing the recorded video game footage. Young made it clear to Sniper Wolf that the Sniper Wolf YouTube channel needed to be completely independent and separate from Sniper Wolf's prior Sexy Sniper YouTube channel due to the serious negative reputation Sniper Wolf had cultivated through the content on Sexy Sniper YouTube channel, and also because the content was going to be entirely different.
Love you.
Absolutely nothing about Sniper Wolf is real, and it's funny that even back in the day when she was called Sexy Sniper, and you're talking ages ago, even then her reputation was just so bad.
The thing about the like faking thing is like, I feel like part of the problem and how she got caught is she was so defensive about it. Like I made a video about this on my main channel. Back in the day, she would get in arguments with other e-girls and be like, no, you're faking your gameplay. No, you're faking your gameplay. And it's like, why even get involved in that if you know that you're hiding something, right? Like why not just shut the fuck up and make the content? Ultimately, people are still gonna watch it anyway regardless. Like clearly, she's still getting decent views. She was back in the day, even though people kind of suspected it was fake. So why even respond to it? Why not just ignore it? It doesn't matter. It's not that big of a deal to fake gameplay and pretend to be good at gaming. It's kind of, but like who cares? It's to call people out and pretend that they're faking their gameplay when you yourself are doing it, right?
Back to her finishing dead last at a gaming event. Apparently she was so pissed that she couldn't crank soggy 90s on everyone that she's
soggy. Hey, soggy? Is that a normal thing? Is this a normal thing to say about Fortnite? Soggy 90s? That's kind of what's going on? That's kind of strange. Who says soggy 90s? Does anybody say soggy 90s? I play a decent amount of Fortnite. I've never heard someone say soggy 90s. What's so soggy about them, bro? Soggy RFC? It's like moist critical. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that, you know, Sniper Wolf was trying to crank soggy 90s, and when she got mad, she basically had a giant poopy diarrhea fed all over the gaming floor.
Started firstly screaming at her boyfriend.
What many who were there did witness off camera was Sniper Wolf getting involved in altercations, the first of which was a screaming match with her partner Evan.
He can't play for her live.
When I don't get my way, I scream, and I scream really loud.
Sniper Wolf and the man who now claims to have been playing for her at home were observed to be furious with each other immediately after her last place finish.
No, they know I'm bad at gaming. No, I can't be a bad gamer. I am not a bad gamer. I, Aaliyah Shalesh, am a good gamer, and you will respect that I am a good gamer. Dude, if anything, I'm sorry. If I found out a girl's good at video games, I'm less attracted to them, okay? Because why are they playing video games, okay? Why are they good at video games? Because a man taught them how to be, okay? Because a man taught them how to be. And it's not always the case, oh, I'm a girl gamer, and I actually learned how to play video games by myself. Okay, I don't want the girl gamers, okay? This is bad. This is a bad thing.
Is then said, and as I've said before, backed up by multiple witnesses Nerd City has talked to, that she Azzyland at the event.
Like, why? Why are you so mad?
Know a recap of what happened?
Sure.
Okay, so basically,
You're not a gamer if you can't pull a soggy 90. That's very true, Sneeko. The real Sneeko. Thank you very much.
They were like in a circle, and I walked to the bathroom, and then when I was walking back, I saw them, and they're like, "Hey, Azzy," and then I was like, "Sniper was there," and I'm like, "Oh, you know what? Just be nice." They just walk over, and then I go in there, and I got really awkward, so I started like just telling an embarrassing story of myself, and she just like is looking at me, she's silent, and she's like, like angry, and then she like
Grown adult admits that throwing tantrums cooked.
lunges at me, and I don't remember like exact details because it was just terrifying. Got in between and like pulled her off me, and then they took her back.
Cat fight. Tom casually insulting every girl in his chat because we all game. That's, you know what? That's me. I gotta keep you guys down. Okay. I have to.
Room, and then I was
Hold me back, bro. I don't want to do it. Hey, she says I'm bad at Fortnite. She says I'm bad at Fortnite, dude. I can't just let it slide. She says I'm bad at Fortnite, dude. She says I'm not cranking soggy 90s on phone. I'm great, dude. Like, what the fuck? I gotta get her. I mean, come on, dude. What, you're just gonna let her run her mouth like that? What the fuck?
See, I'm doing easy, except for Azzy. Chill. She was unleashing her sniper wolf. She was unleashing her sniper wolf. That's true. What if she brought a gun to the event? What if? That's bad. But what if? What if she brought an actual sniper? Bruh.
up there, and they were like, "What the?" It was just like, it was so. Oh yeah, she was like, oh yeah, she was screaming. I think she's like a bunch of words I can't actually say on YouTube. But the one sentence I can say is she goes, "You fake your gameplay," and then
you fake your play, dude. What the? You fake your game? I don't fake my gameplay. It's real. I game. You know, I'm gaming every day, every night. I'm playing Fortnite. I'm playing, you know, Minecraft. I'm playing it. You're not playing Fortnite like that. You're not really real.
are you me swinging?
Leah had to be physically pulled off of Astra, was dragged away, screaming and clawing.
Sniper Wolf can't even go to
Screaming and clawing.
a Fortnite event for little babies without causing beef and trying to someone. And it's even crazier because if you didn't watch Nerd City's last video, Azzyland is someone that Sniper has been trying to copy and steal her identity on YouTube, copying as.
Okay, to be clear, this is an allegation. That being said, I would probably believe that this happened. It's just like something Sniper Wolf would do. Okay, I'm willing to believe it. That being said, does that mean she should be banned from YouTube? I mean, I just don't think so. I just don't think so. I'm sorry. I don't. If she's formally charged and there's like a criminal process, even if that happens, I don't think she should be banned from YouTube. I just don't. I'm sorry. There's plenty of people who have probably had a and are still on YouTube doing stuff. Should we ban anyone who has a criminal record? Should I be banned from YouTube because I got a speeding charge a while ago and had to pay a lawyer? The answer is no. And I need more money so I can go faster. Get me a faster car. What's the criteria to get someone banned? Do you mean for me personally or for YouTube? Because for me, I would put it in a very, very limited scope.
Azzyland relentlessly.
The similarities between Azra and Leah just can't be helped. But others were manufactured intentionally.
More plants that I'm doing.
A luscious, well taken care of plant.
This is a mirror.
And this is my favorite mirror. Finally got it, and it doesn't really go.
Azzyland then details how every video that she did that was performed well, Sniper Wolf would take and copy. Nerd City shoes of this, thumbnails and dates, clearly showing Azzyland's videos of birth. Sniper Wolf took her videos.
This is completely real, by the way. She did like just totally take her personality and everything. Like Sniper Wolf was just like, it was like the "can I copy your homework" meme, which is pretty crazy. Like I feel like it's not that hard to make a pretty, you know, relatively original reaction channel for what it is. But on that note, I'm kind of curious why nobody cares to call out Azzyland, because she, I mean, as far as the reaction content, I mean, she was doing the same exact thing. I mean, you scroll through these TikToks, like.
Whoa, they're cleaning the streets using rice alerts. They're doing a good thing for the earth. They're being extremely cool while doing it. Who said recycling isn't fashionable? No, nobody's. I love chicken.
Like, this is the same thing.
It's like one of my favorite places I've ever been to. Shannon dropped her.
This is like a Sniper Wolf. Maybe it's like 5% better, but it's the same exact thing. Why does nobody criticize this girl? She's better. I mean, yeah, but like, is that like, if people are gonna criticize Sniper Wolf for the reaction content, this is the same exact thing. Why hasn't Jackson almost made a channel just about on Azzyland, you know? Is it because she credits the TikToks? I don't see them credited here. And then if you go to the Jackson's channel, didn't he like do a collab with her?
Hey guys, very excited about today's video. Joining me is Azzy of Azzyland. You may have heard of her before. She largely focuses on reaction content. Azzy, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason we are here talking today is because you had seen some of my previous bingo streams.
I saw all of them.
You saw, as a result, you wanted to make better reaction content. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I kind of felt like like a jerk afterwards. I was like, oh man, I didn't know that I was.
Did she make better reaction content? I'm curious. So he actually did criticize her. Hypocrisy allegations debunked.
Barbie! The most controversial Barbie dolls ever made. Totally styling tattoo. Barbie had so many parents outraged.
Yeah, so it came with a tattoo gun for you and for her. This one's my favorite.
Parents lost it over this specific tattoo that could be placed on Barbie's back.
Barbie's latest accessory, a lifetime commitment to Ken, kill plastic, do us part. No take backsies. I mean, like, I think it's important to teach children about self-expression, but I feel like you can, in fact, be too young to know about tattoos. They're just too permanent. I know I have two, and I hate them both, okay?
Barbie doll came out.
Watching this is crazy. I guess it got a little better. I guess it actually did get a little bit better. So credit to her. She did get a little better. It's still, you know, kind of trash, but it got a little better. Hey Tom, watching with my brother, he said he'll be your sniper wolf. Oh, okay, bro. Tom, you're sexy. Sniper and Azzy is the definition of two fighting. I mean, Sniper seems a bit worse. She seems a bit more evil, but I mean, Azzy just made brain rot content. I guess that's the worst thing you can say about her. Azzy admits she does low quality content for kids. Interesting.
Here's the thumbnails and copied Azzyland.
It is like the same exact thing over and
While
over.
trying to make out to her fans that Azzyland is this horrible person trying to rip off Sniper Wolf.
Your opinion on. Okay, let's talk about this person since a lot of people ask me about her. Does she copy me? And a lot of people think she is.
Dude, for everyone saying, okay, she looks bad in this video. I mean, it's obviously she's got makeup on, she's got the plastic, but she looks bad. She's a certified bad. Sorry.
Today we're gonna be
Wait, what was that? Wait, do you think this is me? Is this just like just a picture of Azzy? She's just like, oh, is the person named Azzy this stream hurts? Okay, whose actual name is Azzy? What is Azzy? Is it Azura? What name is Azzy? What kind of name is Azzy? What does that mean? Aspen Gold? True! Her legal name is Aspen Gold. Yeah. I guess she's just, is Sniper Wolf just calling her ugly? Women calling each other ugly. Bad. You know, it can be a bad sign, especially when they're both pretty. Something's going on.
Today we're gonna be rating my lookalike.
Who is this guy? Who's this? Who's Big Chungus over here? Who is that? Okay.
Hold up. These videos look familiar. Give that one a 5.
Who is this guy?
Sniper Wolf is certifiably insane. And you could say, well, Kavos, how do you know this is true, this story you've heard? And you're right, you know, I wasn't there. I don't know it for a fact. Nerd City, to me, is an extremely reliable creator, hasn't steered anyone wrong in the past, and is very trustworthy. So, for sure, I believe him when he says that he has witnesses to this event, Sniper Wolf suing Azzyland, and they have confirmed.
I believe he believes it happened. Honestly, I think it probably did happen. I guess I wish there was some more evidence, but it's kind of hard to have evidence for a in-person interaction. I still don't really think that means she should be banned from YouTube. I don't know what it would require for me to think that she should be banned. I don't know. It's a pretty high bar. Talk to me when we get there, I guess. Keep joking around with me, and I'll send you to Zimbabwe. Based. I'm going there anyway.
But let's say there weren't any witnesses. Sniper Wolf in the past has previously been arrested for and armed robbery. We have.
Was it actually? Okay, did she get charged though? Disorderly conduct.
And armed
robbery. What happened here? I don't remember if I went over this in my video. What happened with the armed robbery thing? Did she walk into a bank with a gun? I feel like she'd go to jail for that for a while, right? Was the charge dropped?
Seen recently that if a creator just criticizes Sniper Wolf's horrible content, she is more than willing to show up to a creator's house, threaten them, dox their address to millions, all in a fit of rage because she couldn't handle a little bit of criticism while she's stealing people's content and making millions. Nerd City also shows in this video that she self-admittedly has, like, crazy anger issues.
Fantasies of me, like, beating the shit out of them or, like, them, and they'll just, like, feel...
Fantasies about people. She's crazy.
So good. That as soon as I get mad, they take out all their frustration. When I get mad, it's real quick. When I get mad, I get really mad. I'm a very bad sport. If I lose, like, I'll go or cry or attack people. I'll literally attack people.
So yeah, I'm absolutely hedging my bets that this story is absolutely true, and you can take that to the bank. So it's just wild that YouTube chose Sniper Wolf as this ambassador and are still very clearly supporting and covering Sniper Wolf's art. You know, Sniper Wolf, who is willing to put a creator and their family in danger for making a video criticizing her. And on top of that now, we've learned that she's willing to inflict physical harm and danger herself to other creators for no reason. How the hell is she still allowed on this platform?
I mean, the doxing thing, you could argue it was off-platform. Are we supposed to set the precedent that YouTube is going to ban people just because a bunch of people said something happened, right? Like, if I just come out and I'm like, hey, Jack's Films beat the f*** out of me, and I have no evidence, there's no criminal charge, he never went to jail. Like, is that the standard we want to set? Really? Probably not.
How many creators does she have to put in danger before YouTube go, all right, you just can't be here anymore. You're clearly a danger. You're clearly toxic. You're ruining YouTube as a community. What more?
Is she ruining it as a community? Is she ruining it as a community? Because she makes lots of money for YouTube? But that's never... Okay, this is so stupid, though. How much... Do you think YouTube has 5 people on it? There are thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people making money on this website. YouTube would be fine if Sniper Wolf was banned. They would be fine. They would be fine. They would literally be fine. They don't have to worry about the money. She's not paying them off. You could get conspiratorial and say maybe she's paying off a single employee or something. Maybe that's, I don't know, if you want to get crazy. There's no evidence for that, but we could say that. But do you think YouTube is really that concerned about this one person that they're not going to ban them because she gives them like $4 million a year? Do you know how much money that YouTube makes? It's unreal. It's unreal. You could not fathom it. One of the craziest things he did here is he wore a dress and was like, well, this gets me hard. There's no evidence he even messaged a minor in like a horrible way. I don't know. I think this guy kind of got slandered, man. I think this Ven person sucks. Sorry this happened to you, Alex Kister. In the future, hopefully you'll learn to not express your emotions with fans because they'll probably backstab you later on and try to make it to be something it's not. I have looked at these allegations literally twice already, and both times I've mentally tapped out because I hate them so much. Okay? The subject material, the documents going around about it, the videos made about it, all of it is trash, and I'm sorry, but everything I've seen is trash, okay? Last time I talked about it, I literally like got so frustrated because everybody involved was just, I couldn't find one non-estrogenic person. Not that that's a problem, but you know, literally every video is like, I'm a trap. Okay, Jesus. Talk about what's going on, bro. Imagine if I opened every video being like, hey guys, I'm a straight white male, and like, shut up. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put myself through the pain that I don't want to put myself through. We're finally gonna get into the Alex Kister allegations. I'm not gonna do the backloaded, front-loaded explanation of who he is. He created the Mandela catalog. He's been in a bunch of Wendigoon videos. Everybody knows who he is at this point. I've said it 3 times on stream already. Okay. There is a document that was made about Alex. I'm gonna try to read through all of it and avoid casting judgment. I'm going to read the entire thing. It's really long. It's really long. And I'm sick of reading documents. I genuinely am. But we're gonna do it. How many words is this? It's 11,000 words. Something really bad is gonna happen to me, guys. I'm kidding. But you know. If you know, you know. Stop reading is good for you. Don't induce brain rot. Yes, reading good things. Reading good literature is good for you. Like my own script. Reading this trash is not good for you, okay? Jesus. How could this be good for me? How could reading the Alex Kister allegations do anything but rot my brain out of my asshole? I'm sorry. Pop his Indian sack up. You're right. You're raising a good point. I was just about to say the same thing. I'm gonna pop this in. I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna lock the fuck in, and we're gonna read this document together as a fucking squad. Okay, my 1,500 closest friends and family members here today. We're in this together. We're in it for the long haul. The shit-ass document. Disclaimer: this can't be a defamation case. I do not want my name to be associated with the situation, and all other names will be censored. The victims are allowed to come forward if they wish to. I understand it will be impossible to hide, and that's why afterward I will be leaving my accounts associated with this name. Originally, I decided against talking about my side of the story, especially when I promised to keep quiet. However, I feel like it is necessary to understand the context. I and several others have noticed this behavior pattern that Alex exhibits. This was dealt with in private many times before coming to a conclusion. We have concluded that the best closure would be to warn others of this and to prevent this from happening again. Not just from Alex, but from any creator that misuses their platform. Alright, so he's been misusing his platform. For the past several months, Alex has shown predatory and manipulative behavior. It has brought me and others a great deal of pain. We have also realized this has been going on a lot longer than expected. Everyone in this document is permitted to use their screenshots and testimonies. All names are censored, but the person can choose to speak publicly out if they wish. So to publicly speak out if they wish. My side shows Alex's empty promises and manipulation. Alex doesn't have any pronouns, so in some of these screenshots, you'll see shit. So we're into the any pronouns. That's sort of the situation we're dealing with. One of the most startling revelations about this all for me was that Alex Kisser's apparently trans or something, or has gender dysphoria. One of the craziest things he did here is he wore a dress and was like, well, this gets me hard. He was wearing a dress and he was like, guys, I'm wearing a dress and it makes my penis hard. And he sent that to someone he met from his like Discord server. Now the question here, okay, is, you know, whatever you think of transgenderism, I think people should be allowed to do whatever they want. Genuinely, don't give a shit. If it makes you happy, do whatever you want. But the question is if he misuses platform to victimize people. Okay? He's someone with a big audience. He's someone with almost 1 million subscribers. His videos have gotten a ton of views. He's been, you know, sort of vouched for by a lot of people online. He's been in Wendigoon videos. He's done interviews with Wendigoon. Shout out Wendigoon, by the way, friend of the show, if you're out there watching. But Alex is a pretty popular guy, probably the most popular analog horror guy in the past little while. To the point that his stuff has even been covered in game theory videos, which is, I would say, probably one of the biggest video essay channels on YouTube.
So it's a lot of spelling. It's basically a lot of like, people are bad at spelling. Like, it's what I'm taking away from the Mandela effect.
And this video has 1.5 million views. This is a live stream of him reacting to it. And he's done a bunch of these. This one is just a straight up game theory about it.
Volume 4, we see that Gabriel is a literal being that can manifest in reality,
4 million
communicate with normal humans, and then kill the people he encounters.
Matt Pat's the GOAT, by the way. Shut up, Matt Pat. But I'm bringing this up to point out that Alex clearly was super, you know, prolific, I would say. He was a very prolific artist, is a prolific artist, I should say. And what he's being accused of is misusing his platform to manipulate people. Don't know what that means yet, I guess. And the bigger problem here, apparently, is that there were some interactions he was having with people that were underage. Now, I don't know what that means yet. From everything I've seen from all of this, okay, he was in a Discord server with some minors, and he was being too open to them about his transness. From what I've seen, he didn't groom anyone. People are calling him a pedophile on Twitter. I have seen no evidence of that. But it seems like he was being too open about his gender problems with children, basically, with underage people. That is very gross. It's very weird. It's very, you know, it's kind of foul, you know? I don't think you should be talking about your gender identity struggles with your kid audience, especially if that involves you, like, cross-dressing and getting hard to it. But I have to know more about this to know what exactly he did, okay? And I believe this document was written by his ex-girlfriend, actually, which is a very interesting development. At least he didn't help 1,000 kids become trans like that one person on Twitter. Yeah, shout out to Keffels and Bob posting for that one, buddy. The beginning. For most of these, there are no screenshots because Alex asked me to delete his old phone number, and some were said in person. Alex and I would start dating in April 2023, and we broke up in June 2023. At first, there wasn't anything particularly weird that happened because everything seemed to be heavily communicated or consented. While reliving those memories, there were moments that I did find strange. Alex would joke during our relationship that he would kill himself if anything we sent to each other was leaked, and that I was a spy trying to destroy his life. This was one of the earliest cases of his paranoia, and I would try my best to help, but it became apparent later on that Alex is very trustworthy with everyone. It became a lot more destructive and gets in the way of his thinking process. I would also find it uncomfortable when he would joke in a public server with a lot of his fans that I was keeping him alive and he would have killed himself if I didn't exist. This channel will be deleted. It becomes cemented in my subconscious to prevent him from hurting himself and to try to always keep him happy. He would tell me that he would masturbate several times a day to my photos and messages before we opened up sexually while implying non-con fantasies he would do to my clothing if we never opened up to each other. He would later on confess to wanting to wear my clothing before we opened up as well. Everything about me was sexualized heavily over time, including my face, my voice, and any clothing that I would wear. Even the way I viewed myself and how I viewed romance. So basically what they're saying here is that they had a relationship. They eventually, before they were dating, no sexual stuff, eventually they start talking sexually, they start dating, and Alex confesses that before that moment he had already been jerking off to them a few times a day, and he wanted to do something non-consensually or something. I don't know what that is yet. To be fair, I don't care about CNC, consensual non-consent. Like, if the two people agree that they want to go gorilla mode in bed, based. I tried to accept that this was normal and would consent to it, but this was only after the fact he would confess these things to me. These behaviors were extremely unhealthy habits and showed he hardly had any self-control. He confessed to me in a call that he would have fantasies about others, especially about their clothing. What the f*** are the ads? Holy sh**. What the f***? Okay, I've never watched on this computer, especially not in cartoon. I've never watched cartoon in my life, so Jesus. Does that really need to be here? To be clear, when I jerked off, I fucked on my phone. I'm not a fucking freak. I don't sit in this computer chair and beat my meat, okay? That's real. They say I'm a fraud, but I really am a saint. Black Lagoon, Heaven Shot. What the f happened to her, dude? Stop with the ads are personalized bullshit, Wendigoon, okay? I've seen the ads in your computer and they're pretty dark. Based for an ad, it's not based. Oh my god, yes please, I think about that constantly. OMG. Sorry if this is creepy, but even if we never opened up sexually to each other, if I found your wet panties in the bathroom or something, I would have jerked off to them so hard. Jeez, bro is horny. Bro is horny. And I've read this twice already, and I'm still fucking Jesus. The aftermath of the breakup would strain our connection over time. Alex had broken up with me over text and mentioned he was not feeling any romantic tension between us. It was a noticeable, gradual issue that our messages would mainly consist of sexting, and I had less of a connection again. But I never really got an answer for this. Even when we called, it felt like I was brushed over easy. These surviving screenshots are from when I was talking to a friend. Can we not get the... Okay, we're not getting the ad this time. Hold on. Stop! Okay. Can't you just put the pictures on a normal thing, dude? Tom is beating the real cell allegations? Lol. Okay, I guess I'll just be straight up and ask you and be 100% totally honest. How do you view our relationship right now, and how do you feel about it? Dude, why is it there? Why?
No one can stop Mary back.
In my eyes, I don't think there's any major problems. Was it because of the thing I said last night? I can go into more details about it if you want, because it is a fear I've been having lately, and I guess it's the only issue I can think about between the both of us. Well, mainly about me. But are you having mixed feelings? Could you elaborate on this? Yeah, sure. I do enjoy our time together in person, and I feel really close to you, but I do not know if I'm feeling enough romantic tension between us. It almost feels like we are extremely close friends. The only time that I feel like we have a tension is when we are sexting, but I do not want you to feel like that's all I like you for. Because it's not. I love you so much no matter what. Sometimes it feels just platonic. So he's basically just breaking it to her easy. He just wants to fuck her. That's what he's doing, right? Is that not what he's doing? I feel like that's definitely what he's doing here. After I implied my fears of being used for sexual purposes in a relationship, Alex suggested that being friends with benefits could fit us better. I caved in because I was still very much in love with him and would have done anything for him. Well, that's your choice though, right? You can't really blame him for that. Actually, that's a dumb question, never mind. It wasn't dumb, it was just, I guess that's how our relationship is already in a sense. I still really like you and I'm willing to change anything or do anything. The only thing that I wish we did more was watch videos or movies together. I feel corny for saying that, but it does make me feel closer to you. That's not corny, don't worry. Afterward, I had such bad anxiety because I felt extremely dumb for accepting that title after I explained it that I felt like my main purpose was to give sexual pleasure. It was worsened by the fact that Alex would tell me he considered us soulmates and still wanted to say I love you, but it does not hold any ground when you're in a relationship. It also allowed us to explain this to our close friends. This just felt extremely careless. Well, I guess it seems to me like he's either very confused about his emotions here, or he just wants it. Two people are consenting. I feel like if she was getting hurt by this interaction, she would not freak out. It's not really his fault. This hero obligation as an adult to get out of there. I called Alex to discuss the issue of our relationship, which led us to officially breaking up. In that call, I also told him that it seemed like he had lost feelings for me. He then said no and explained the issue with him needing help. We tried to seek help for issues about his sexual behavior and lack of self-control. It's funny how a million times she says she's not going to leak anything from the relationship. She leaked all of it. It's because this is a message she sent him. Lack of self-control, I think that's addiction basically, right, is what she's talking about. He's a addict, he's gripping his cock too tightly. After we broke up, Alex would come asking me to delete any messages and photos I had of him. I would automatically delete those photos when we broke up, but it is the level of paranoia he had that would make me feel guilty for being close to him. Well, it seems like in retrospect his paranoia was justified given the fact you leaked all of this irrelevant information about your relationship that had nothing to do with anything, right? Like, this doesn't have anything to do with the minor interactions or whatever. This is just like you had kind of a shitty relationship with him. He wanted to bang you, and that's it, basically. And he wasn't being totally honest about it from my perspective, right? It was weird that he felt so paranoid. It's almost like I'm writing an entire document about him right now after I dated him. You know? I must feel like she shouldn't be the one writing the document, because her view of him was tainted by their negative relationship. I feel like a third party should have done this. Seems like a conflict of interest. I feel like I encouraged a horrible behavior that he'd been struggling to control for a long time. I would have to reassure him for good, well, because he was afraid of people finding out what he enjoyed. He's a human. What is he enjoying? Before I even deleted his phone number, he would discuss about him getting a therapist to control these thoughts and guilt. This became a lot more frequent over time, and it felt like it became more of a therapist than a friend. Okay. I agree with Nahuel Rodas' Skibbity birthday. Happy Skibbity to you. Happy Skibbity to you. Make sure you pay the Phantom tax. Happy Skibbity to you. Okay, there we go. Okay, the messages. Let's see the messages. Whoa, stop! I know that I said I would stop talking about my past regrets and shame, but can I get your opinion on something? Dude, I thought you were someone else. I was about to be like, you're always welcome to vent to me. She says she's welcome to vent to me. You could have just said you didn't like it. Stop it. The question I would like an opinion on is, do you think I should still go to therapy for this, even though I know what the cure is? I can absolutely handle abstaining for much longer, and even if I relapse, I never want to act on anything. It's a huge part of my self-improvement journey. I'm wondering if I should hold myself like I'm like a therapist. I see therapy is another way to motivate yourself into keeping your abstinence, or if you're feeling lost, it is really great. You're improving a lot and have been maintaining abstinence. So I think you should keep doing what you're doing since it really seems to be working well. It's okay to relapse sometimes, but since I've known about this stuff, you Since I've known this stuff about you, 5 days is a big deal. Okay, so it is prediction, right? That's the vibe I'm getting here. I spoke about having an issue with being more seen as a therapist rather than a friend. I felt like we had less of a connection with each other, and my only purpose was to help him. It did offend me where he would come to me for reassurance and wouldn't return the same gesture. Before this, I had just vented to him about and was met with silence when I started this conversation. Okay, big boilerplate here. So far from what I'm reading, relationship struggles. He seems like he was kind of an asshole, relying on this person too much. Who cares? Why does this need to be public business? This is not the most egregious thing I've done, right? This is like normal 21-year-old shit. Why do I need to? These are just from memory. There will be several months where he would be active elsewhere while I was venting or even attempting to talk to him. I wouldn't be offended if it wasn't a recurring issue. I mentioned being a rebound because I found in our old messages about him being happy that I was able to fill the void. I would feel guilty for accusing him of having malicious intent. I did not feel like anything was changing afterwards. A noticeable change between then and November when we became close. I felt like the reason we became close again was because I was satisfying Alex's needs by getting him attention. We were also discussing what we've talked about similarly during our relationship, such as clothing and fantasies. A couple days later, I would ask him about his search for a therapist. His response did worry me due to the fact he discussed the reasons why I should look for a therapist, but he seemingly went back on his words. I understand it's not my responsibility to push people into help. Alex definitely needed it the most, especially when he was struggling with his behavior for so long. I would not text back Alex out of frustration because I expected the conversation to go nowhere or be met with silence. What was this conversation? Okay, he's fixing himself because he got here. This one, I've accepted my mistakes, our mistakes, and I've learned so much. I've done this a million times, which is why I'm happy the incident happened. That's what pushed me to change, because the incident injured me enough. Sure, I still get anxious about the thought that I even saw things to begin with, especially that one voice memo. I thought they could someday bite me in the ass, but I can't change that. I'm living much more peacefully. What is a voice memo? Why doesn't she explain this? I don't understand why she doesn't explain this. I'll just get that plot. Hold on, I'll just buy it real quick. This all seems personal. I don't see why she went public. Did I miss something? Yeah, unclear. So far, everything I've seen didn't need to go public. I would do this several times, and I wouldn't text him back because I didn't see the point, but it would be ironic to me when I decided to not speak to Alex and try to interact with me more. The only time he would actually reply was about him. I sort of lied in this message. I was happier because I wasn't intending to interact with him or see him on my social media. I was unable to reveal my true feelings because I believed that I was overthinking everything and I was paranoid or delusional. Brave browser seems to block the ads. What if the screenshots have goon ads on purpose so if Alex sees it, he goons out, stopping him? That's very interesting. Thank you, NR, for becoming a member. What is this one? How have you been doing lately? Please let me know if you need anything. I know I've said it a million times, if there's anything you're thinking about, still in regards to me, I don't want you to be afraid to talk about it. I'll always be here and prepared to talk about it. I've been feeling better for the last couple of days because I've been straying away from social media and my phone in general. My sickness finally lifted and I realized I feel much better and actually happier. I don't think there's anything wrong with you. My mind has been clear lately and I feel like any delusional thoughts can easily be regarded. I don't have any means in engaging in those thoughts, and besides, I'm nothing more than paranoid and obsessive thinking. Everything you said before was helped with understanding how I think I feel. I think there's nothing to be said. You would resolve this point, right? Then he would speak about his guilt again and ask me to leave his old phone number. I was questioning if he was continuing to be friends with me and the person who do this to several other people. When you say do this to several other people, it's just like he had a relationship with you. He likes you more for sex than anything else. Like, that sucks, but it's nothing that needs to be made public. Like, this is a normal, shitty social interaction that happens sometimes, you know? A bitter ex, it seems pretty bitter to me. Like, realistically, no one needs to be exposed for fucking with someone and, like, not being nice enough to them or something. They dated for 2 months? Yeah, they did. Who cares? Alex accidentally misread my messages and thought I wanted to remind him of his bad moments, but I would almost be grateful because he would reveal to me he was miserable. He pretended he was living peacefully and was able to move on from the incident, but that was not the case. He needed to have constant distractions to feel normal and avoid guilt, essentially running away from his thoughts. I understand he was trying to explain that my existence does not make him uncomfortable. It's the existence of those media that gives him guilt. But after all this, he would go back to his old ways and nothing was changed. What media? Why does this person not even say what the media is? What media? These weeks of being the person having to help him erase those memories felt degrading. I felt like I was being kept around because I had these media stored. It would make me guilty being close to him or even dating him. Well, then just stop being close to him and get the fuck out. You're an adult, right? Just stop talking to him if he sucks. Why can nobody just cut off someone who sucks anymore? I guess I'm just, you know, sometimes I'm guilty of this. I won't cut off someone if they suck, but you just got to get better at this with time. This isn't anything. I haven't even seen anything that like egregious at all yet. It's just like you had a shitty relationship. I put my foot down and told him straightforwardly that he needed help. I noticed a pattern of behavior he was going through and there was hardly any progress being made. It was obvious that Alex was not getting better, but I could not provide any more help as a friend. Alex continually goes through this cycle, gives me guilt because I felt like I accidentally hurt him. He then decided to go off his meds. What's he medicated for? It's been pretty awful actually, but only because starting Tuesday I went off my meds and the withdrawals are awful. But it's for the better and I can already see improvement within myself all around. How about you? Well, you know, sometimes SSRIs are bad. That's what he's on. Can I ask why you decided to go off your meds? I had an addiction to them and I didn't realize it. Sure, they may have helped my ADHD, so it's like Adderall. But I was mainly taking them for the heavy dopamine release, which I confused being treatment. This is now the longest I've gone without them, and I'm already seeing huge benefits. Well, that seems good. I mean, Adderall can definitely have a negative effect on you, or Vyvanse, Concerta, whatever he's taking. Dexedrine. It can be good to get off meds. And the meds aren't related to porn addiction. If you guys if you try jerking off or having sex when you're on like a stimulant like Adderall, it's really weird. You can get hard, but your dick is like a weird, like floppy sort of texture. And coming is so hard on Adderall. Coming is so difficult. It takes so long. And when you do come, it's like weird. It's like a weird viscous sort of thing. It's not that enjoyable. We had another fight that was similar to the one previously mentioned. I didn't feel like a close friend. We were always talking, and I noticed he wasn't putting much of an effort into keeping that relationship. I wanted to reiterate that it is a clear difference between then and later when we were actually speaking to each other. Why do you know? Why do you think I know? If I said that, isn't it obvious? In his story, he had talked about being his own therapist after going off of his meds. I felt like a slap on my face after conversing with him several days prior. He was continuously going through the cycle of taking charge and hurting himself by avoiding getting help. I don't think there's anything wrong with you going off your meds if you believe they're detrimental to your health and you don't see any noticeable progress, but Alex is not getting better. Is his ADHD making him a gooner? I don't get it. This is also not the first time he's been off his meds. Alex is highly aware of his cycle of issues, which chooses to make situations worse. Hey, you good? Alex asks. Whatever this fucker's name is. Stirring Juice says, for a while I thought I was inconsiderate and selfish for thinking it was weird you wouldn't ever reply to my message or would flat out ignore me. I tried to treat this as normal because you've reassured me several times I never felt this type of feeling with another friend, especially with somebody considered me close. For a bit, I didn't even try to message you because I knew you would just probably leave me hanging. Also, I can't tell if you're doing it on purpose or not, but what hurt me the most is the fact on your story you consider yourself your own therapist, and I wish I could have asked you what you mean by that. But again, that overwhelming sense of anxiety comes every time I try to speak to you. I hope you're not ignoring my request to get a therapist, and if you are, then I don't know what to do anymore because I feel scared that you're going through the cycle with this person. Is the cycle of being a porn addict? Why is this person speaking in such vaguities? I don't understand. It has to be a generational thing since this person was freshly 20 or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'm 21. Freshly 20, good meme, bro. I was insulted that he would suggest getting a therapist because there's nothing more I can do or say when that message is eerily similar to what I said days prior. I find issues with him saying that he isn't a big texter. It is a lie because of how we talked about before we were dating and from other people's perspectives as well. Group situations were also a lie because we were in many of the same group chats or servers with different people and I would feel ignored. Okay. All of this part of the document is like so nothing. Like, okay, you had a shitty relationship with him. There weren't any prominent moments beside the small discussion I had with him about the private story. Alex would time to time discuss his issues about frequently making friends in his community. He acknowledged in the past that it is uncommon for creators to befriend their fans. It is quite noticeable before this situation that Alex had been very talkative with his followers. He feels a very big disconnect between himself and his fans, in which he does not feel like a creator, nor does he have a status. It's the creator's job to understand that power imbalance and interacting with fans. Okay, already with the fucking buzzwords and the language, I'm getting red flags here. Power imbalance. No, if you're a YouTuber, you are a normal fucking guy, unless you like rape someone. Unless you're like, the only way you can get in my video is if I have sex with you. That's, I guess, a power imbalance, but is that what's going on here? Is there any evidence of that? What is a power imbalance? Creator has influence over their fans because of their status. Are the fans retarded? Are all you guys retarded? Actually, the answer is yes. You guys are fucking geniuses, obviously. But like, can you not be friends? Can you not be friends with someone from your chat? I'm friends with people I've met from chat. I'm friends with people from the old Discord who I still talk to who are pretty cool. Like, I've met people on Instagram who are cool who we talk, like, now and then. Like, just bullshit. And they're not creators, they're just fans of my stuff. We message them. They seem like cool people. We have good conversations. There's nothing inherently wrong with being friends with your audience, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. There's literally nothing wrong with it. I don't understand the power imbalance. Okay, explain how the power was abused. Understandably, a fan would give attention to their favorite creator. It would seem that Alex does take advantage of this later on. Okay, well, why is that a problem, though? He mentions being aware of his issues and does nothing to improve them. Okay, how do you manifest with the fans? The moments are not the first time he's wanting to disconnect with him. Fortunately, these other moments are not the opposite. This includes his old Twitter deactivation and deleting several servers in order to develop personal relationships. I mean, if you're in a server, it's not parasites, it's just social, right? Take my advice, this is also referring to your other story as well, but you have to stop making friends through phone and focus on yourself. You're putting yourself in a weird position at this point. You have too many relationships to handle. Yes, absolutely, I agree so much. It wasn't until a recent event that really made me realize how close people could be, but now I absolutely know. I'm keeping my circle extremely small and limited to people I already know and trust. And this is fine. You know, it's a little strange that popular creators who defend their film already have fans recently trying to stop the reason. It's so hard when there's so many cool people in this community, and there's a disconnect from me where I don't feel like I have an interest in anyone else. It's just another internet board, you know? I just want to be friends with people, but more times than not, it does feel like I'm being taken advantage of sometimes. So he's saying it's the opposite. He's saying these weird people he's meeting are like bad PCs, or like he confides in them and his personal problems, and then they weaken or something. They're taking advantage of him. They want to be friends with him for his status. Which is like shitty behavior that can't happen, but I have yet to see like where the huge issue is yet. Fast forward to December, I started to notice how close we were getting. A lot of our conversations were similar to how we would talk when we were dating. I was getting mixed signals. These conversations would range from complimenting each to fantasies that Alex had, including wearing my clothing or being me. I felt guilty for having issues with Alex again. I thought I was being overreactive and that I had a hard time adapting or normalizing talking like this to friends. I convinced myself that I was the issue. Well, just stop talking to him then. Okay, so they dated, and then they kept talking. They keep talking, which you probably shouldn't do. But did he do anything wrong to her? I don't get it. And even if he did, like, is it something that needs to be made public, or is it just like him being kind of shitty and like only caring about his own feelings? Like that sucks, but like we don't need to know that. I don't care. I don't care if someone's shitty to their girlfriend unless they fucking hit them or something. Or it's like clear emotional manipulation that can be like drawn out and is like horrible and like leading to some kind of like clear abuse of this person. But like, you're an adult, just get out. There used to be a high standard for this kind of stuff for me to care. It was playful at first, became flirtatious over time. I had a difficult time cutting him off officially because I saw myself as the issue.
Oh yeah.
Something worth noting, it seemed Alex wanted to dish completely during our last argument and did not want to acknowledge his behavior or change. Well, just
Alright, we got 7 of you guys in here. Who wants to step up to the chat?
But I find that off-putting when some of these people did not know about Alex's fantasies or fetishes. We later commented he would have relapsed into sexual behavior more recently, but our conversations gave off a different tone. I find that hard to believe. When you say relapse, does that mean jerking off, or the porn addiction, or wanting to jerk off to pictures of you before you consent, or something? Like, what does this mean? Can you just say what it means? It's not even really in the screenshots specifically. It's just like vaguities. Server B. Okay. 9 pages in. It's 11,000 words. We're probably 3,000 words in already, and I don't know why this was made. Still. So everything until this point could have been cut. Everything until this point could have been cut, to be clear. Didn't need to be here. Alex would sometimes leave and join back this analog server that I used to mod for. He would use it as a way to communicate with some of his fans about updates for upcoming videos and projects in a small channel dedicated to the Mandela catalog, similar to how Catacord used to be but on a much smaller scale. This server will be referred to as Server B. The discussions will be normal at first, with fans theorizing about the series and also asking Alex questions that he would answer. It's hard to determine when it started going off course, but at a certain point, Alex became more comfortable talking about his gender identity with fans. A small disclaimer, because I feel like some people may rebuttal and mention that Alex has not formally come out yet, and this is disrespectful to show this side of him. So are you like outing his trans identity against as well? He would send these messages to a server that had 600 members during the time, and dozens of fans would be discussing with him, so I'm surprised this never leaked out. Okay, well, fair enough. Alex later shown would make group chats with his fans to discuss gender identity and outfits. As the writer of this document, I am trans. Okay, and some of the people who are affected by him are trans as well. Alex's identity is a unique case. People should be warned about his predatory behavior. Okay, predatory behavior is the accusation now. Me somehow getting gender envy from my own characters. I mean, that's weird, but not the worst thing ever yet. Like, I don't know. Alex Kessler, when he reveals the truth after all this time, he never will. What does this even mean? Took the girl pills. Okay, so all 3 of these messages are nothing and don't matter. Who fucking cares? None of us saw an issue with him exploring this topic at first because we believed it was innocent. However, the uncomfortableness started to settle in when we realized this was more parasocial than beneficial. I did not want to ruin the fun of others, so I regrettably kept my mouth shut about how I felt. How I look after becoming analog horror YouTuber. When estrogen arc? Right now. I mean, if you're trans, I don't think there's anything wrong with just talking in vaguities about being trans. If you're talking about your autogynephilia stuff, which it seems Alex did have that specifically, which maybe I can define this for you guys so those who don't know can know. So autogynephilia is a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. So if he was talking about his sexual interests with fans or whatever, and it was like very explicit, then that's weird. Okay, that's weird. If he was really getting in detail, and they were underage, that's the big thing. If there's specifically
Autoerotic asphyxiation, baby.
Like, would anyone give me shit if I on stream was like, that girl's hot? No, nobody cares. He would change his name in the server to Amelia, as I had another friend suggest. Wait, so you suggested it? Why is that? Amelia, that's so me. Hi. Low-key getting tan. Okay, so all these screenshots are so nothing. Who cares? I don't get it. She wouldn't show all this fluff. She had a damning screenshot for that. I don't even know what the point of this is. I'm 10 pages in. I finally reached my limit when Alex started talking about wanting to create a group chat with some of his fans on the server. I quickly messaged Alex expressing my opinion about this because I knew it would come off as weird and controversial for a creator to make a group chat with mainly minors. Okay, were they mainly minors? And was he talking to them weirdly? That's another question, because to be clear, there's nothing inherently wrong with being friends with a minor. It's kind of weird, especially if they're really young. Like, if I was friends with a 13-year-old girl, I assume people would be like, Tom, what the fuck are you doing, right? Especially if she's a fan of me. That'd be really weird. But even in real life, that would be weird. The only exception is, like, if it's my, like, cousin or something, which then, like, whatever. The question is, do we have proof they were minors, that he knew they were minors, and was he, like, gooning with them, right? Where are these screenshots?
Goon.
Alex's behavior should not be my or others'
Giggity
responsibility. I should not
goon.
be stressed about a person, so this made me want to stay away from Alex entirely. Well, then just stay away. If anyone wants to make, like, a GC or server to talk about this stuff, I would love to make one, because I literally always want to talk about it and want, like, a main vent zone. Who want to join this? I'm going to be inviting people slowly.
Booty,
So
come
don't
here.
get invited right away. It's not personal. I'm just
Here you go, Button.
Would you be interested in a small server I just made today with some friends? Some are from the server.
Button.
Totally fine if not, but I figure I'd offer. Yes, of course. Send them an invite. Okay. So what is he doing in the server is the question. And what's wrong is happening in the server. Referring to the last image, I would later on find out that this group chat did actually exist at some point and was later deleted. It included some people from server B, and it had channels where people discussed about gender and outfits. From one witness, they had posted a photo of themselves in a dress with Alex commenting things such as, "I am so envious of how you look. I want to look like you. I'm so jealous of you." This person felt comfortable after these comments. Where is the proof for this? Where is the evidence for this? Why is it not in here? Why even say this if you can't prove it? It's perfectly fine to explore yourself, and I know others that experience very much. The issue is that minors and adults have different experiences. Some of these fans were pretty young, mainly between 14 and 17. Can you prove that here, please? Alex should be talking to someone with experiences around his age. Well, I would agree with that, but can you prove it? He was doing that. He set up parasocial relationships with fans as Alex continues to talk to them on a personal level. Well, the thing is, like, it's not exactly parasocial if he's just talking to them on a one-on-one in a small server. Your fans are not your support group, and it's rare for YouTubers to be this personal with their fans. Note that no other analog horror creator does this. Well, it is rare, but if they're adults that are okay with it, and it's not being weird, I don't care. Like, I don't care. I'm sorry. Alex has issues with not understanding parasocial relationships, but that is not excusable when he's already self-aware of his issues. There's a power imbalance because he's a well-known creator. Shut up, dude. Shut up. Stop talking. It doesn't matter. It is the friendliness that hides the predatory behavior, and it can be incredibly difficult to detect because it makes you feel good to be able to talk to your favorite creator. I considered Alex to be my friend, but as a creator, you have a level of responsibility because you build an audience. These young fans are impressionable.
Booty.
Okay, where do you have noticed that they're young? Helpful for the document bait? Dude, I gotta get through it, Mom. Imagine if it was actually my mom saying that. I then created a thread for the channel because I was getting a little annoyed with gender discussions and the Mandela catalog discussions colliding and constantly going off track. He continued talking about his experiences and what he does in private. Okay, shit-ass website. So this is just saying there was a gender channel, I guess. I don't know, like, I'm pretty happy with just being able to dress however I want privately and taking silly pics of myself for funsies. That's all I need. Okay, well, that's nothing. Dare I try to figure out what my gender is right here, right now, Lamau? I've never even bothered researching yet. I have your same concerns, which is why it was really scary for me to even think about talking gender stuff at all, because I'm afraid of being doxxed and harassed by transphobes and such. It's over, Keffels. He then created another group chat he would secretly add people to. It was the same one as the previous chats he would make. He would talk about gender and share outfits. He would delete his messages that contained photos of himself at a certain point. Hi, okay, I was thinking we could silently add people that want to add that express interest in this, but I don't think we should mention it in, I guess, the normal server again, only because it could be a shit show of many people trying to get in. I guess this is a picture he sent. This person said, OMG, I love this so much, it's so cute. Thank you. The Slayist. You look so good. I love the color, too. Pink is so your color. Thank you, hee-hee, I'm such a pink fan for real, bruh. Bro, the way they type. More than just an allegation, it feels like they're just outing him and making him look like a weird guy or girl. It seems that way so far. I mean, he is weird, but I just don't know why I should carry it. Discord invite. Okay, don't care. Hey, basically ended up making another server like the gender woke one just for a different group of people. I don't know if you're close to them at all, but if you want an invite, let me know. Would love to have you there. The vibe is definitely a lot better if you know what I'm saying. Hi, yes. Were these people kids? It still had the same concept. I began to notice a relationship was forming between Alex and one of my friends. Alex frequently interacted with this person on that server and even brought them up in our private messages. It stood out to me because the way they would speak to each other seemed familiar to previous interactions. It would be concerning to me because of the conversation we had months ago about his issues and how he was not mentally ready to be in a relationship. We haven't spoken about a psychiatrist for weeks, so I assumed he was getting better. But with his behavior for the past month, I feel like he was not mentally ready. There was entirely no concrete proof of them being together during— okay, so he was dating someone else and you don't like that. All I knew was that they were getting close, but I still worried. From my perspective, I felt like most people would not be able to handle the fetishes Alex had mentioned before, or his behavior in general. Okay, but it's like a weird fetish, but like if you don't like it when he expresses it to you, you just be like, I don't like this, I don't want to date you because you're weird. OMG, who's going to the cast star with me? Me. Ow, Blank is so gender affirming. Like, oh my god. Hee, did you see that red dress that Blank sent themselves in? Yes, I love it so much. It's so beautiful. I've been thinking about it so much. I love, bruh. Dude, Blank is so fucking nice. What the fuck? Okay, so far, I don't get it, probably. I don't get it yet. Before Alex left server B, he publicly explained that Amelia was a joke after a member expressed they were uncomfortable that Alex shared their dead name. People who were supportive of the change would feel weird about this. They felt insulted that he would take back everything said and pretended all of it was a joke. Even if he's trying to avoid making someone uncomfortable, this would not be the way to do it. The conversations revolving our identity felt pointless. The claim was all a joke because manipulative as well. Build this relationship with your fans, randomly described and take it all back. Well, it's his right if he wants to say that. If he wants to say it's a joke now because he like is uncomfortable with his gender identity or something, like that's his right to do that, right? Like it's his right to explore that at his own leisure. Unless it's with kids, which I have seen no proof that it is yet. Say it with me, friends. Being cringe isn't illegal. It's just cringe. Well, it seems that way. You would take it all back. Oh yeah, I don't actually have to be called Amelia. This is all for a joke. Okay. Don't care. Victim DB. Page 12. Why am I only on page 12, dude? Why are you making me read this? I better make some fucking money off reading this shit, because it's fucking making me want to poop my pants. The person affected by Alex will be referred to as DB. The transcript was provided by them. The transcript is read from top to bottom. I vented about Alex on a private account because I finally wanted to move on from everything. DB saw my vent and started messaging me about needing to speak about Alex as well. DB noticed how close they were becoming with Alex and confessed their feelings. They admitted feeling regretful about the conversations they had with Alex for a couple of days. Well, why did they have those conversations then? Why did they consent to it if they regret it later? And is that Alex's fault? Before they messaged me, they had spoken to one of our friends about the same shame they felt while talking to Alex. Our friend already knew about the situation between me and Alex and tried to provide guidance for saying Alex was trouble. I offered DB an explanation between me and Alex to make them feel comfortable talking about their own experiences. Are you doing okay? Actually, when you have a moment, I really want to talk to you about something. It has to do with what you said on your private Twitter. Feels like I know who you're talking about. Absolutely. We don't have to talk about this now because I don't want you to feel like you have to. If the subject makes you upset, I'm honestly just feeling a bit delusional. You very well may be delusional. That's who I thought it was. I'm going to be honest. This is very difficult for me to talk about. I'm going to be very honest. Alex made it very clear. She was interested in me and I recuperated. But I honestly think I'm getting myself into something and I'm just scared. Like I wish I could share more, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm struggling with the words. Okay, so this person here is being like, well, he was interested in me. Or sorry, she was interested in me. I was interested in her. And then after I regretted it. And I don't like him anymore. So just stop talking to him! Oh, my membership offsets the revenue lost for the story being such a nothing burger. I mean,
Fuck.
It is a nothing burger, but also Alex is probably going to respond to what I've seen so far to be, I wouldn't even say false allegations, just like retarded allegations didn't even be made in the first place. Alex started messaging them privately a week before New Year's Eve. It's extremely important to know they had never truly spoken to each other besides in server B. They hardly knew anything about each other. Alex didn't know how DB looked or sounded. The conversation seemed to start innocently with them talking about outfits and gender identity with DB offering to comfort Alex. Even though I'm trans-mask, I still love wearing dresses because fuck gender norms. Aw, thank you so much. Dress shopping is so fun. You should totally do it if you ever have time. I need someone like her to do that with me for real. That's so cute. Okay, I have to DM so don't expose myself, but I love that so much. I identified as cis, so I entered college. It was kind of a scary process. You're not alone in feeling that way. I'm here if you ever need anything or have any questions. Thank you for that offer so much. Oh, I'm so glad. That makes me really happy. I'm glad I was able to even help a bit. Like I said, you got this. It's never too late to discover this about yourself. Proud of you. Also, the way you've been talking to me about all this has provided me with such an intense comfort I've never felt in my life that I want to cry. Okay, so they both consented to having conversations about their gender identity. The only time will make you happy. Poopy, stinky poop butt. Poopy is so stink. Stinky poop is stinky and poops. That's true, dude. Thank you very much, Duff. That did cheer me up a little bit. I do appreciate that, okay? Alex frequently expresses adoration for DB. The friendliness and aberration hides his true intent of his actions. DB was a fan of Alex and looked up to him as a creator. Okay, so I don't care if he looked up to him. Why does that matter? Power imbalance. If people only focused on the given consent or returned affection given by DB, it would make it more difficult to understand. The consent is superficial. With the consent of Alex mixed with how long they've known each other, the power dynamic heavily comes into play. This is not predatory behavior. No, it's fucking not. If they're an adult, this is not predatory behavior at all, dude. This is not predatory at all. An adult consented to talking to another fucking adult about something. Oh, they like their videos. Who gives a shit? If you don't want to talk to him, don't talk to him. What happened is you had a conversation with him that you liked, and then afterwards you regretted it for some fucking reason. Who knows? Who fucking knows? And who cares? Who fucking cares? A creator should take responsibility in the situation and understand their power dynamic and understand why DB would be contributing despite later feeling regretful. Well, I'm sorry that you contributed to a conversation you didn't like after the fact. Don't care. However, because Alex does not understand his status, parasocial relationships, or power. What power? He made the fucking Mandela catalog. Some shitty ARG no one gives. I mean, people care about it, but it's just an ARG. Like, you watch this stuff. Oh no. Oh no. You're an adult. You're responsible. You talked about being trans and wanting to stay estrogen with an adult. I'm sorry. You're an adult too. That's your fault. People crying power imbalance want YouTubers to treat their audience as peasants, not equals, and they don't realize it ruins everything. The point of YouTube is that creators are relatable humans. Yes, it is. And even outside of that, this doesn't matter, dude. This doesn't matter. He love bombed this person in order to receive his wants. Okay, love bombing matters if you abuse them later on. Did he, like, beat them? The conversation after this would heavily go into sexual territory, because that's what Alex wanted from the beginning. Well, if it's an adult, and they both consented, then I don't care. Also, this was all before they even confessed to each other. Okay. I'll be thinking of you the whole time. I'll be sure my next pick in it is extra special. Why are these all out of context? It's okay, don't worry, my brain is going a bit haywire right now. I'm in silly mode. Purr. I'm so silly right now. Oh my goodness, I haven't felt like this in a while. Okay, so they're reciprocating. Me too. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be real. My heart feels very full right now. It's been a while since I felt this way. You make me feel so good. Okay, so you're both consenting to a conversation. Stop, you're making me silly. My brain is so crazy. You're making me so silly. Honestly, just wish I could be there. I seriously love you a lot. Like, not to get all mushy, but it takes a long time to fall in love with someone, but with you, it felt so easy. It feels nice having my heart feel as full around someone and being excited to talk to you. Okay, so this fan reciprocated feelings for them, and I'm supposed to fucking think this is horrible or something. This is before they confess to each other, besides the last photo. Okay, but they're reciprocating stuff, so what is it? Who cares? Creators need to understand their fandom or community is not a dating pool. My community is a dating pool, and I will fuck all of you. Fuck all the hot girls in my audience. I will bang them all, okay? They're all my prey to the parasocial relationship. Jesus, who cares? Unless it's a child. This message was sent to a 16-year-old, not DB. Okay, it was a message sent to a 16-year-old. That's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. Nobody's around here. I have nowhere to meet anyone. I'm so incredibly touch-starved, like it doesn't even have to be sexual at all. Well, if we send that to a 16-year-old, that is weird, but do we have evidence of that? Do we have evidence for that? How do I know they were 16? After they confessed, DB would send a photo to Alex. It wasn't suggestive at all, but when Alex sent photos back, they would get a lot more suggestive. So DB sent a photo to Alex sent photos back, and they were suggestive. One would be showing his ass, laying in bed, showing off his legs. They confessed later on, saying it was hard in those fingers. I got really silly. Sorry, took 20 minutes. Okay, hi. Those are probably the friskiest ones I've taken. It was hard when I was taking those pics for you. I was trying to subtly show you I can be slutty for you. Okay, so where was this person saying that it was a problem? How come we don't have any? How come the other interactions we have both of what they said, but not the full conversation for some reason still? And then in this one, we don't see the response. Was the response like, I'm uncomfortable, or was the response, I like your boy-girl butt? Like, what's going on here? I suspect the differential carrier on the front axle is playing cards as I drive. I love gambling. Thanks for the funny, bro. They would talk about meeting each other. Alex wanted it as soon as possible and suggested getting a hotel. Reminder that Alex did not know what DB sounded or looked like, but maybe he just didn't give a shit. He's just horny, willing to fuck anything. Is an adult? They're an adult, right? So who cares? I find this behavior curious because it reminded me of an old message he sent me. When we planned for us to meet, he was worried we were moving too fast. Nowhere in these messages with DB would he mention moving too quickly until DB brought it up. Okay, well, I'm sorry that he wanted to fuck them more than he wanted to fuck you. OMG, please don't worry. Like I said, talking like this is good for me. If it's really a problem, it won't hurt me. Even just as a friend, you genuinely make me really happy. Seeing you feel comfortable expressing yourself brings me a lot of joy. I just really try to be that person I wish I had there for me when I was figuring myself out. So that alone brings me happiness. I love talking to you. Okay, so they're reciprocating. And he's saying he wants to meet with them, and they're seemingly reciprocating it. And Alex is suggesting dates, and they're saying, if I have a certain week or date, and if you have a certain date or week in mind, let me know. I'll see what I can do. So they're mutually willing to hang out. If you come here at some point, there's a chance we'll get a hotel since our family's house is so small. I'm so sorry ahead of time, but I'd like to let you know something right now, and I don't mean this in a bad way. I still really like you a lot, and I'm super excited to have you over, but I think I'd like to use that period to kind of decide whether or not I think we'll be compatible in the long run. Don't worry, we can still be as intimate as you want and stuff, and I don't want you to act or do anything differently than you normally do. I guess I think part of me is just worried because I feel like things are moving a little fast, and it's definitely my fault, and I'm sorry. Well, it can be his fault, but it's both people's fault. Like, if you don't want it to move fast, then just don't reciprocate it. Be like, hey, it's moving too fast. Let's not sex anymore. But apparently Alex was just, I mean, he was moving fast, but they were both okay with it. So, and to be clear, it's totally okay to suggest that, like, you want to meet up with someone after you sexed, and then that person is like, I actually don't want to do it. And then, I mean, unless Alex keeps pushing, like, I need to meet up with you, I need to meet up with you. But even if he does that, like, it's not rape. Message someone. As the conversation progressed, Alex would allude into more sexual territory. That thought hasn't left my mind for a few hours. I'm very excited. Okay, so they're both reciprocating. Alex has a scent fetish and would specifically enjoy copying people's poses because he wanted to pretend to be them. DB didn't know it all. I feel like he would smell really good, he says. He says, this is weird, I'm really attracted to scent, like even natural scent doesn't have to be perfume or anything. This autism shit gives you superpowers. No, I totally get it. I'm actually super sensitive to smell, so it's one thing I do notice about people. I'm sure you smell nice. Okay, so reciprocating again. Okay, I'm glad I got that out of my way because I'm so feral about this. I'm gonna be so obsessed with your scent. I know you'll smell really fucking good after that plane ride. I really wish that shop still sold that one red dress you have because I would have loved to take pictures in those poses. No wonder I want to steal your poses. I mean, but why didn't they include the reply, dude, when that person was probably, if I had to guess, clearly reciprocating these interactions, right? Why is that not in here? DB would later express they felt uncomfortable with how much Alex revealed to them, such as sexualizing their outfits that they were meant to be shared in a friendly way, sexualizing their compliments, their confession, and making the server and group chat as a way to gain attention. In a new relationship, a party may feel obligated to continue and have a difficult time saying no or expressing their discomfort because they're afraid of disappointing the other party. Well, if you feel that way, and you don't express that you don't like it, and you go along with the shit anyway, then it's your fault. Whose fault is that? Is that abuse or something, dude? Is that abuse or something? Alex just wanted to get off and was moving quickly to express his fantasies and desires. The worst thing is that she told me she jerked off to my photos and I literally can't get it out of my head. There is no way she would have known, but that photo of me in the red dress, I'm only 17. Okay, so he didn't know that in the photos you were 17 and then you turned 18 and that's when you started talking? I just felt gross. I can't look at those photos without knowing you saw them as sexual. I just want to be in cute dresses. I feel sick. Well, then why didn't you tell him that? Okay, so all of this is so nothing so far. These conversations were hardly consensual. Conversations are always consensual. If you're having a conversation with someone and they're reciprocating something, that is consent. That's what consent is. If you say, hey, you want to see a picture of my cock? And she says, yeah, I want to see a picture of your cock. And then she sees it. And after she's like, actually, I didn't like that. Like, okay, consent happened in the interaction. In this case, I mean, it's pictures of dresses, I guess, or something. After DB told me about their situation, I recommended they shouldn't reply to Alex, especially when I could tell they were not in a good state. Later, Alex started getting anxious in our friend's server because both me and DB were ignoring him. He then started messaging DB for forgiveness, while also trying to give reasons for his behavior in his manic state. Alex had time to control his behavior and prevent himself from hurting others. Alex will acknowledge his harmful behavior, but then continue to do nothing. He's learned nothing from his previous situation with me. Okay, well, I'm sorry he was a shitty boyfriend, I don't care. He had every opportunity to get support, but rather than actually improving, he chose to do nothing. He does not learn from his mistakes. Also, it was extremely manipulative to find different ways to try to get DB's attention by implying he was in danger. I love and appreciate you guys very much. You won't understand until it happens, as it's happening soon. It's a very real thing happening. That's all I want to say. I don't expect anything in return. I just want you guys to know I never had bad intentions, and I'm sorry. What does this even mean? So here he's just talking about how he's moves too fast in a relationship or something. But if the person reciprocated, then I don't really care. Like, he's saying he's sorry, but I mean, that's just like a sorry in like a very colloquial, interpersonal sense that no one needs to even know about. I always meant the best and wanted to thank you for being part of the last few bits of my life. Okay, well, he's just suicide here. He's just saying he's like suicide. How do I know it's manipulative? Was he suiciding? Like he's saying he's just he wants to kill himself. Like, that's just kind of sad. Okay, this DM has no context, doesn't mean anything. Okay, these DMs are so nothing, dude. Alex has trouble understanding what relationships are. He's mainly attracted to people's attention. That's why he developed a crush. He doesn't realize that he doesn't know this person whatsoever and still does not understand power dynamics or parasocial relationships. Okay, you don't understand power dynamics or parasocial relationships, so just shut the fuck up. I'm just waiting for him to say that he went chimpanzee tickle monster mode. Yeah, just me too. This confirms that DB made those servers and group chats to gain more attention from DB. I apologize for the silence and writing a response. It's just going to take me a bit. First of all, there's no reason for you to warrant saying this is not on me. Yes, it is. You know it is, and you prove it with what you said. However, I obviously could have made much better decisions, and a lot of it was based off the fact that I was desperate and in love. Yes, I thought you were attractive based on the photos of yourself that you sent me previously, but that wasn't the sole reason I was interested in you. What got me initially attached to you was you offering your support to me the first time I was discussing my gender issues, and the way you talked to me was incredibly endearing and loving, which made me feel loved and wanted. Those few days after we confessed, our feelings for each other was pretty intense because yes, I did end up developing a crush on you because of it, even if I didn't fully accept it until later. I didn't care about how you really looked or what your voice would sound like because it didn't matter to me. I know that normally these things that people would want to look out for, but I didn't care because I appreciated you so much for what you've done for me already. Up to that point, it wasn't something that crossed my mind. You are correct in me not realizing the power dynamic I have with fans. Okay, who gaslit him into thinking this fucking matters? I quite literally am unable to process what power dynamic exists because I subconsciously am always thinking about things objectively and never really saw that what impacts there was with me interacting with TMC fans since they always felt like trusted friends to me. I understand. I mean, it's unhealthy to you to just be friends with your viewers if you have no other friends. But like, this is so fucking nothing, bro. Alex has issues separating his gender identity from his sexuality. The sexual fetish is not inherently bad, but the forced rejection onto the other party and uncontrollable sexual appetite is. He hides his fetish well. We discussed this months before, and Alex continues the cycle of hurting himself and others. Okay, this document is fucking... I don't even think I need to read the rest. This is retarded. He would send photos to a 14-year-old of him wearing a cat-maid outfit and discuss his gender identity personally. He then apologized for talking about topics with them. Okay, so... For some reason, there's no evidence for this at all. And none of these hint at a child whatsoever. Here we have a story of him saying, if you or someone I have previously discussed my gender identity issues with, please don't mention it to me again. I want to act like that never happened. I'm not making the claim he groomed anyone, but this is predatory. Okay, well, he didn't groom anyone, but he's a predator. But he's a predator. Like, okay, genius. Taking advantage of his fans by using his status. It's off-putting to do this behavior with minors. This reminded me of when Alex sent screenshots of fans wanting to have sex with him in server B. Underrated as fuck. I love this video. How do I know that they were underage, though? Okay, this is just so pointless. Let's just read Alex's response at this point, because this is like the worst document I've ever read. Alright, so after this came out, Alex made a
Alright guys, I gotta pee. Give me a minute or two. I'm gonna catch up with the old ball and chain.
My privacy and using it to slander me. Her response with my own evidence. Alright, well, what is that response? And how long is it? Because it's gonna make me do something very bad to myself. Not letting me get the word count here, but it's long as fuck!
Okay, I am back.
Where have you been? You have business. Couldn't be more pleased. If you say so. So you decided to join us. The Blue Demon's forces are marching on Princess Satsuko. It seems there is dissent in the Shogun's ranks. If they take custody of the princess, the Satsuma clan will become hostages. You're the one who brought Fumi back. You have my... Leave this to us.
Please, take care of it.
Now to support the Satsuma.
No ordinary item.
Where is she? Shogun's men are heading for that guest house. That's where the princess must be. Come on.
you'll use it. Sure thing. Thanks for your patronage.
A trick. Damn you, princess. So we meet again. But what can you do?
Need to regroup. Mustn't overreach.
What the actual fuck, bro? Bro, I gotta get out of here.
you once again for your efforts. It pains me, but now we can do little more than wait. I will seclude myself in my inner chambers. You have no need to fear for me. Even the chief minister would not dare come for me there. With my stepfather now gone, the Satsuma clan will be shaken to its core.
Okay, cutie. That's enough talking.
I thank you. Then you're astray with the sense of humor. Well, Princess Sato, aren't they odd?
Meow. Booty. Come here, be my Princess Sato.
You. When things calm down. Until next time.
Meow. Triple chin kitty with your little bonnet. Your lace ruff. Oh shit.
I was getting tired of waiting.
Oh shit. I'm sitting here not listening to no Tom. Booty, I'm sorry I did this to you. You came over and were my kitty princess, but I gotta get up and click something on the computer. So, time to move back to your old position. They can't see you. Here, take this, Booty. Because I need to get up and turn on Turkey Tom. Booty tin. I don't need your back talk.
Oh my god, bro. What was even the allegation? The allegation... Genius. Taking advantage of his fans while using his status. It's off-putting to do this behavior with minors. This reminded me of when Alex sent screenshots of fans wanting to have sex with him in server B. Underrated as fuck. I love this video. How do I know that they were underage, though? Okay, this is just so pointless. Let's just read Alex's response at this point, because this is like the worst document I've ever read. Alright, so after this came out, Alex made a statement saying, I would like to make an initial statement in response to Stirring Juice regarding some false and baseless accusations made against me. They've infringed on my privacy and are using it to slander me. I will have a response with my own evidence soon. Alright, well, what is that response? How long is it? Because it's gonna make me want to do something very bad to myself. Not letting me get the word count here, but it's long as fuck! Oh my god, bro. What was even the allegation? The allegation is that he's a predator because he's friends with fans. They also claim he discussed his gender identity too much with some fans that were underage.
What?
No proof they were underage, so. That seems like an issue to me. How can you write so much to say
Regal, you say?
That document could have been 1 page long, and it still would have been retarded. It's a good read. Alex has so much sass and jokes a lot. Well, that's cool. Maybe it'll be more entertaining because this guy actually writes for a living or whatever. At this point, anyone who spreads false allegations should be publicly humiliated and forced to give an apology. Who's with me? Yeah, obviously. But a lot of the time they won't. I mean, even look at this. Like, the initial statement against Alex got 30,000 likes, and his response got 4,000. So most of the people who saw that don't even read it and probably just call him a pedophile. Off of nothing. The warning about Alex Kisser document aims to display how I have shown predatory and manipulative behavior online. This document shows zero proof to prove that claim. It's true. Ben has lied by omission, contradicted themselves, and has made several admissions that prove this document was a premeditated attempt to claim my document. Throughout this document, Ben links many screenshots that involve me and will tentatively make a basic assumption about the contents of it that the screenshots don't prove. Including screenshots of something happening that is vaguely related and not related to the claim doesn't mean it's evidence. The evidence should be doing all the talking. Not only are these empty statements constantly made, you will also see that a large amount of material written is just Ben's negative opinions about me. These opinions about me are presented as criminal behavior and moral transgressions that are grounds to ruin me. There's an excessive amount of interpersonal, related private issues or messages that are meant to be targeted by specifically me included in this document. Private topics include my medication history, sexual history, therapy references, and my venting. I'll not be responding to most of these because it's never appropriate to bring it up to the public eye. The disclaimer section suggests that the purpose of this document is to point out my predatory and manipulative behavior, so my focus is on that. To be honest, this should have been a YouTube video, Alex.
That was bullshit.
Considering that the Twitter document reached so many eyes, and considering that there's videos about this situation on YouTube with decent views, like look at Alex Kisser allegations, right? 200k views here on this video. I feel like, I honestly feel like this should have just turned into a video to debunk this, right? What was the public impression of this stuff? It's okay, guys. Alex got replaced by a streamer Alex from the Lester catalog. Content creators and only the Discord server. Urban Spook not being a streamer, but Alex being one of the biggest plot twists ever made. Why did heart this comment? Why did Brother Near heart this comment? I fucking hate how everyone jumped the gun and turned on Alan and he got exposed for waiting to hear Alex's side for more content. Yeah, obviously. For clarification's sake, I keep seeing misinformation being spread, and both Ben and one going by BB are over the age of 21. I'm 20, part 1 to 19, I was 19, and Ben was 20.
Now I'm getting shot. God damn it, bro.
I'm a pedophile or a groomer. This is not true, and Ben even states this in the Tumblr post I made. None of us have ever mentioned about him being a pedophile, and I originally explained there was no evidence of him being a groomer. The response to Ben's document is formatted similarly to the original. I will show a part of the document, but then add my input below recording. Not every part will be acknowledged as being a private matter or if the topic is clarified already. I will not be providing the links that lead to the screenshots, since I don't want to be the one providing access to the porn ad-filled image hosted site that Ben shows to junkies, which is exposed to minors. Although not illegal, it's jarring that Ben was not more mindful of the risk considering the nature of the call. That's actually true. It is best to have Ben's document pulled up while reading this to examine the screenshots to have a better understanding of what I'm responding to if you haven't already. Document analysis. The disclaimer section that starts off the document links to a defamation section that includes this site. Acts of malice will be made out of many. This is something I elaborate and show evidence of later on. Ben will show that they acted in anger by showing the same private information about me in this document, stating they want to make sure I don't have any successful relationships in the future. I will note that Ben and I's relationship was not handled well on my end. This is my first actual romantic relationship I've made in my life, and I don't want my ignorance and stupidity mistaken for being a relationship. If I could go back, I wish I broke up with him immediately, cut contact at least a little, rather than prolonging our contact. I realize now that taking a break from each other would have been the healthiest route to go in, but I thought that slowly beating it off was a better option. I didn't want to drop something like this. I want to break up with you and I'm not talking to you for a while after this, but that would be harmless to Ben. Plus, I did genuinely still want to maintain a friendship with him if we were comfortable. This is all the relationship stuff, so I'm just going to assume that there's a lot of that, or there's more stuff. There always is with relationships, right? Alex has a scent fetish and would specifically enjoy copying people's poses because he wanted to pretend to be them. DB didn't know it all. These interests aren't illegal, morally wrong, nor predatory. This is just kink shaming. DB clearly had affection for smells too, yet Ben doesn't call them out on it. True. Me be affectionate in the DMs with my partner is not proof I was love bombing or manipulating DB. They were matching my energy, which is why I was being so affectionate. If DB is dishonest and lies about their feelings to me, I shouldn't be held accountable for not seeing through their lies. Encouraging dishonesty and lying in a relationship is an easy way to make both parties feel miserable. When DB finally sincerely told me to stop, I backed off and apologized. Don't worry, honestly, I wasn't expecting it so soon, but trust me, I wasn't comfortable at all. If he really said something that would have made me uncomfortable, I would have stopped everything. DB willingly sent and offered nude photos of themselves to me without me asking after I already expressed sexual interest in them. I just can't wait to see your body against mine. Oh my, no, that's crazy. Good, I'm gonna cherish every picture you send to me. You look fucking stunning in every one. Bucky, maybe
somebody just knock?
Make them feel so special for you. I cherish your pics.
Okay.
I cherish your pics. You've shown me so much. I keep thinking about how good your body looks. You're so stunning. I'll make the next photos of special gifts for you. Showing sexual attraction to someone is absolutely way to show love to someone, albeit not the one by the only one that means to feel objectified. You should have communicated that with me instead of letting me do it again. That is absolute. This is, I mean, yeah, no shit. Control F. Minors were in that server for no reason. Minors were there because it wasn't open to invite anyone from server B, which wasn't my server, apart from the few friends that I invited in DMs. Absolutely nothing sexual occurred or was remotely implied to minors ever. And they didn't have proof of that anyway, so probably would take a side on that. He also doesn't realize that he doesn't know this person whatsoever and still does not understand power dynamics or parasocial relationships. Apparently, Ven doesn't understand parasocial relationships either because it is misused every single time it's mentioned in this document. Also saying, I don't know this person at this point is objectively false. It is your responsibility as a creator to be able to handle these personal issues. I don't fault any fan or DB for falling for Alex's kindness. He portrayed himself as very friendly. This is dehumanizing to say the least, and it's frustrating being treated like not a normal person, simply being friendly with others is deceptive. God forbid I form a relationship with another adult where we share equal affection towards each other and they don't tell me what boundaries they have, so I don't know what I'm doing wrong until I'm confronted about it 2 days later after being ghosted. I try to change my ways as a result, and their friend then sees these changes as me running away from consequences and threatens my career. This still does not justify anything, and was just a last effort to save his ass. It's not clarified here, but this very long text I sent to DB was a response to their very long message they sent me, being the first time they've talked to me since ghosting me. I don't have it available to me since I've deleted their number for 2 months, but I recall it being confrontational to me about the same concerns they share with Ben, particularly stating how I should be more careful when interacting with fans, about gender, group discussions, or whatever. So I took it to heart and immediately started changing the way I interact with them online. This message from DB made me feel weird about the recent interactions I've had with them from server B, so I deleted the gender group chats and servers and made a fresh Discord account that I would use only for the people I needed to interact with online, which is the TMC
Get
crew, business
spanked
partners, and close
up,
friends.
fools.
Mitcha started texting me
Spanking
saying he
them.
was going to write a doc on me. I don't know where Ben said this or where Mitcha got that info. Ben started messaging me for the first time ever since ignoring me, with the assumption that I was going into hiding about all this and they were going to make sure I don't have a career anymore. I wasn't going to say anything before I was ready, and I did see your messages this morning. I don't even know if you're going to see this, but trust me when I say this. I'm going to make sure you do not have a career anymore. You're a danger to everyone. You're a disgusting person. I wasn't going to start shit, but the fact you're going into hiding about all this and trying to run from everything makes me sick. You aren't a good person. I don't care how apologetic you are. Nothing will erase the harmful impact you made on my mental health for most of 2023. Okay, this person's a fucking crazy person. Oh my god, dude. Can we talk about this first? I'm not trying to hide from everything. I'm trying to have a fresh start. What is there to talk about? You actually have a better explanation? You can't have a fresh start. Are you fucking stupid? This person is evil, dude. He didn't even do anything to this DB person. I advocated for an 18-plus game night playing games like Jackbox or Card Expo, where we could be free to use adult topics and humor, which is the name suggests would only be open to those 18-plus. I suggested the face reveal so I could put a face to the names of the ones on the server since it's a development friend group. I meant it lightheartedly and made sure to not make anyone feel uncomfortable or pressured to do so. On a VC video stream, we were laughing at bizarre subliminal messaging YouTube videos, which I played into by forming the comments involved with the screenshots. Looking back, it was a reckless abuse while minors were also in the VC. Yeah, but not in any way predatory, just a laughing judgment. Ben says these are acts of taking advantage of his fans by using his status. I would like to know where my status came into the picture, as well as how this proves that I'm taking advantage of anyone. Ben was mentioning the power dynamic stuff, but I never once leveraged my platform against anyone. True. Closing statement. Okay. Well, I think the closing statement is valid. At this point, YouTubers should not talk to fans to avoid situations. I certainly would. I mean, it depends on the community you're in, for sure, though, right? Like, if you're in a community of fucking nut jobs, crazy people who say they were going to ruin your career if you did nothing wrong, obviously that's one thing, right? But, like, realistically, if somebody made a document like this, which you have to be very different, you're not fucking, you know. He was like, a 16-year-old sent me a meme, he said, everyone feels this is retarded. I completely acknowledge my faults as a partner, creator, and person as a whole. I don't want to repeat how I went about entering relationships the way I did with Ben and DB. I fucked up so many times and many lapses of judgment, but I don't think this kind of treatment was warranted. Ben claims in this document that the purpose of it is to warn others, but when behind closed doors they show that it is to end my career out of anger. This document being released containing false, baseless accusations and extremely private information about me never proved to be useful information to share online. Ben's threats hanging over my head for the past 2.5 months and this document being released has caused me immense emotional distress. I have lost numerous relationships and business opportunities from this, all from the false, baseless accusations and personal matters. The groomer title is incredibly damning to any online creator, and now I'll always have it attached to me for the rest of my life, which threatens future opportunities, despite Ben saying there was no evidence to suggest I was a groomer anyways. I never leveraged my power against anyone, but if there's one thing I take from this is that I need to force myself to stop interacting with anyone online that I don't have to, and make some IRL friends and find romantic relationships in real life. True. When I was 18 and got sudden fame, I thought it was an acceptable idea to be friends and be open with fans. I've warned about this multiple times ever since then, but it was hard for me to process why I couldn't be friends with them, and sometimes I had to try and convince myself that this was the truth. After all, I met some of my best friends I've ever had in my life as a result of my projects. Power imbalance is something that I understand the concept of, but I never fully processed in terms of it applying to me. But ever since getting popular online, I have never seen any difference in how I saw my fans than any person I would talk to on the street. Even just referring to these people as my fans makes me cringe, because I hate making it sound like these aren't just normal people. Even now, I still don't see these people as anything other than normal people. However, I'm able to stop viewing the situation so objectively and realize that I don't see them the same way they view me, which is hard to accept, but something I can recognize as being a problem for both parties. Yeah, I mean, the main problem seems to be that if you get personal with them, they might fucking expose you and try to ruin your life. Ever since January 1st, I have kept my circle small and stopped starting any kind of relationship with my fans privately. I'm not going to ditch the friends I still have as a result of TMC, but I'm never making another friend or interacting with someone privately who's aware of my projects before knowing me as a person. I mean, it seems like a pretty good rebuttal. You clearly don't understand that the power imbalance between you and your fan base goes beyond your expressed actions. It is an implicit dynamic that's your responsibility as a public figure to understand and manage. What the fuck are you talking about, retard? What's your problem? He never leveraged his power against anyone. He never threatened anyone. He never said, I'm gonna hurt your career opportunities. He just messaged people in a friendly way. He never even groomed anyone. There's no evidence he even messaged a minor in like a horrible way. Hold on, 16. Okay. The panic festered throughout the day, and later that night, I was in a suicidal mindset. I have an extensive history of suicidal thoughts and self-harm. However, I want to make it very clear that relaying these thoughts to Mitchell and DB was not appropriate whatsoever, and I take full accountability for this. I should have gone to another trusted adult instead of projecting on DB and putting my head on the topic of a 16-year-old without properly following it. I'm ashamed of this and not condone it. They said it was suicide. I took advantage of the help which offered multiple people to stand interested, like I chose to specifically only talk to 16-year-olds on the videos. They offered their help to find the clothes that best match their interpretation of the art they made. I don't know what else their plans are, they never clarified. I also don't understand why the fact that the outfit happened to be based on someone's art has to do with anything or why that's an issue. The 14-year-old wasn't sexualized and I had zero sexual interaction with him. The 14-year-old found out about my sex life from someone else. Are you the fart maxing allegations? I'm certainly trying to. If he was messaging a 16-year-old about him being suicidal, I mean, if they're his close friend, I think that's fine. If you're 20, you can probably just turn 16. Get on someone that young is probably dumb and shitty, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know, I think this guy kind of got slandered. I think this Ben person sucks. Have they responded to his reply? I'll respond to it soon, but again, you still owe an explanation about your behavior with other people, your track record qualities. Thanks for confirming that it is real, though. Also, even after all the time, you still don't understand power dynamics. This person is retarded. This person sucks, dude. Whoever this is, gotta go. They gotta go. He killed his career. I mean, for the time being, I think you can push past any allegation. It seems like he pretty thoroughly debunked it. I think he needs to make a video, though. He needs to make like a face cam responding to the allegations. So many people see this as possible. Because over on the YouTube side, I think people don't know a ton about his response. And we'd like to have this person fucking over. Oh my god, bro. Alex responded. So the response stream got 5,000 views. Great. Even if he's innocent, everything that has to do with Volume 5 got leaked. Yeah, how is that? People saw this, they read that he wasn't a pedophile, and he had like a shitty relationship with a girlfriend, and he was like, oh, let's leak all of his private work, the Mandela Catalog 5 or whatever. Let's leak all the private stuff he's been working on and ruin that for him. Well, now he hearted those comments? Yeah, and before he was hearting the pedo joke comments. Nice avatar, bro. This just seems so nothing, dude. I mean, he's definitely a freak, but it doesn't seem like he wants to touch kids or anything. And that was kind of implied with that doctor. So yeah, this Van person sucks. Not that they have a career, but fuck them. Alex kissed her, innocent of grooming, I would say. Innocent of fucking being a shitty boyfriend. Being too helpful with fans, but he didn't text with him. He didn't send him a picture. You're my sunshine. Thanks for the follow. Thanks. This person's just a shithead, man. I don't like him at all. I don't like him whatsoever. Sorry this happened to Alex kissed her. In the future, hopefully you'll learn to not express your emotions with fans, because they'll probably backstab you later on and try to make it to be something that's not. This is so stupid. The sad thing is people will hold on to it. Some people won't even stick around to find everything. Yeah, of course they won't, because that's just how the internet fucking works. But he needs to do a response to his audience so he can move on and make more content. Absolutely. He needs to make a video about this. Only 4,000 people liked his response, and 30,000 liked the allegation, and probably didn't even fucking read it.
God damn it, bro.
Shut up, loser. No one likes you. You mean nothing. Guess you're only guilty of being a weirdo, creep, loser. I would say loser. I wouldn't say creep. I certainly wouldn't say groomer or pedo. That's ridiculous. That's really daily behavior right there. And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the members-only podcasts and exclusive videos that only members get. Thanks so much for your support. The original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important story to tell. So without further ado, this is 2 Mad with a Ronin.
Oh, hey. I just gotta go to bed. I know we couldn't Skype tonight, but that's alright. Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
2 Mad was one of the most talented YouTubers of his generation. In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024, he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose. When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, with every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Medea Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now, Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside, and at the time, he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to 2 Mad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school, and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people, and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old MLG montage parodies and YouTube poop, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay. He had opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money,
Now it's time to bust out the consumables.
Video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 4.
Install that in the screen caps, and
party that I've been to. Oh, the show. Okay, so it's like a few video editors and a few writers, basically. So yeah, that's basically it. But there's no one answering the fucking emails. It's just me. It's just me. It's just this little guy right here. Okay, answering emails. By the way, this website is a very nice website. Okay, if anybody can just take the time to appreciate the animations and the graphics that went into this. Okay, the aesthetic of it. It matches my channel aesthetic. How nice is this? Look at this. Okay, it's just beautiful. It's beautiful. How can you not love this? Okay, look at. Oh my God, it's truly a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Tom's a commander-in-chief of a pimp ship. True. Anyway.
I know I'm very late to this, but I think I could be your commentary girl.
Didn't even answer on time. Didn't even apply on time, okay? If I was doing this project, if I was actually doing this e-girl commentary channel project, I wouldn't want you to make a public application, to be honest. I wouldn't want you to make a public video. Maybe I said that at some point, but now I'm contradicting myself. But I wouldn't want you to make a public video because I'd want to keep it secret. I wouldn't want anyone to know the exact details of it. So that's the first problem. Secondly, this is just too late. Like, this is 2 days ago. I put out the notice what, 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
That is if you haven't found one yet. If you have, I understand, it's fine. But like, I don't know, lately I've been just like, dang, I really should have applied for that a long time ago. And then I was like, well, let me just apply now. And I was like, well, let me just apply now because maybe there's still a chance. I doubt it, but I decided I'm gonna do it anyways because it's 100% of the shots you don't need to guess that.
I feel like with these applications, the thing I would want is somebody talking talking about whether good for the role. The problem with Rose is that she wanted to Rose wanted to fucking like be the helm of the channel and like write all the shit. And I didn't want that. And now the problem for this girl is, but at least okay, at the very least, in Rose's application, she did try to make a case for herself. I'm not understanding why that May read it. I'm not understanding why.
But hopefully this reaches Turkey Tom. I sent a message from the turkeytom.net thing where you can like gives you the option to send a message.
She doesn't understand how email works. That's a negative. Maybe it's positive, but I think it's a negative. I think it's a negative.
So hopefully that gets to you. Hopefully. If it doesn't, it's okay. That's fine.
Fuck that! Are you kidding me?
Imagine if this contact form it immediately went to like a recycle bin. Imagine if it immediately just went to like and deleted them immediately when people try to apply or something. That'd be hilarious. That'll be epic. Tommy said you want her to be stupid. Okay, yes, but she needs to be technologically literate to the point where they don't have to explain how email works. I feel like that's a very valid concern. Have you heard about the party Oxy Nation? Is that real? That is fucking shitty. Not good.
Because I really feel like I can do a good job in this role, and I can make us some money. And I know that's all I care about. So let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, Tom. Yeah, that's basically
this girl, she just seems like she should be playing field hockey. Seems like she shouldn't be commentary channel, right? Get Keppels, yeah, that would be amazing, dude.
Okay, I was gonna upload a YouTube video. Maybe I still will, so I can really hammer this point home. But that I want to be the commentary girl, and I should have done this a long time ago. I know I should have, but I just never did. So here I am now, shooting my shot.
Yeah, once again, you're not really making a good case for yourself, man. You need to really convince me. Why are there 50 comments on this? Turkey Tom's been awfully quiet since he posted. Turkey Tom's the type of guy to hire you after this Blee video. Why are you explaining why you made the video? Why? I don't mean this in any romantic sense at all. Dropped. What is this referencing?
Hopefully they don't miss. What else? By shooting my shot, I don't mean in any romantic sense at all. I think that's clear anyways, but anyways. Okay. I'm gonna end the video now. But hopefully this reaches who I'm intending it to reach. Shout out to Tom.
It reached me.
You're my goat.
I am the goat. That's true. Oh, so this was on TikTok, and she reposted it really so she knows that I'm playing TikTok.
You're not looking so good.
Sorry, but you'll have to put out for Tom. You're correct in this assertion. This is not a romance in any way, shape, or form. It will certainly not be romantic. It's simply part of the complete and total exploitation requirement of this role. You should make a commentary video about the Shardy. Who will also start diaper maxing. Dude, I feel like this is like a normal. This is like a normal looking girl. Like why is she talking about soy jack diaper maxing? Like I feel like I'm doing demonstrable harm in just the way I speak. Do you guys ever feel that way? Like, I feel like I'm just a negative influence maybe on the world right now. I honestly think I would be a good choice, except I'm not white. But I am a real N-word. Tom, you most definitely get the pass. Thank you very much. I mean, you don't have to be white. I don't think that's a requirement. I think, we could run it with a black queen, okay? Chocolate queen. I think we could run that. I think it'd be beautiful. It would be all inclusive. It would be a beautiful business. Elisa Jordana is the girl you want. Bro, that girl Elisa Jordana is like perplexing. She's like very perplexing. Like this person is so nuts. This person is so fucking nuts. But she is, I'm just a fucking horny 21-year-old, but she's bad, okay? She's bad as fuck. Like, if you see her on Howard Stern, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, am I supposed to pretend that it's something it's not? If you look at this, you look at this stuff and it's like, okay, she's mentally ill. She probably has severe problems. She's like a failure in life. She just has slept her way to the top. She was married to Andy Dick. She was married to Andy Dick. Like, and yet, what am I supposed to say? What an I can fix her mentality? No, you can't fix her. This is the thing. Like, you absolutely cannot fix this. You absolutely cannot fix it. You cannot. She will cause demonstrable harm to your psyche and your life. But like, okay. Not, dude. You're just wrong. You're not looking so good. Are you gay? Are you literally gay? That was my question. Minx's experience with Wilbur. I haven't seen it. What is Minx's experience with Wilbur?
I've had my own issues with him in the past.
I feel like this is a fake video. I feel like this is a fake video because if this was real Minx, she would say wit. She should say wit. So I'm kind of confused.
Before I moved to
She's hot, but you're a beat factor. In regards to Alicia Jordana, I would
in America, and a lot of the people who have responded to the tweet were there at the time, and they basically took his side and shit, and I lost a lot of friends over it and stuff.
Breaking. Shocking pictures of Destiny's new Israeli boyfriend have been uncovered by anonymous insiders. Insiders suggest this is the reason for his sudden anti-Semitism. Wait, what is going on here? What is going on here, though? Like, why are they taking pictures of this? Like, this is gayer than the photos that we have. Like, what is the context of this image? Is this true love or something? Like, I feel like I'm seeing something I'm not supposed to see. It's okay. That one is enough, but especially this one. Like, what is going on here? What is going on in this image? Like, realistically, something dark. Something dark. That's the answer. I owe you. That's the answer. Someone jealous? Yeah, I'm jealous. I actually I think I got informally invited to the new podcast they're doing, or one of them, because they have Anything Else and then Bridges are the podcast they're doing. I think I got informally invited to in late May, I believe. So that'd be interesting. I'd have to go down to Miami to do it, but yeah.
Beat that bitch
The
up.
project didn't work because you're barking up the wrong tree. Okay, bro. Okay.
Said people want to reach out to me where I can actually say names and stuff. Said accused person was basically yelling and screaming.
Yeah, it is, bitch.
Well, I'm saying quotations at a victim. Like,
this is regarding Wilburson. I think the context of this was that she was like screaming. He was screaming at someone at a party, and then he had to throw up, and Minx helped him. And then he was like, "You fucking tried to suffocate me with my own hair." That was like the story of this. Hello, Tom. I know everyone wants to move past the 2-Med stuff, but I just want to leave a note. 2-Med really shaped the gut punch humor complex I have today, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you for the genuine video. Yeah, he was a really funny dude. It's fine to talk about it, too. I just want to talk about it. I do have a note to do a little conversation about the Twitter response to the video at some point. So we'll go over that. Tommy, smell bad? I don't smell great. Thank you for the 2 DJ tray.
it was kind of like a fight. They were crying. He was screaming.
What happened to the 2-Bad video? I had to re-upload it. It's up now, though.
It was at like this little party thing and stuff. So I went down and I was like, yo, what the fuck? Like, I was getting in his face and I was like, keep in mind, obviously, before people were like, oh, you were drinking again. This was even before any of the whole drinking shit online with me happened. Everyone was drinking at this fucking party.
The original upload of this video.
I was just like, I got in their face and I was like, what the fuck are you screaming at her for? I was like, fucking calm down. And then he started yelling back at me and he was like, you don't speak to me like this in my house and stuff. And it kind of went back and forward. She was like trying to split us apart while crying. She was like, at one point she like kind of went to the floor sobbing and stuff.
The thing I'm confused about with Minx is why, when all these situations happen, does she come out with like a totally unrelated story that doesn't really add to anything? You know what I mean? Like the story doesn't really like change the Wilbur thing. It doesn't make him look like a worse of a person, especially because there's no evidence for any of it. So it's just like, why even talk about this?
And he was basically just saying, like, you can't speak to me like this in my house. You can't speak to me. And then he went to throw up because he had like drank too much. And this is where the funny part is. I went to kind of hold his hair back, even though I was still pissed off at him. And motherfucker just went, you tried to drown me! You tried to drown me in the toilet! And I was like, what the fuck?
You tried to drown me! Just to make sure you attempted to drown me and suffocate me in my own home!
Wilbur moment. Listen, I'm going to do something responsible right now, okay? I'm going to poll the chat. 1, if Wilbur is guilty. 2, if Wilbur is innocent. I want to see the chat's opinion on Wilbur, okay? What do we think about these allegations? Because I still don't know. I don't know. The fact that his response was so bad makes me think maybe it's not great, but let's see. Getting a good mix, I would say. It seems somewhat... Chat seems split down the middle. Guilty of what? I mean, I guess physical abuse. Okay. You got a nice mixed bag here, I would say. A nice mixed bag. What does 3 mean? Is 3 a vote for me to go gorilla mode? I might do it. So glad Turkish Tom and Destiny get along so well. Thank you for the dono.
Fuck do you mean I just tried to drown you in the fucking toilet? And like I was like, I started fucking screaming again because I went to like fucking help. And you were like, you shoved my head in the toilet. You shoved my head in the toilet. And the other person was still in the room. So when everyone heard us screaming again, people started coming down. And I turned to the person who I was originally arguing, and I was like, please tell them you've been sitting here. You saw that.
But dude, this just like these like influencer parties or whatever seem like a bad idea. You know? It seemed like a bad idea. And I'm a hypocrite in this regard because I have both partaken in and hosted several influencer parties when I've gone to VidCon or whatever. But it just seems like all around a bad idea, especially with these like Minecraft people. These like socially maladjusted Minecraft individuals. It doesn't seem good. Thank you, Zwazalath, for trying to remember. Red Bianca Devins would have been our e-girl. Thanks for the 2. It just seems like a bad idea. They're a breeding ground for new drama. It seems that way. It's weird to me because every party that I've been to, and like at like VidCon or whatever, has had none of these like weird incidents of drama. He literally admitted he did it and said he went to therapy for it. Well, he denied the allegation of abuse, in fairness. He did. He did do that. So, I wouldn't say he admitted to abuse. He basically said what his take was like, well, I did bite her, but she said she liked it. That's what he said.
Everyone good with my usual
and then he said he didn't abuse her. But his response was still, the wording on it was like so fucking bad. Which is why like...
Long last, the Shogunate fleet's taking shape. Even the crew's beginning.
It's so hard to
The hardest part's yet to come, though.
It's so hard to defend these Minecraft people because they won't even defend themselves. So a lot of the time, it's probably best to just not get involved because the responses are so horrible. Like this is how I felt during the George Not Found thing. It's like it's less about defending George and more about defending the principle of like wanting evidence and decide the truth about an allegation.
What's going on, Lee?
It's because fucking midway through the drama.
Oh my god, my cat
George makes a tweet that makes him look guilty.
Thank you for fucking up my camera angle, cat.
Like, what did he say?
Oh!
It was like, Katie,
What can you do?
After seeing your new response, it's changed my perspective. And the reason he said that is because Katie said that the DM was from his friend when it wasn't. The DM, where it was like,
Yeah, you know Turkey Tom? This guy is a commentary YouTuber.
Implying that it's like bad. But yeah, it's just like fucking, it's absolute cancer. It's absolute cancer.
It's just good background noise.
Well, now that you're here, you can come along for a
They were too, like,
Dude, I'm telling you, I've got like 200. Yeah, I've got like 200 hours in this game, and I'm not regretting the time spent.
I did talk a lot on PKA. What are you talking about? I talked quite a bit on that show. So fuck off. Okay, in fairness, the thing with PKA is it's their show. There's 3 other people. Am I supposed to talk for 50% of it?
Come on, dude, stop walking all slow and let's fight.
What I can. But I did talk a considerable amount on that show, and on every podcast I'm on, I would say I have a relatively good amount of talking. Okay. I would say I talk the perfect amount. I read the room a little bit and I talk the perfect amount.
I was just kind of like, oh my
God. Back on. They've asked me to go on a few times, the producer. It's been kind of like last minute. It's been like, oh, can you come on tonight? And it was like, I'm traveling right now. I just can't do it. But if they message me at some point when I'm available, I'll do it for sure. You know.
Oh my God, no, I'm leaving this. I was like, go fucking throw up on
Yeah, that's what I said.
And then they were like, he's like, nope.
Nonce. You know what a nonce is, right?
Now, you will get the fuck out of my house. You tried to drown me in the toilet, which I was confused between trying not to laugh.
I swear, at a certain point, they're gonna make it.
Keep in mind, this is years ago. So then.
Yeah. I got you. At some point, they're gonna come out with a dueling. Oh fuck. With a PvP. They're fully set up to have a PvP.
I'm fucking out of here. And luckily, I had 2 good friends at the time where.
It just seems like such a nothing interaction. Like he just got mad at.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
Usually appreciate Minx actually telling her part.
That's what a nonce is, bro.
Okay, you tried to draw me.
You heard it. Yes.
Technically, I ruined it for them too, but they followed me.
Holy shit, this dude's going hard.
I technically didn't have like a place to go.
Whoa!
I'm on. This is the like lethal difficulty.
Bro, I appreciate you very much. All hail, Jesus Christ! Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. History tells us I had a hernia surgery yesterday. I think for sure times will feel way better. What the? Okay, a hernia is right? Hernia occurs when your insides bulge through an opening or weakness in the muscle or tissue. Most hernias involve when your abdominal organs continue to lock. You can get this from weightlifting, right? So you can see here. What's your opinion on PKA, FPS, Russia killing is better than conspiracy? Ever looked into it? I know there's like a conspiracy. I would say that it probably didn't kill his best friend considering he's not in jail.
What am I doing?
I wouldn't want to spread something like that. It's probably more complicated than you can possibly remember.
And then I was like, I felt so guilty. I was like, no.
So what's good, man? What you been playing lately? Helldivers? I think Reaper said you've been doing Helldivers lately.
You know what, like I was yelling back at the time. I was kind of in shock and also like, what the fuck? And the way like it was all manipulated, and then even the person that was there, obviously she was a train wreck at the time and couldn't say it, but I was just like in shock, and I was like, I just want to get a hotel, so I got a hotel. And
Rage divers?
The friends were so good. They were like, well, if I see you online, within 2 hours, you have to promise me you're coming over. And then they saw me online because I forgot to turn offline on Discord, and they were like, "You promised." So I went over and we just chilled. She couldn't say anything about it, or else she would have been like fucking.
Get wrecked.
At the time, like, you never know how it is with stands.
Get shot in the face.
Especially when someone's so high on a pedestal. All I could do at the
Oh
time
yeah?
was just let
Tell me
her
more
off.
about that. How?
And like,
Man, Minx was
Been
so
getting
close.
people
It's so mind blowing to think about.
getting people into
We're
rivals?
doing a video about her that'll be coming out in a week.
Look at
But
this
she's
guy
actually
trying to run away.
interesting. Can you imagine if Minx was
That's
alive?
fucking priceless.
That'd be pretty dark. All streams are members only now. Yeah, all the stream VODs are there, members only. I'm gonna do
Fuck
that
yeah.
once in a while. All the streams are just gonna
I told Reaper when she stopped by the other day, let me know,
as you guys know, once in a while I just go through a purge.
if you guys,
So if you're a member, you get all the stream VODs, all the old
if you
stream
guys need one more for
That's basically the method that I go about.
for a 2v2, I'll try and brush off my waning and atrophied skills.
Because he's a very interesting dude. And I kind of like want to like him. But he seems very autistic. Like there's this clip of him, apparently he's been DMCAing Kiwi Farms for uploading his clips. When they upload them for archival purposes, which is so dumb. Apparently he's taking down clips. He's taking down that Chud Logic video of Chud talking about him, which as far as I can
Dude,
tell,
I would probably,
there's a lot that goes into
I'd
it.
probably
There's also
lose
all this
by like
drama with him regarding GTA.
2 or 3 waves if we were to try and go 1v1 right now.
It seems like a totally
My fucking,
it's a super
like my aim with the darts and the arrows and like the only thing I can hit with in rivals right now is bombs, I bet.
I was supposed to have a conversation with him.
Wait, you can't?
Saying he wanted to like talk to
Oh, okay.
me, or he was willing to talk to me about the situation, and then I messaged him and he said he actually wasn't willing to do it. Like said, I turned 29 2 weeks ago. Congrats, bro. Ostentatious gifted 5 Tom Dark memberships. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's just super autistic. It's so much shit. He has shit with Carl Jobs. Yeah, I've seen that. So Nick Diorio has been like
Word
about this because he hates Dark Viper.
Get rid of that.
So Nick tweeted, Dark Viper hired a lawyer to fuck Chud Logic's channel because the commentary in Chud's video made
I don't get it, man.
feel bad. As a direct result of those actions, Dark Viper has attracted a large following of hate watchers who make his life a living hell going forward. And here what he's referencing is, I think there's a Kiwi Farms thread about him now. Because of the various spurgouts. So when you see Mr. AU get trigger happy in the more coming weeks in regards to DMCA censorship, don't be surprised.
Yeah,
In this
dude.
reality, he's lost control of
I
context in his
kind of don't like it.
He's trying to feel
Like
powerful.
I've checked it and I've made like I want to say $12 on ad revenue from like fucking
We're gonna find out this dude had the lolcow gene.
40 hours worth of streaming, so
Carl Jobs, who you guys
I almost feel like it's just not worth it. Like I'm completely subjecting anybody who wants to sit here and watch me to a bunch of corporate bullshit for the sake of absolutely
I believe it ended with
no
losing the lawsuit.
compensation for me. I kind of miss back before I was fucking affiliate and I wasn't like constantly getting interrupted by ads. But yeah, dude, 323 in Kami is fucking gnarly. That's what, 25 seconds faster than me and Reaper got at our absolute best.
Obviously, because he's into speedrunning, he knows Dark Viper AU.
Are y'all still doing the exact same fucking fire spirits and
Are you gonna get the video back? Well,
shared
it's on
wounds
YouTube now. I had to re-upload it.
go through?
But if you look up Turkey Tom on YouTube, you can watch it. You can watch it again if there's stuff you thought you missed. There is a little bit of video.
Same strat.
Obviously, but it's not a super integral part. But the video is there now. So you can watch that if you want.
That's gnarly. Yeah, Vlad was always pretty fucking gnarly with that that Ronin, man.
I've known Dark Viper AU since 2018. We were both small streamers trying to grow. Over the years, I believe we.
And you're only farming one extra wave, yeah?
I specifically brought my wife to a creator party because I wanted her to meet him. I valued him as a person. Recently, without notice and without warning, he banned me and removed me from all socials.
339 in realm.
He never even bothered to reply and let me know what I had done. Dark Viper will spend his days arguing with random haters online, but when it comes to someone who
That just seems outlandish.
Not care less. At this point, I don't know what his grievance is, but I do know that what he did to me was a terrible thing to do, and in my opinion of him, could not be lower. Keem says, Carl, it's clear he found someone else. It seems to me that Dark Viper AU is a very lonely, paranoid person. He's talked before about how he doesn't really have any friends in real life, and his best confidant.
See if there's anybody new in the dojo.
Which is a very dark place to be, and you know, I can empathize with the loneliness a little bit as somebody who spends a lot of time on YouTube and a lot of time online. You know, it can get a little bit lonely sometimes, but you need to have some IRL connections. You do need to have.
Oh, I believe you. No, I've been seeing people say some pretty outrageous fucking times in the
But there is kind of a sympathetic angle there.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you can hear the game, but listen to this guy's voice real quick.
So that happened. Then we have these tweets where Dark Viper says, "Yay, Matt Judge, congrats. Will you get in trouble for your now non-transformative content? I have no idea. I'll just wait weeks for your stream. It is a risk. I did get that."
Principle to a world of swordplay. He is constantly encouraging friendly rivalries between different sword styles to raise the bar of swordsmanship for everybody.
Sound familiar?
On another level, this is meant to strengthen the bonds between our swordsmen, as it is they who will one day be called on to protect our land. I may not be strong, but I like to support my master's dream in whatever way I can, and so I will continue to wield my sword to aid him.
I thought it was pretty funny. I'm pretty sure Norio is one of the other guys too. Oh, it's Jin Sakai. Daisuke Tsuji. Ona died on the beach. Try. Listen to another one.
We both used to belong to the same Jujutsu dojo. Later on, at the suggestion of Master Odani, he became my student.
Yeah, for sure.
I've instructed him not only in swordplay, but Zen too.
Are we buddies yet? Oh no, we're only friendly. Okay, I gotta fucking butter this guy up. Okay, have a little Russian doll. Splendid.
Oh really? Well, know that you can come to me anytime.
So what else has been going on, man?
Feel free to stop by anytime.
Oh yeah. Total Chad. Look at that fucking jawline, baby. My chick's a Stacy. But she doesn't fuck all the Chads. She fucks all the other Stacys. I was playing like 6 different chicks at the same time with this girl. I don't want to ask anything. I need a new controller.
Very well.
Training in midnight mode. Oh, this is gonna be gnarly, bro. Let's see.
Don't hold back. Give me all you've got.
What duo? Pendant Power? Oh my god. Pendant Power was a friend of, I feel like he was friends with, Hypoxify and Ant Gang. Oh, great. Grove Soldier. Fucking. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Till the day I die, I will not forget Ant Gang, dude.
Don't hold back. Give me all you've got.
Give me all you got.
Seems you know what you're doing.
Goddamn right I know what I'm doing. Oof. I still think I'm gonna get mastery on this one. Come on. Oh, if that fucked up my mastery, I'm gonna be pissed. Yes. First try mastery in midnight difficulty. Dude, I can't believe Ant Gang hasn't been driven from the rivals community yet, dude. Yeah, let's go, homie. Dead. Ugh. Did you see the watermelon collar on my kitty yet?
Thank you for agreeing to spar with me.
Keep using the same move, you fucking sucker. Definitely not mastery there. Set bonus armor.
Thank you for agreeing to spar with me.
Yikes, fam. I swear I just got 4804. What?
Thank you for agreeing to spar with me.
Dubious whether that's a mastery or not. Maybe. Yes. Button. Who am I going after now, huh? Oh, this guy was fun. Here I come. Oh, fuck.
Strike a while ago trying to get rid of it. Here he says, at Monk Debate, hello, is there a phone number I can call to talk about a strike that was placed on my account? So Dark Viper used to make content that wasn't fair use and had to clean up his channel to avoid DMCAs, but now he strikes down content and people make him feel bad. This is literally an inverted Suzy Liu. Suzy Liu, for those who don't know, was someone who was making, she was making, I think she probably still does it to this day. She was making anime reaction videos where she would just sit and barely react to shit. And people made fun of her. I believe Mark After Dark made fun of her for that. And then she struck his channel. She took down one of his videos. And it became a whole drama years ago. And then I think her like boyfriend or husband, who's a lawyer or something, was saying they're like going to take legal action. It's like it's a very old copyright drama, but it's very interesting. This is what John Swan blew up off of back in the day. He had some pretty good big videos about Suzy Liu. You see this one, the most problematic YouTuber you've never heard of, 2 million views. The dark era of YouTube is coming. My response to Suzy Liu. And you can see a bunch of other people. Swell Entertainment made a video about it. Pegasus made a video about it. Here's an old Augie stream about it. Here's Black Wolf Company's second channel. Here John Swan is on the Create Unknown talking about Suzy Liu. So there's a lot of stuff. Boblax titled this Suzy Liu's cuck boyfriend. It goes on a late night simping spree. Suzy Liu voice versus anime voice actor. So there's a large drama. So Nick is just drawing a comparison between this old copyright drama and this current one.
The fuck?
So here we have Nick tweeting, Dark Viper, r/Dark Viper, meaning his subreddit, is melting down after Carl called him out. Half the people are arguing whether Carl Jobs is a Nazi, and the other half are having an existential crisis. Why are people calling Carl Jobs a Nazi? What is the reasoning for that? What is the reasoning for calling him a fucking Nazi? Is there any reason to believe that he's even far right, let alone a Nazi? I'm not trying to justify or downplay Carl's feelings, but I think it probably has to do with him being friends with White Goose, who's a white supremacist. Edit, not the best, but this is what I could find. So I think our White Goose was a guy who, I think he was a speedrunner, and he got outed for some DMs of him talking about like the Great Replacement stuff. Our White Goose. This is like years old drama. Oh, he's still doing stuff, I guess, on YouTube. Are there any? I'll look up our White Goose allegations. See if I can find something about that. Called out for being a hoarder. Scandals of the speedrunning community. Okay, so Jormy made a video about it. Can I get this White Goose? Chapter 2, Our White Goose. I guess Carl Jobs is friends with this dude or something.
How far would you go to get recognition? To receive what you believe is rightfully yours, even when many stand against you? Will you fight back tooth and nail, doing whatever is in your power to prove your detractors wrong? Will you post hundreds of screenshots to prove your opposition is a horrible person, with the hope that people will separate politics from gameplay? Well, from the perspective of Orami, a skilled speedrunner of the game GoldenEye 007, this is exactly what he was doing years ago, when his best speedrun time was removed from the site theelite.net, which is dedicated to recognizing the best of the best in GoldenEye speedruns. However, one thing that slightly changed
John Swan versus JonTron, who wins? JonTron solos John Swan, undoubtedly.
Just the story is the reason that Orami had to fight so hard to try and get his time featured again. And it wasn't because he was suspected of cheating or anything like that. No, Orami had drawn the ire of the elite by allegedly supporting the legalization of CP and being a self-declared pedophile. When discussing this epic saga, with all the twists and turns of your average Marvel movie, I think it would be prudent to follow along with this 2018 Reddit post cataloging the most important events, although I will cut away with each point provided to dive a bit more in depth, and maybe laugh at some funny Reddit posts.
40-minute video with shitty audio, not watching that. How the scourge of cheating is changing speedrunning. How do creators end up having far-right views? Reset era. Goose. Carl Jobs, for what it's worth, and it may not be much of the same to you, and I totally get that. He's addressed the city things he's done or said and apologized for that or explained them in the video. As far as I'm concerned, that apology is some seriously intellectually dishonest horseshit. Nobody claims that Our White Goose's Discord was a dedicated Nazi Discord, for instance. Jobs said that if people were upset about the rampant racism or being ridiculous, and that if they claim Our White Goose and friends were having a little Hitler parties in their Hitler chat or Hitler lovers. He says Our White Goose was labeled as a Nazi because he said some really, really terrible things, as if to imply that it was a matter of name-calling after a poor choice of words, when it was really a matter of someone being called out for expressing actual Nazi opinions. Jobs was buddies with a full-blown fascist piece of shit who openly spouted anti-Semitism and general racism, which went unchallenged. Doesn't matter if that wasn't the point of the Discord or not. It also doesn't fucking matter in the least how many Jobs were leaked when the one screenshot of him shows him being friendly with a fucking fascist, advocating for the far right of white people to say the N-word. Based. Also, that whole bit about Jobs.
Okay, I think it's gonna do it. Solid 9-hour stream.
Jobs writes the gist of the apology should be Our White Goose no longer tolerates.
I'm gonna head out, guys. It's been fun. I will probably be back late night tonight.
Our White Goose actually
but yep, that's gonna be it. Everybody have a great Sunday, and I will catch you on the flip. Thank you, everybody.